Hello everybody and welcome back to the Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs. I am Sepulins, joined once again by Nerdy Bird, and we are going to be bringing you two of the first matchups you're going to be seeing here today. Nerdy, before we jump into the matchups, before we do all the player business, how are you feeling? How's your day been?
I mean, it's still relatively early. I say relatively because in my eyes it's early. I've been sleeping till like 4 in the afternoon lately. Other than that, I'm excited to watch some fantastic Overwatch. I think we've got some fabulous games lined up today. I mean, like, of course, you know, at this point in time, all these games should be very awesome and very close games across the board. So I'm excited to see that. I hope we actually, between you and I, have a full 5-game series today, maybe? Because it seems like the Overwatch gods have been dubbing that a big no-go for the two of us. Maybe we have a curse going on. Who knows? But beyond that, I'm just excited to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, you've mentioned the fact that we're down to 6 teams already. And I bet a lot of people are wondering, hey, Sepulins, hey, Nerdy Bird, what happens after this event? So to fill you guys in a little bit on what those expectations are going to be with the upcoming months, in June, July, and August, we will have that summer break. Because don't forget, folks, these are students. And if class isn't in session, Collegiate can't be either, so we will have that break during June, July, and August, but September is when those team tryouts begin. We move to the Swiss stage in October, and then November, you know it, you love it, it's Collegiate Homecoming. So there is a lot to look forward to down the line, and we are super excited to be able to help bring this to a close before we get ready for that homecoming to happen in just a couple of months.
But also to prep these players to go on summer break, because you hit the nail on the head. Everyone needs a vacation here and there. Yes, I know you working adults that work 9 to 5s and don't have standardized vacations are like, yeah, but to that I also say these are student athletes. They're students first, athletes second, so of course, hopefully they enjoy their time off.
Yeah, without a doubt, it is very important that these players get that time off. And of course, you know, a little bit more about the collegiate playoffs is the format and what we've kind of been looking at for that. So we had that Swiss stage, as you know, we're going to be seeing again next split for that homecoming. We moved into the group stage, and of course, now we are rapidly approaching that championship stage 3. It says top 16 teams from groups compete, and we're already down to just 6 teams. So that is super important to acknowledge, is what these teams are going to be looking at. And with those 6 teams left, they're all competing for a prize pool that they have already solidified themselves in, Nerdy.
Yeah, so the number one goal is, of course, hit the major bag, which is that $25,000 going to our top squads, $12,000 and $8,000 to second and third respectively. But then fourth gets $6,000, fifth through eighth, $3,000, but then 9th through 16th. You and I talked about this earlier, which is just, it's amazing that all the way through 16th place, where typically, you know, you might get some points, some circuit points, brownie points, so to speak, in other leagues. That's all you get. But here you actually get $1,500 for your squad to split. I think it's awesome, and I'm excited to just see the amount of dedication we have coming out today, because at the end of the day, yeah, $25,000, that's a lot of money in comparison to $12,000. Not that $12,000 is nothing to sneeze at.
No, I mean, hey, everybody's here for a reason, right? And that's to win. That's something we talked about a lot last week, and we saw a couple of heroes that were like, hey, you know, people get annoyed when they're played, but good thing you're not here to be a people pleaser, right? You're here to win, and that's exactly what these teams are trying to do. So let's take a look at the teams we're going to be seeing today, and maybe just jump over to the lower bracket. No, we're going to talk about the upper as well. We've got Northwood University versus Maryville. That's going to happen later today, brought to you by Tiny, Shiny, and Twin Salty. If you've been watching this weekend, I'm sure you know who they are, but they are super excited to be bringing you those finals. And then, of course, we've got a lot going on in the lower bracket as well, which is where Nerdy and I will be bringing you the action. Our first game of the day, Fisher Esports versus Illinois State University. And then after that, Winthrop University versus the St Clair Saints. So, Nerdy, these are 4 of the most recognizable teams in collegiate Overwatch.
Not only that, I think these are some of the teams, I mean, today, at least at the very beginning, you and I have been able to cast a lot of Fisher, but this is our first time seeing what I'm going to refer to as Fisher proper, because there are multiple Fisher rosters. This is their top dog squad. Yes, they got knocked down to our lower bracket, so I'm excited to see how tooth and nail they're willing and ready to go in order to come out on top of this matchup.
Yeah, and you bring up a great point here, Nerdy. Last time you and I were on the desk, last weekend, 3 Fisher teams were in the lineup. We are down to just 1, and it is that Fisher Esports roster. They fought hard against Northwood and unfortunately got knocked into the lower bracket. And to beat a team like Illinois State, I'm going to be looking at Fisher to really have flawless teamwork and communication. If there's one thing about Illinois State that puts this team above any other, it's the fact that they can adapt on the fly. Their improvisation is unparalleled to any other team that I have seen in the collegiate space thus far. far. And if Fisher does not have absolute S-tier communication and collaboration today, I think this is going to be a really difficult uphill climb for them.
I also think Fisher needs to adapt a little bit of that flexibility into their own play style. We've seen teams across the board in these last couple of weeks start on one composition and refuse to swap, but then there are teams that have a set comp and a set play style that will make one or two adjustments here and there to just compensate for something that they need, for something that's a little different on the enemy roster. But speaking of rosters, let's take a quick look at the Fisher Esports roster that's going to be coming in for our first match of the day. It's going to be Riker, Iron, Cabe, Lukewarm, and Grapes. And also, fun factoid that Cephalence brought up is that today, for our first matchup, this is the only All-American rosters these two teams that we're going to be having here today.
Yeah, this is going to be a really fascinating matchup. If my information served correctly, that we are seeing both Winthrop and Fisher, who are, to my knowledge, the only two remaining rosters that have entirely U.S. students. I think that is very fascinating. And if you're looking at this, you're like, wait a second, why are there two tanks on the board? Well, that's because obviously one of them is going to be a substitute. I believe Riker will be kicking things off for Fisher Esports, and Iron will be playing that sub position. I know that Fisher Esports, of course, lost Neb, one of their support players, as he did graduate just last weekend. Neb, I assume you're watching. Congratulations, brother. Very happy for you. And Fisher, they're definitely going to have to make some pretty pivotal changes. I'll be so honest, I'm not sure what the rules are. If Neb started, I'm not sure if he's allowed to finish. I'm not sure if we'll see him today, but I know that Fisher, they are trying to make some changes in that roster because, of course, he will not be able to play forever. But
I'm
maybe
sure you can.
Maybe we still see him because, by golly, Neb and I go way, way back. But, of course, the opponents of Fisher Esports, it's going to be Illinois State University, who we talked a lot about last weekend. This is a roster that we saw come in, and they have just been on a run since losing to Maryville earlier in the split, earlier in the bracket, and they've been trying to make some changes, and they've been paying off. I think Illinois State is the clear advantage team heading into this, especially due to not only Kuffa's performance on the Winston, on the Ramatra, but Lethal in particular has been overperforming, which is a crazy thing to say about a player on a team this good. This is one of the teams many people are expecting to win, and Lethal is still standing out amongst what some people are calling some of, if not the best teams in Collegiate.
I'm just going to straight up say they are the best teams in Collegiate, and if you want to counter that point, well, make it all the way here. With that also in mind, I mean, W. Maymon's also been popping off, and I really want to keep an eye on the supports because last weekend we saw fights lost. I'm not trying to be, really mean about this because, I mean, I love support players. Don't get me wrong. I literally love support. But with that in mind, we saw some Kiriko play that, unfortunately, if you do not survive your own Kitsune Rush, your team's not going to be very successful. There's multiple times where we were losing our supports very early. So if our supports are dying a lot, I foresee that team struggling. However, Lethal, you might be on the receiving end of what we saw last week for some very very good DPS players. You're going to get three-person focused. And so Lethal, I wish you the best of luck. I saw you cope with it last week. Let's see if you can cope with it this week.
ISU, they made a lot of changes, but one thing that hasn't changed is the map pool. We're going to be seeing a lot of the same maps that we saw last weekend, and we're going to continue seeing them today. So over in Control, which is where we're starting, you've got those four choices: Busan, Oasis, Antarctic Peninsula, and Ilios. Jumping to Hybrid next. If you'd believe it, Numbani is an option. I don't think we've seen it once the entire weekend, but Kings Row, Midtown, and Hollywood are the much more popular hybrid maps. Escort, Circuit Royale, Route 66, Watchpoint Gibraltar, and Havana, which I certainly have not seen Havana in the last couple of weekends. Push is all three push maps, and Flashpoint is, of course, both Flashpoint maps. So we're going to be looking at a lot of possibility, a lot of opportunity today. And Nerdy, you and I talked about this a little bit. The decision of which control map we end up on could have a really large impact on how the rest of this series is played out.
Yes, and I always lean into Busan because it forces teams to be very adaptable.
Agreed.
But we're not going to lean into that in any capacity. It's actually going to be the Antarctic Peninsula, the newest control map that we have. I say new in air quotes because if you've been playing Overwatch for a minute, it launched relatively close to the beginning of Overwatch 2, but it is still technically, as far as the age of the maps go, one of the newer ones. That in mind, I do see that it has some level of flexibility as far as what type of playstyle you want to have. I think only two of the maps really provide that, whereas with Busan, all 3 maps, you literally can run a different composition. You can go from spam to dive to literally brawl based off which map you're on. Antarctic, I feel like there's really only 2 maps that allow for brawl, and then there's 1 map that can actually allow for dive.
I mean, Antarctic Peninsula has, of course, the 3 sub-levels of Icebreaker, Labs, and Sub-Level. We're looking at Icebreaker now with that ship kind of crashed into the ice near the center of the map. That, I would say, would most likely be the brawliest of the 3. If we're seeing something like a Reinhardt or like a Ramatra, I do think he's going to be making an appearance there on Icebreaker. But of course, like many control maps, as you've hinted at already, Yardy, is that we're going to be seeing a lot of versatility and a lot of adaptability, which is the one thing I have not stopped complimenting ISU on. Last time we saw them play Oasis, that was last weekend, they played, let me do quick math, 11 different heroes across 2 sub-stages of 1 map. So they were changing just at the drop of a hat time and time again, and I'm eager to see if they're going to continue that level of constant change to outplay and outswap their opponent, Fisher Esports.
Well, I mean, I think it's going to come down to this first fight. Whomever ends up winning, I think, is the team that is not going to likely swap here on map 1. But the team that loses, we might see some variations to their composition, especially because odds are, when it's at this point, it's either counterplay that caused you to lose or one blaring mistake. And that mistake literally could just be the fact that you played the wrong hero for the matchup that you're going into. With that in mind, I think we might anticipate actually seeing Kuffa swap over to the Winston. But since we're on this map as opposed to Icebreaker, I actually don't think we'll be seeing that. This one can theoretically be a more spam favored map, so perhaps we'll end up seeing that.
As a Junkrat player, I can absolutely agree that this is typically a pretty spam-heavy map. If I'm not mistaken, this one is sub-level of the 2. I admittly do mix up Labs and sub-level, but I believe this one is sub-level.
This is sub-level. Labs
both
is the
these
one that
teams
has underground.
Yeah, has the more, but Fisher Esports, they're going to be coming out on the Mauga. I actually was talking to Twin Salty earlier. Him and I were discussing what we expected to see from these teams, and we agreed that we didn't expect to see ISU on the Mauga. We thought Ramatra and Winston were much more likely. So going into this, not only is my boy Neb on the battlefield, which just makes my heart super warm, but ISU bringing out the unexpected Mauga pick. Let's see how well it works for him.
I mean, Fisher Esports is also currently playing the Mauga, so I think that's why they ended up going with this.
They're just going to mirror?
Yeah, they're doing some spam damage, and honestly, this is where playing as a unit is great, but that off-angling tracer from Cave might prove lethal as we have the charge in. The cardiac overdrive is instigated, but no one's on fire. If you're currently looking at Riker, that health pool was dangerously low for a moment, and then we have the counter charge come through. Neb has fallen for Fisher, as has Cave. That is Riker also eliminated, followed up by Lukewarm. A hinder on the Lucio Grapes is sent back to the supermarket, and with that one, Illinois State's going to take the first fight.
I mean, I'm not sure Lethal missed a shot during that fight. Just clip after clip unloading into the enemy team. It makes the difference, gives ISU a huge numbers advantage, and Skyle on the Kiriko as well. I want to highlight some great healing, some great Suzu usage, and just a great job in that back line, helping the team when they needed it most. 20%, 1/5 of the point. Lethal already a high noon in hand on this Cassidy. This could be, no pun intended, a lethal play. It's going to be rushed out, looking for even one, and they're going to be able to find it. Neb clipped out of the sky, not a Suzu in sight. Riker has already gone down, and W. Maimone will not be able to keep anybody else up. Lethal finds an elimination. Cave dismissed from the fight, and ISU already 40% done in 2 succinct combats.
And we had a minor stagger done onto Graves. We're now claiming the space over by the Mega Pack at this first major choke point. Riker swapping over to that Winston, was using those charge throughs a little bit too soon before anyone was ignited, and the ability to squish squishies literally as Mauga is too powerful to give up in those instances, and so unfortunately just poor timing. Kuffa getting close to that cage fight, but I'm really looking for Sile with this Kitsune rush as Neb is very close. Typically you want to ult first and then the follow-up ultimate that could be from Neb. If we can prevent it from happening, it could be huge with the Suzu instigating and beat response coming out soon.
Great. Admiral is going to be able to drop that beat to keep ISU alive and cancel out the one that Graves had brought to the table. Now, Neb has a Kitsune rush, but I think it's going to be better for Fisher Esports to hold on to it because they have lost their tank, they have lost Lukewarm, and they only have one more engagement. They're going to want to come in with every ult under the sun, except, I guess, a pulse bomb. As Cave tries to bring the hero play to the table, it will unfortunately have no fruition, and as W. Maimone finally falls to Cave, this could be the opening. Oh, just kidding! Kuffa makes it personal! The deep run into the backline. Cave dismissed from the Mortal Coil, and with only 10 seconds left, Fisher Esports has to go in at a player disadvantage.
They can, but the issue for them
he can
now
cage him off.
Kappa has cage fight ready to go. That Winston might dive in, but Kappa, if she really wants to, you could go in that backline. We hear another Deadeye get instigated. We also have Neb hitting that Kitsune rush. There's the cage fight. It hits on the 4 of them. Genji with the blade's going to take care of the one that's outside. Neb is the next target. It's and Dice followed up by Graves. Cave is also going to be eliminated. Riker is gone and removed. That is map 1 going over to Illinois State University.
Stage 1
Stage 1.
Yeah, stage 1 of Antarctic Peninsula is going to end in favor of ISU. That cage fight at the end there, just beautifully optimized. Genji goes out. WMamon finds the one player not caught by the cage fight, takes them out, and then immediately comes back to slice and dice the remaining members of the team. I think this is a really good example. I talked about the adaptability and communication of Illinois State and why it makes them so powerful, and I'm not sure we're going to get a better example of what that looks like. The communication there is absolutely what led to the success in dominating that final fight. As we jump over to Icebreaker, will we be seeing swaps on either team? My gut says no.
I mean,
for anyone, that doesn't count.
It's just a TP out. The one thing I really want to touch on here, though, is Riker. I said at the start of the map, which is if you lose first fight, if it was done off of a mistake, you might not need to swap. But the issue is you made that mistake twice. So let's not have that happen here, and let's actually wait for the opportunity to have our cardiac overdrive be successful after we charge into the team, which means you need people on fire. Ignite them first. So I got a little poke damage coming out where both teams decide to take a different pathway, but the team that already has the point locked down, theoretically here, is going to be Fisher.
Fisher is going to be able to dominate that point space early, but it's just going to be one elimination that can really turn the tide of the fight in the blink of an eye. Skyle has a great opportunity to strike out with these triple headshot kunais, but unfortunately no damage found. Fisher Esports primary cap here on Icebreaker, and ISU playing with a very split approach. I'm not particularly fond of this, but as we do see Kuffa coming for the dive in, Grapes does fall for it and get taken out of the way. A double kill from Admiral almost turns to a 3-piece with the help of Kuffa. 3 players from Fisher down, the remaining 2 not long for the world, and Admiral some true supportal combat coming out early on to help guarantee a second fight win for ISU. Only 18% gain for Fisher.
I mean, Subtilance, look at Lethal. What are you seeing? Are you having are you having flashbacks right now? Like
Deja vu.
I mean, Genji's already used Deflect. I'm pretty sure that was Cave, not WMamon, who ended up using Deflect. I'm foreseeing an amp speed with possibly cardiac overdrive for Lethal in this instance, but I'm just going to disengage. There's to charge through and actually try to take advantage of everyone disengaging with these their speed boost abilities, but we're just going to back off.
Illinois State University, they're playing the long game. They know they've got the space. Skyle's Kitsune Rush is just around the corner, but Neb is going to be able to clash it out this time. Admiral has a beat drop, choosing to hold on to it for as long as they can, because if they don't need it, they'll definitely be able to use it later. Going to be able to cancel out the beat from Grapes, though. We are in a full neutral fight. Both Kitsunes, both beat drops, and as Lukewarm goes down, ISU finds the advantage once more. Grapes gets the trade out onto Lethal, and I believe Neb will be going down to Skyle in just that very same breath. 5-player kill streak for Admiral, who continues to dump damage into the backline. Nobody looks at the Lucio as he continues to sneak his way through additional damage stacked continuously into the fight. Maybone brings out a blade here. No, excuse me, that was Cave with the blade. A double cage fight comes through, and Cave does put Admiral down. Finally, the Lucio has been dismissed, and like dominoes, the rest of ISU will fall. Fisher Esports, point control back in their hands.
Okay, so both teams now coming up on one ultimate in the pocket. It's Lukewarm, the first one to fall, which I actually, in my mind, I giggled a little bit, because right as you said we're in a double neutral fight, I was like, but Lukewarm just passed away, so that theoretically more ults have to be dumped, and I don't know if it was really advantageous for both sides to dump that many ultimates, but also if you're Fisher Esports, I guess in this instance it was worth it because you managed to get the point back in your favor. But now we have the Deadeye. Is there a deflect in sight? There is. The Genji's trying to keep their team alive, is actually going to dash to freedom, but this gives so much space in favor of their squad for Lukewarm, but Riker is going to fall. Couple falls, Admiral falls. Cave is going to be eliminated. WMamon coming in with the slice and dice, looking for the next target, and we have the Suzu also go off as Lethal is going to be eliminated by Lukewarm. The point flipping back in favor of Fisher Esports, but we're in one-fight territory right now for Illinois State, which is one fight to win the map.
That late flip from ISU bumped them up over that 70% marker, which I always say is that last fight territory. Fisher Esports now only 10 seconds away from that 70%. They're going to be approaching with both support ultimates, but they could be mirrored by a Kitsune Rush on the side of Skyle. I think, Nerdy, it's really going to come down to these Kirikos to see who's going to, first of all, rip the ultimate first, and secondly, which team is going to be coordinated enough to get the value off of it. Lethal going to rush in quick with most likely a speed amp High Noon, but instead uses that hinder. High Noon comes out out late. Should be able to get maybe just one around the pillar. Lots of damage dealt. Lethal does go down. He holds onto the gun for just too long. Kitsune rush out from both sides. Grapes has the beat drop that Admiral just doesn't have the room for, and this could cost ISU the icebreaker stage of Antarctic Peninsula. We very likely could be going to the third and final stage in just a moment's notice.
With 5 seconds left, I mean, you have to get in before the final 3 seconds on that ticker in order to instigate overtime. Admiral went for the hero play, could not make it in. And yes, we're going to labs. I'm excited for this. This is my favorite map out of all 3 of the sub-maps, is actually labs. I say that because if you have Brawl, you can be very successful if you win that first fight, but if you run Dive, you can actually, the lack of punishment on Dive because of how quickly you can get back, I think the second fight is most important when it comes to the Dive compositions, if you want to stick with it. However, both teams, tried and true compositions coming through. They're sticking with what they have. The one variant here is that we're going to keep these Genjis. Yes, of course, we're going to see the sim swaps, so just ignore it. Don't acknowledge it. It's just for a TP.
But on the side of Fisher Esports, Riker does swap onto a different tank. Cave very likely may be staying on this Torb. I wouldn't be surprised to see it. Cave, one of the best Tracer / Genji players in North America, but instead going to be bringing out a Torbjorn instead, which we're not unfamiliar with seeing the Winston Torb composition swap here from the side of Fisher Esports. It's going to be a fascinating one because it's a high-risk, high-reward scenario. You won with that last comp.
No,
and they go right back in. Riker goes onto the Malga, but the Torbjorn remains the same. Let's see if it has a big enough impact for Fisher Esports.
I do appreciate seeing Fisher recognize that, hey, Kuffa is still on the Malga. It is not worth it. It does mean that they're going to concede the first point of contention for capping this objective. However, there's that cardiac overdrive being used when no one is ignited. You cannot get overheal from that without people being on fire. Genji's flame, well, Genji's deflect also being used. It's going to drop down to the lower ground and pray to their teammates to get healed, but W Mimon will fall instead. So losing the take for Riker, that means almost guaranteed lost fight. 12% is going to go over to Illinois State. I think the high ground advantage that was taken over by Fisher in the moment of, hey, we have to disengage and swap our tanks, did actually end up working out in their favor as they are now equalizing and surpassing that 12%.
Yeah, I think that was really the most the cleanest fight we've seen from Fisher thus far. There was a lot of patience and a lot of intentional gameplay behind it. They collapsed onto Kuffa, and it was really easy to kind of isolate him from the fight to walk away with an advantage state. And we're looking to see if they can continue that level of aggression. Cave has to overcharge, trying to get out of the way, but only 14 HP on the board. Will be caught out by that DPS duo. One player down for Fisher Esports. It's not going to spell disaster quite yet, but it's certainly going to hurt the odds of being able to stabilize this point. It's officially turned into a waiting game, just trying to get this percentage as high as possible before inevitably backpedaling and trying to regroup as a full 5. Riker doubling down, instead progressing in further. Kitsune rush from Neb, a high noon from Lukewarm, but the Kitsune cancel from Skyle here does make it a little bit easier for this team to stay into the mix. Lukewarm overextends for the shot, not able to find it. The counter, high noon from Lethal could make the difference. Grapes knocked out of the fight, clipped out of the sky, and sent straight back to the spawn room. Fisher Esports have stacked us up to 60% and counting. A cage fight comes out late.
The Riker using his cage fight, though, late as it might be, the 60% is now going to quickly start progressing further and further with Sile getting eliminated. Lukewarm is gone, but we've lost Lukewarm as well as W Maimon early in these fights, and we've been A-OK. Riker hitting that W key, ripping off the S1 in conjunction with it. Going forward with that Lucio to confirm the kill onto Lethal. Chef's kiss type of moment to get that stagger in. 80% and counting currently for Fisher. Will Fisher lock this down? They could, considering the only confirmed ultimate right now is W Maimon with this Genji Blade. And, I mean, you've got Dragon's Blade, but Grapes is going to say, no, you're not cutting me in half today. I have beat.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're going to assume Maimon goes in early with the Blade, trying to find an elimination, and Grapes will drop that beat. Fisher Esports with their late engagement as Kuffa tries to farm that cage fight. The turret in the backline makes it difficult. Here comes the Blade, but Grapes says, whine about it. Almost gets Ajax. Going to be able to keep everybody but Nev alive. That late boob will take that support down. Grapes will be taken out late by the Blade, and ISU with their backs against the wall will be able to finally emerge and put themselves right back into that lead position. The problem, though, Nerdy, is they need to win every single fight for the rest of this map.
Okay, but I can guarantee you this next fight theoretically should go in their favor, considering Kuffa.
I can guarantee you theoretically? That is not a guarantee, my friend. That is not a guarantee.
In the simulations here in my mind, Illinois State should be able to win this. They have that cage fight. Lethal has the Deadeye. We're also coming up with Sile with this Kitsune rush. Neb does have a Kitsune rush in response. However, if you are Fisher, you can give up one fight here, force out ultimates. We'll have to wait and see. We do see in that moment as well, that Lukewarm gets a little bit low. We're going to hit the Deadeye first with that Cardiac Overdrive. The Kitsune Rush in response. Lethal is on the receiving end of the Deadeye. Kuppa hits the cage fight while Style also is in this Kitsune Rush. And Admiral getting really close to this beat if it's necessary. Graves nowhere close to it as that deflect comes out. Charge through comes as well. There's the beat from Admiral. Illinois State is guaranteeing this one, but they might lose the next if they're not safe.
The beat missed the one player it needed to hit. Kuppa was not caught out by that beat from Admiral. Unfortunately, he goes down for it. Just unfortunately, wrong place, wrong time allows Fisher to rip off that Band-Aid, force the pressure out onto ISU's remaining tank player, and that should guarantee Fisher Esports map number 1. I think this is going to be a delay of the inevitable. It would be a miracle to see them turn this around with 0 ultimates in the tank. The very first thing I said when we started this series, before the map even opened, I said Fisher's communication and teamwork needed to be flawless. After stage number 1, I was worried, but after watching stages 2 and 3, this team's communication is the S tier that we needed it to be to take down a team like ISU, and with map 1 already on their side, they've got to be feeling good about it.
Let's take a quick look at the play of the game. It's going to be W Maimon on that blade. I think this is the one we saw on the second sub, yeah, here it is.
Of course,
the first map. Comes in, gets the one that's outside the cage, and then says, okay, all y'all cannot move. Well, guess what? I can. Comes in, slices everybody to pieces. But the one thing I really want to touch on here, Septons, is, yes, I did make the bold statement of, if you lose map fight 1 and you don't fix the mistakes or make a change, well, then odds are you're going to be very unsuccessful on that map, which did come out to be true for Fisher. But then thereafter, when we went into our final map on Labs, you saw the walk forward and the immediate disengage. It worked out perfectly for them. And the thing that I think was the undoing for Illinois State is, while yes, you have players like Lethal who can hit these ultimates, they look beautiful, I adore them. W Maimon also can do the same thing, but when 4 of you hit your Q button in one fight, something is wrong.
Yeah, and I think another situation that we saw, especially back on Labs, the 3rd and final stage of Antarctic Peninsula there, was fight number 1 and the final fight. Kuppa was not with the rest of the team. Now, was that being caught mid-rotation? Was that being out of position? Was that an ultimate, being caught on a ledge and not hitting Kuppa when it's supposed to? But whatever it was, it really hurt ISU in the 2 most pivotal fights of the series. I think if Kuppa had gotten that beat drop heal from Admiral, the additional shields really could have kept him alive to find at least 1, if not 2 plus eliminations before going down and equalizing the fight. Unfortunately, hindsight is 2020 after all, and that is not going to be the world that we lived in. But as Antarctic Peninsula comes to a close in favor of Fisher, it's up to ISU to choose which hybrid map they would like to start on.
All right, Septolence, as much as, I sound like a broken record because in previous instances, I loved and hated seeing Kings Row. I would love to see Kings Row right now. However, the current data that we have available is nothing else exists other than Hollywood.
Yeah.
I do foresee Hollywood. If Fisher had lost this map, I was actually anticipating the opportunity to maybe go to Numbani, make a change of pace, but you got to keep in mind that Kuppa is the tank on the receiving end of going to Numbani, and yes, while the opportunity to play Sigma is strong on Numbani, monkey together strong on Numbani as well is all I can say. So
no, really.
I think we're probably going to go to Hollywood. What are your thoughts? Am I going to be completely wrong in this instance, or are you going to agree with me?
I mean, I've been a Kings Row enjoyer from day one. Retired collegiate player, retired Rhine player in particular. Obviously, I've got a soft spot in my heart for Kings Row. But I think with what we've been seeing from the teams in the higher echelon, we have been seeing Kings Row not really at all. I think we are likely going to be seeing Hollywood. The other choice was Havana and map number 4, the fact that I can't remember it, I think goes to prove how often we're seeing it. Numbani, right? Numbani with the other choice. So I think if we're not seeing Hollywood, it will be Kings Row. And if it's not one of those 2, I'm going to have some questions for ISU. Okay, thank goodness.
Okay. The one thing I will say is I also wouldn't mind seeing Eichenwald just because it makes literally so many players
Eichenwald's
mauled.
not a choice, Nerdy Bird.
No.
That's not in the map pool, Nerdy Bird.
Wait, it's not in the... I thought Ike was in the map pool.
No, I thought it was Numbani, Hollywood. Oh, Havana. I put Havana in the wrong map pool. It is...
Thank
no,
you,
I am right. It's Midtown. No, it's Midtown.
Okay,
we're both
wrong.
We're just both wrong. Oh, that's tough. That's a tough one.
Midtown's
they call it
Sigma.
Midtown for a reason. You know what I'm saying? That map, I don't like it very much. I'm glad that it's going to be Kings Row. But the question stands, if we're going into Kings Row, is it going to be Mauga still? You can't really run Winston on Kings.
You can run Winston on first objective
Right,
on Kings,
right.
but then you have to change it up, which means you have to basically guarantee you combine. You ideally use your ultimates and then make a swap, but also you don't want to do that anymore. This is an Overwatch of old, where previously on Kings Row, you literally did run 3 different compositions for first objective, for street phase, for final objective when you're going into the Omnic shop. So with that in mind, I don't think we'll see Winston. My one concern is last week, teams really struggled to get control of the back high ground here on first objective when they were on attack. Now, I'm not saying that whichever squad actually ends up being on attack, theoretically, it should be Illinois State on attack, unless Fisher is very bold. I'm not saying that we're going to see the struggle that we saw with teams taking care of the high ground in this instance. I think it is going to be a possible situation where we have a first fight, we don't pay enough attention to it, and then the next fight, we actually pass high ground and take care of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we see very often, though, is that sunken cost fallacy of rotating around to the high ground and trying to see if you're going to be able to get that, because if that fails, you're burning like a minute plus on the board trying to make that happen. So if you are going for that long-winded rotation, you've got to do it quickly, and you have to do it confidently, which sounds silly to say that out loud, but a lot of times we see teams spend a lot of time trying to do it and then not committing as confidently as they needed to.
Yes, and my name is Nerdy Bird for a reason, because I use a lot of phrases like this. You cannot be a chicken when you hit that top corner on the right-hand side. After you hit there where that mini pack is, you better make sure you have your next ability, which typically you hang on to the amp speed, or like you wait a few seconds you need for it. Don't be overzealous. We're not roadrunners here. Don't be overzealous. Wait for the amp speed. Cross over on top of the other building there after using that amp, and then go as a full unit. Like, don't go out too quickly. We're not going to be playing into any games of tag, but with that in mind, I do want to see a team that is willing to take that high ground rotation. I know you said the sunken cost fallacy, and you're right. You could end up extending a fight from what theoretically is 45 seconds per fight here in Overwatch 2 to almost 90 seconds, and that's 2 fights worth of time. So you have to do it concisely, do it with confidence, and execute it fast.
Execution, the name of the game, after all. And ISU, they did choose this map. Fisher choosing to start on the offense. Now, that's not something we see particularly often.
Wow.
Talk about bold.
Yeah.
The gates open up early here. Cabe on that King's Row Widowmaker. Gonna swap right back onto the Genji as a surprise too, I'd assume, and nobody. That King's Row Widow often only making that brief 5-second appearance. ISU, this is a pretty passive play style already. Pretty deep in the back line. The tank on the high ground looking for most likely that additional charge damage, trying to catch somebody with the stun in the back, but as the choke is essentially uncontested, Fisher Esports already looking to clock into the motel.
They have made it into hotel. We do see the charge through also end up happening. Cave is the first one to go down for Fisher. This is why this high ground is so paramount. If these rotations are not perfect from Fisher on this attack, you're just going to get turned into barbecue by lethal W Maimon coming in with the microwave beam to warm you back up thereafter. And we see Riker fall. You touched point, you got the 30%, but if you're Illinois State, now it's just touch and go. One person has to make contact with the point, prevent it from ticking up past that second, we'll say piece of the pie in this instance, and then you just continue with the high ground poke damage. There's no one to contest you when everyone's on low ground.
Yep. And last time we saw ISU play King's Row last weekend, we saw Ramatra Baptiste Lucio, Tracer Ash. So we're seeing a couple of pretty pivotal changes here, of course, being off that Ramatra, sticking onto the Maga, and then W Maimon on the Echo. Echo is one of the strongest DPS in the game, so I don't think she really needs an explanation of being here. But Kaffa staying on a tank that many of us agree he tends to be uncomfortable with is quite the surprise. W Maimon dismissed by Cave early on. The fight becomes a 5v4 in favor of Fisher Esports. One tick already under their belts. A minute and a half has gone by, so this team really needs to start racking up those additional percentages early because they want to cap with as much time on the board as possible. Second tick, a guarantee now, and as ISU has been split into the backline, bodied out by just the pure pressure of Riker. It's going to be difficult to get back into this fight, especially if Kitsune Rush is going to be canceled out by one on the opposing side. High Noon comes in late. Lukewarm from center field takes 2 pivotal players out of the way. Lethal's aim bob takes down Graves, but is that damage going to be enough? Lukewarm dismisses another play, and I love the swap onto the Maga, but the HP just isn't there. Maimon loses the ultimate. Fisher loses the momentum, and ISU, by the skin of their teeth, stabilizes the defense. Is it long enough?
Well, Admiral has has fallen, followed by Maymon for Illinois State University. Neb will end up being eliminated, but we are continuing to hit that W key currently for Fisher as they have locked down that objective, and that also means that there is not a whole lot of healing currently in favor of Kuffa, as we see Kuffa as well as Lethal will both be removed from the map for a moment. Now we're coming up on this cage fight as well as the beat for Illinois State, as nothing else is going to be close. And then Fisher on the opposite side of that spectrum has Cabe with this pulse bomb. We have Riker with the cage fight. We have Beat also coming out from Grapes, but then Lukewarm also has this Deadeye. So theoretically, Cabe goes in, forces out a quick Suzu using this pulse bomb, and then we have follow-up with whichever ultimate you fancies your favor in the moment based off of what we're seeing in front of us. I do foresee Cabe being the first one to drop ult though in this fight for Fisher.
Okay, flanking into the back line here. Could find an opportunity to strike with the pulse bomb online. Maymon takes it out of the way, and we try to see if the cage town is going to be able to break through. But no, unfortunately, the cage fight just gets no value. Instead, Kuffa wide swings the corner, puts on a cage fight of his own, grabs 3 players. Lukewarm has to high noon in a desperate attempt to keep the team alive, but a pulse bomb out as well. Everybody's still standing. Kuffa, the one dismissed. The highest noon takes the heaviest player out of the way, and that heavy hitter is now dismissed. ISU missing the tank allows Fisher Esports to dive right back into the fight. This could be a huge opportunity to completely dismantle ISU's defensive play.
Well, Maymon, I don't know if you're going to be able to get in and use this pulse bomb in favor of your squad's defense, but as I'm mentioning it, you do. The Deadeye comes through from Lethal as well in this instance. There's the Cardiac Overdrive coming in from both of Armauga's. Sile waiting for an opportunity to use this Kitsune Rush. Neb does not have theirs, but I think we just hang on to this one if you're currently looking at Illinois State. However, everyone's starting to come back for Fisher. We're just going to look for that Cardiac Overdrive to be used by Riker. We end up actually eliminating Lukewarm. There might be no chance, no need to end up using this Kitsune Rush, considering Cabe has also been eliminated.
I've got to give credit to ISU. Second time in a row I've seen a fight where I thought it was almost a guaranteed loss for them just due to losing a player early on, and they still find a way to scrap back into the equation. Whether it's an ultimate, whether it's ability usage, or just staying out of the way, corner peeking, it continues to impress me that they can put the pressure against Fisher when Fisher has the numbers. This is the type of team that typically is in charge of where the ball is going, or where the momentum is moving, and Fisher's done a great job of keeping it away from ISU, but they just claw back time after time, fight after fight, and this is really going to be difficult for Fisher to break back through.
Well, it's Fisher Esports. I think they do have the opportunity to break back through if there's any squad to go up against Illinois State. Now, as we're looking, they have both Kitsune Rushes. I mean, that long, drawn-out fight resulted in almost a bunch of check marks coming online as far as DPS holds go. We have Lukewarm once again with this Deadeye. He's going to hit it first. Suzu is also used, and we're going to round the corner. Unfortunately, Deadeye doesn't find anything. Kitsune Rush also comes out from Neb. In response, we have Style. Maymon hitting that copy coming through as well. Could theoretically see a successful cage fight, but it's dangerously low. Response Deadeye as well. Graves tries to boop some people into that cage. Lukewarm will end up being eliminated. Kuffa was followed. Maymon in response hits their own cage to make up for the lack of their tank, as Cabe is going to be eliminated. I think Illinois might be able to sustain here as Neb is gone too.
Yeah, 6 ultimates used in that fight across 10 players, and it is just going to be a clean house situation for ISU. I mean, we saw, what was that? Double Kitsune, double beat drop, double cage fight going into that equation, and both players able to stay alive on ISU, or all 3, excuse me, that used those ultimates. Fisher Esports not quite as lucky, and now having expended so many ultimates to find themselves out of this equation, it could be difficult with only 20 seconds left. A transformation to their name. Cabe trying to counter the Echo, but just not really able to have the time to get warmed up on it.
I mean, you say not enough time, but Cabe does have copy ready, locked and ready to go. We could theoretically see a double cage fight, one from Kuffa and then a follow-up one from Cabe. Neb also very close to this Kitsune Rush. Look at the patience being shown currently hiding over in the subway train station. Cabe hits the copy. We're going to push forward. Double Cardiac Overdrive for this squad is absolutely insane amount of healing. You're going to be basically getting an adrenaline shot in the thigh in these moments. There's a Kitsune Rush coming out from Neb. Graves is going to be sent off. Lukewarm also going to be eliminated. Neb is the only support standing currently for Fishers. We have Admiral hit that beat drop. Maymon coming on Kiriko. The extra healing is keeping everyone alive with that Cardiac Overdrive. They drive forward and stop the payload from engaging any further for Fisher Esports.
I mean, just as if my statement needed proof of purchase there. I talked about Lethal and the overperformance he continues to bring to the table. This guy just cannot be stopped when the pressure is on. He just gets better, and what a good example in that fight. Just pure chaos on the board. One of those moments where you can barely tell what's going on due to the volume of abilities being used, and Lethal still finds 2 back-to-back headshots, takes 2 players out of the way, and guarantees the hold for ISU. Now we're seeing it stalled at what I love to call King's Row kind of 1.5-ish, right? Just shy of that second point. We see the cart stopped here very often, and ISU, they're in a level of comfort. They're in a zone in which they understand that the cart getting here is commonplace. They need to make sure that they can mimic that same commonplace nature that Fisher has brought to the table, because if ISU gets full held, that's going to be down 2-0 on the series. It's up to them to tie things up.
I honestly, if this were any other team other than ISU going up against Fisher in this moment, I would be a little concerned, because the team we mentioned at the very beginning, if a team that that gets to pick sides is willing, it has the audacity, really, the bravery in their blood to actually go on attack first when you can defend first. It's a scary thought. That means they have something planned. They're very confident on their defensive play. They're like, let us set the win condition, not you. We think we can full hold you. And as we're looking at the comps we have here, expect WMAMON to swap. We know how this is going to go. Yep, doesn't get the shot onto Cave. Is going to disengage. What? The fact that we have Cave and WMAMON both on this Echo early, I think it's going to make this fight a little more interesting than what we saw.
Yeah, indubitably so. And we saw the Ash out earlier from Lethal. They decided to skip it, go right to the Cassidy. Riker doesn't even get to play the game. Grapes deleted from the fray as well. Lukewarm might be able to find a shot, but just isn't able to pick up that pressure. Cave goes down all the same, and Lethal continues to just not miss a shot like fish in a barrel. He continues to remove Fisher Esports from the fight, and in just over 30 seconds, ISU is already getting ready to cap this first point.
That is what? Full 90 seconds faster than what we had for Fisher. Fisher does not have an opportunity to touch, but this is where it gets a little concerning, because we did not have Illinois State go past this archway. Is that really going to be a problem in this instance? Because everyone from Fisher is now back online. We have Lukewarm currently very close to this Deadeye as well. And then WMAMON Lethal both also coming up on their ultimates, and then Sile has Kitsune Rush. I think that's what we're playing for here currently if you're looking at Illinois State. They want to round this corner. Sushi's been forced, but 99% and counting for Sile. This Kitsune Rush might wait until we round around Bookstore here and then engage in his Cardiac Overdrive. It's already been used to Riker. There it is! You walked into the trap, but unfortunately our tank, Kuffa, is also dangerously low.
Yeah, I like that Kitsune Rush from Skyle a lot. That was one of those situations where it was used more as a space maker than a playmaker, because very often, of course, you use it to pair it with an ultimate or give yourself that cooldown decretion, but in reality, they use it just to wide swing that first corner, because that corner typically the most difficult to breach. With a double Maga on the side of Fisher Esports, it's still going to be a 5v4. Neb has to Kitsune to make up for Graves, who has gone out of that high noon early on. A lot of damage being dealt to Fisher Esports, but they're stabilizing pretty darn effectively, holding ground here and making sure that they keep ISU out of the way. Cage fight from Cave will go down as the transformation does come to a close, and Maymon with a free Kitsune Rush helps this tank get right back into the fray. Kuffa desperate to try and find an elimination, but isn't able to pick up the pressure quite yet. So much damage out to Fisher when these players refuse to go down. Finally, one will fall, and it's going to be Lukewarm. Admiral finds a beat to keep the team up and running, and ISU continue to put the pressure on. Fisher Esports just collapsing underneath the weight of the pressure being brought out by ISU.
We're seeing Checkmark come online, the ultimate get hit. The reason being is we have a Lucio who's dedicated to pushing our payload, our resident shopper in this instant. The beat's gonna come forward from Graves as they lose Riker. They're paying the price, of course, of losing a teammate. Only we can hit a little sooner as the cage fight comes down. Lucio is praying to survive, but ends up getting hit by 2 players at once. That's a triple kill for Kuffa, with Lethal coming in to close out that fight. We see the parking space right there. It's lit up and glowing. We're gonna hit the Kitsune Rush to claim extra space, as you mentioned earlier. Last second ditch effort from Riker is gonna go unfortunately unanswered, and that is Illinois State taking map 2.
ISU with map number 2. That guarantees us, at the very least, a 4th map victory here for one of these teams, if not all the way to map number 5. I'm truly looking forward to seeing what map is chosen next as we move into Push, being that 3rd map type, I believe.
I'm going to lean in Esperanza, but for now I'm also going to lean into Kuffa's gameplay here. This was that last cage we officially saw, dropping it down, triple kill for Kuffa. Kind of knew that that was going to be play of the game. Now, I do think push might be the singular instance we have a deviation away from the mirror Maga composition,
sure.
but I think it is going to be the asterisk on this is going to be what map we end up on.
Right. Of course. I mean, especially with push in particular, depending on which map it is going to be, it dictates which compositions we're going to be seeing. Something I do want to talk about as well is I've been talking a lot about Skyle and his performance today on the side of ISU. Those Kitsune rushes in particular being used for space instead of playmaking. And I want to compliment how impressive that mindset is, especially knowing that Skyle swapped from being a DPS player and went into that support role. So to have the mechanical game understanding of it's not all about the big plays, to use those ultimates to make the effective space for ISU and guarantee them a very one-sided victory on Kings Row really goes to show just the depth in game understanding from Illinois State. Not that we're not seeing it from Fisher, but ISU just really giving us great examples of what that looks like this weekend.
I mean, speaking to some other support players that I've had the opportunity to talk to in the past, they personally believe that if you're a really good DPS player and, like, say you are hard stuck at the low level of top 500 and you want to go higher, honestly, as crummy as it might be to swap to a different role, if you go support, those first few ranks you're going to climb really easily because, let's be honest, you can play supportal combat at that point. And then that final echelon, if you have decent game sense, you can break into top 500, hit the midway point really quickly, because playing characters like Kiriko, Baptiste, Zenyatta, let's be real, you can do a disgusting amount of damage in a short amount of time. Why not?
I think that's a great example of why we are seeing a lot of the heroes that are relevant or kind of in the, I say it in quotes, meta right now. We're seeing a lot of situations in which it's those explosive burst damage characters. You know, we do see the Echo in particular. She's played very often. Cassidy with his aggressive headshot damage, or Maga with that charged stun scenario. There's a lot of heroes that are falling into the meta that can kind of collapse and explode. Tracer being another great example. But there is that alternative meta that we see that I would call it maybe a little bit slower when we're seeing that Ramatra brought to the table and the Ramatra May that we saw from ISU last weekend. So it feels like right now these two teams are trying to race to the top, race to be the fastest team, if you will. And in reality, I think, and we saw this from Fisher back on Antarctic Peninsula, I think the first team to slow down a little bit could find a lot of advantage going into the combats.
I think it forces you to calm down, and I think Illinois State has calmed down also themselves, considering we did not see an instance where every single ult was hit at borderline at the same time. They were staggered out. As little space in between as there was, especially during those last couple of seconds, but keep in mind, they had someone on payload, so every time they had an ult, they had to use it to compensate for the lack of one player. However, I think we will not be, unless we're on a map like, say, Colosseo, I don't know if we'll really be seeing. I know you love Colosseo.
Yes!
Oh my goodness! All right. You know what? We might actually see Ram Rush here. But the caveat is you need to really be watching out for the cardiac overdrive from the other team and making sure you're using Wall at the proper time. Wall can actually stop the charge through coming in from Malgas. So theoretically, yes, we could have a Ramatra going into the Malga composition, but at that point, it really is going to be like every single mistake that you make with the Ram Rush composition is very punishable. So you have to play perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, playing perfect's the name of the game, right? That was one of my first considerations with these teams coming into today, in particular this matchup. ISU and Fisher, two teams notorious for being incredibly calculated, cool, calm, and collected, surgical precision in their performances. And when you kind of put the immovable force against the immovable object against the unstoppable force, that's exactly what you're going to be seeing. You're going to be seeing a series go to map number 4, to map number 5. And as Colosseo has been chosen, this kind of tips me one of two ways. I think it's Ram Rush, I think it's Winston. I don't think it's Maga. That much I'm sure of. I don't think he plays as well on this map. I think he's got good mobility in a horizontal sense, but I do think you need to be a little more vertical with your performance on Colosseo.
I mean, if we don't want to have an 8-minute long neutral fight around the bot, we could break out on Maga, hit the first actual objective, play to use all of our ultimates, and then swap. That is the one thing I might suggest in this instance, if you want to force the Mauga. But we know that Papa also is a very gifted Winston player, so, you know, you don't have to go Mauga. But also, if the enemy team anticipates you're going to go Winston here on first objective, you might be in a bit of a pickle into a Ram Rush, because I do think that is where Ram Rush shines. You wait for the Winston to use cooldowns, then you pick your target. Can you wall off Winston, or can you wall off someone else, and then you eliminate them and remove them from this mortal coil?
Yeah, and something I do want to bring up as well is when we saw ISU play Esperanza, they were on Winston, Cassidy, Tracer, on a Brig. that is, to my knowledge, the only time you and I have seen Brig this weekend, and I'm wondering if they're going to bring that out again. The Ana works super well, and we know that Skyle is a very talented Ana player, so I want to see if maybe they try to highlight or elevate him by putting the Brigida out. And of course, if Skyle's on Ana, that's going to make Kuffa's Winston look even better. So it's almost like a flowchart of I'm on my best role or best character, so you get the chance to be as well. And I'm hoping that ISU brings out that Winston play, but there's a lot of versatility and a lot of variable on the table right now, especially with so many characters being in an optimal position to be played, that they really could bring darn near anything to the table.
Well, Septuence, it looks like we're just gonna have to bite the bullet on this one and just accept that we get the one variant we get here in this instance, and I think this is Lethal giving a nod to you. You love Ashe, I love Ashe, I like turning people into barbecue, but that and then Cade going over in favor of the Torbjorn instead of the Echo, I think actually can make WMamon's life a little bit more difficult because you can lock down off angles. But Kuffa and company are looking to go on a circumventive route here to get behind the enemy lines and play for the flip, which is interesting. And Fisher's just going to do the same. They're going to return the favor in kind. Are we going to be a long drawn-out neutral fight as the first Dynamite is thrown and no one has yet to fall down? I also like Dynamite because in conjunction with that Cardiac Overdrive, you get extra healing for everyone that's on fire, including the Dynamites.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That Dynamite is one of the most impactful AoE DPS abilities in the game, and if they continue to bring out that pressure, a beautiful shot into the backline puts a lot of variable into ISU's performance. Lethal, they get the damage out, but they don't have any closers. They don't have any close quarters damage dealers right now, especially with Lukewarm swapping to Sojourn, the first Sojourn that we have seen today. So let's see if Lukewarm is feeling warmed up on that, and I am anticipating Lethal at some point to swap and most likely counter that Sojourn, as we know that's where Lethal loves to shine, especially if they go down right now. I think Sojourn is all but inevitable. Grapes dismissed by Kuffa in the back line. They can get a 4v3 in favor of ISU. Riker with a deep charge into that back line. All the same, will dismiss Kuffa with the help of Neb, and the rest of ISU will begin to fall, allowing Fisher Esports a really large opening here in this first fight.
Lethal is going to actually swap off of the Ashe. No Bob for me on at least Colosseo for now. Going back to the Cassidy in this instance. Lukewarm 90% on this overclock. I feel like Lukewarm and Lethal are the two to watch out for, but as I'm mentioning that, really, WMamon needs to be looking out for Cade because that's already one of our DPS down for Illinois State, which is going to make this takeover really difficult for them. I mean, their spawn is theoretically, it is actually closer in this instance, so they could be okay, and we actually have people hiding out over by the gelato stand, just waiting for the opportunity to strike. This is very slow paced. I like what we're seeing. You mentioned it, it's important, but unfortunately Lukewarm gets a little too big for their britches and falls first.
Yeah, Fisher Esports going to go ahead and dump a couple of the remaining ultimates they have. The beat drop comes out late from Graves as an answer to try and cancel out Admiral. Skyle's Kitsune Rush is going to cancel out Nebs, and it's Kuffa. That's the first one to go down. That Torbjorn underrated damage, really sneaking in to deal some additional when it matters most, taking the tank out of the way. Cave gives their life for the cause, but I would argue DPS for a tank is absolutely a worthwhile trade, especially as Fisher is approaching that 40-meter mark. Riker makes it out with their life, and as Fisher finds almost 40 full meters on the board, only 2.5 minutes have passed. They've got a very comfortable lead for the time being, but this next fight will dictate how large that lead stays.
The only issue I'm noticing is Lukewarm is the only one with their ultimate online. Yes, Lukewarm has been the one to have ult online for him with Lethal, but there's two ults that are massive coming in for Illinois State, which is Kuffa coming in with that cage fight, Lethal with the Deadeye, which can lock down people such as Riker and Neb. We see the charge to actually end up being the reason why Riker gets eliminated. Grapes is going to be sent away, as well as Cave. Return to sender the entire Fisher Esports squad. Now we're finally pushing forward, but again, Illinois State has put themselves in a risky situation. They only have their support ults online, and we've seen supports unfortunately get eliminated first in a lot of these instances where the other team is aware those are the only ults coming out.
Fisher Esports find themselves pinned into a wee bit of a corner here as they have to wait for a majority of the team to respawn. A hard dive into the front line here, answered by Skyle's Kitsune Rush straight into their faces. It's gonna be a bit of an overcommitment from Skyle, who can't blink away fast enough. Swift Step takes them swiftly back to spawn. Lethal shall be joining them, and a majority of Illinois State will most likely be falling in just a moment's notice. Lukewarm finding another elimination onto Admiral. Kuffa and WMamon dismissed, and that is a full team kill for Fisher Esports, who just barely hold on to their lead.
Yeah, that point. Oh my gosh, a .11. That's that's cutting it very close if you're Fisher, but now they have 3 ultimates online. We're gonna have the Deadeye to try and keep our friends alive inside the cage fight, but then the Molten Core is gonna come through, the Suzu's Force. Grapes is gonna end up being the one actually to fall, and that's Fisher dedicating 2 ults. Illinois is gonna fall up with their own 2, but WMamon's patience using this cage allows them to gain space so they didn't pick anyone up inside of it, but it'll allow for extra sustain as Lethal is getting caught out. Playing on an island currently is actually going to be provided the time because of Fisher's rotation to sustain, get back with their team. But there's a lot of extra damage being taken from Lucio that no one's paying attention to. Grace is uncontested currently.
Oh, that's going to be a great charge into the backline here. Lethal having a lot of pressure put up close and personal. Lukewarm not able to collapse even with that overclock in line. It's going to be a 3-for-1 trade. Blink and you miss it. The kill feed lighting up like a Christmas tree as ISU is dismissed once again from this combat here on Colosseo. Fisher Esports, it felt like they were keeping it close, and they flipped a switch that dismissed Illinois State from the fray once more. 40 meters and counting now as Fisher should rapidly approach forward spawn. They won't get it here with ISU attacking directly from the bridge high ground, jumping straight back into the fight. But that's still going to be an additional 7 meters gained. That's an additional 8-meter lead now.
And that's the exact same pathing that Riker took last time to disengage, and you would think Illinois would start to send people, instigate their internal, let's cut off the escape route senses, but Neb falls. That is the hit the W moment for now for Illinois State. 1 support gone, not to mention the flex support. That's a massive chunk of healing. There's going to be a cavern being created between these two healing source for this fight. Grapes is going to fall. We have the slide out for, I believe,
I don't think there's going to be a fight.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is unfortunately, we didn't disengage fast enough. I think we'd already used amp from Grapes.
Now this is interesting from Illinois. They're going all the way in. They want to guarantee they have this lead. We've got a Molten Cage fight coming out again, but this time it's a defensive play. Cave drops that Molten Core to try and catch Kuppa in the cage fight, who will be able to stay alive. Lethal not so lucky though. That main damage dealer for ISU being dismissed from the fight is going to be really difficult. That elimination going to go a long way against them, especially as the rest of the team begins to fall. 10-meter advantage from ISU. They took a 10-meter deficit, doubled it, turned it into a 10-meter lead now. And with ISU, 3.5 minutes left on the clock, plenty of ultimates to look for. Artie, what ultimates are we looking at going into this next engagement?
Okay, so we've got WMaimon with the copy coming in. I'm foreseeing a copy under Riker's Malga, a double cage fight coming up because Ned and Grapes both have their ults online. We know if one cage fight is used, odds are it's going to be a support ult with it, and that's going to be Neb's Kitsune Rush, which means Admiral is going to be forced to drop the beat. Sile's going to be forced to use that ultimate as well. So what do you do if you are Illinois State? You throw the copy into the fray.
Ooh.
And there's an early cage fight from Riker. I don't think it got anybody, but Grapes will actually, never mind, yes, Kuppa was in there, so Grapes will find Kuppa, but we have 3 ults online for Illinois State, but no tank in sight. Even the copy on the Riker is not worth it at this moment. You just need to play for stall.
Yeah, now this is going to be tough here due to the fact that that cage fight came out and eliminated Kuppa and Fisher. Again, only 10-meter differential, now down to 9 already. So this team really slowly but surely, as these eliminations continue to pour out, will be able to find an advantage state. Deep dive from Riker into his own backline. The beat from Grapes is frames late. Just not able to keep that tank up and running. Gives Illinois State the opportunity they need to win this fight once more. The Kitsune was out. I'm looking at maybe a transformation, but I don't think they need it, and I think they know that, especially as Maymon finds a double kill to solidify their winning position. That's the thing about push, right? It's a simple thing to say, but a lot of people forget it. You don't have to win the map in completion. You just need a bigger number at the end. And I think ISU knows that. I think they're playing not passively, but patiently, because they know even if we don't get the bot any further, as long as they don't either, that's a win. Ah, Lethal stunned on a high noon.
You say they're playing a little bit more patiently, but
They didn't like that.
They've gotten close to playing the touch the spawn door challenge a couple of times. Riker's going to charge over to the push bot. The TS1's going to stall out right before hitting this forward spawn point. Illinois State has lost Kuppa, Admiral, WMaimon, all are falling down to Riker. And we're just going to put the spray down for extra measure if you're Riker. I mean, that was a 3K with an additional assist. So technically a 4K if we're listening to what Athena would say in that moment. And now Illinois State, because they got very overzealous, I think, pushing so far forward, getting close to the spawn doors. We only have B online. Kuppa is close to this cage fight, but we need to do a lot of poking right now to get that cage. And hopefully Kuppa doesn't get caught out like we saw the fight previously.
The Torbjorn turret, just that little bit of poke damage, especially on those backline flankers like WMaimon, could be really beneficial, but Cave in a weird position here. The rest of the team going to be moving in toward the cart. Cave just kind of Hail Mary throwing these shots into the back line. Every bit of chip damage counts, especially when Torbjorn headshots. It does surprising amounts of damage. I think that's exactly what Cave is attempting to do. Just catch somebody off guard. We're down to the final 50 seconds of the map. Skyle doing it in style, taking their counterpart Neb out of the fray. 5v4 in favor of ISU in what could possibly be the last full fight of this engagement. Molten Court late from Cave should be able to get a bit of damage, especially onto Lukewarm. Focusing beam from Maymone helps the team focus on which elimination needs to come next, and it should be that Lucio Grapes 20 HP maximum, now down to 0, and ISU with 25 seconds left. They might lose Maymone, but it's going to be a heck of a trade as Riker's got nowhere to go.
Now Kuffa is charging forward. Are we going to have a repeat moment? Because now Illinois State, I support the going forward, but you are down 1. We're waiting for WMA. We need to get this final point pushed in. We've got the forward spawn. I mean, now you can't just get off the bot. We are in scratch mode. The TS1's not going anywhere. We're disengaging, saying, nah, Fisher, come to us, and this is
here they
you
come.
Are not playing, I am not playing your game. You're playing mine. You're trapped in here with me. We hit the cave. We hit the Kitsune Rush. There's the follow-up cave. And I get 3. WMamon with the follow-up. Come to find cave. That is everyone from Fisher Esports. This map is done and dusted. ISU sets themselves up for series point.
I mean, beautiful execution from ISU there. They get the bot into butt scratch mode. They go for the rotation underneath. They all press Q, and Lethal finds 3. That's got to be play of the game. No! Incredible. Maybe it's the cage fight that made it possible, but whatever it may have been, a beautiful performance from ISU, especially in those last couple of minutes. They flip it from passive, not patient, but passive to active. They take the team out of the way early on, and then they dismiss them just as quickly as that fight goes for the re-engagement. I think ISU nailed that performance, and that's exactly what they need to do going into our 4th map, which will be coming up next. But Fisher Esports, they're playing it well, they're playing it close, but they're slipping just a bit at the end. Nerdy, is there anything you're looking at where you're thinking maybe that's what needs change?
Honestly, look, we've seen Fisher do great when they've caught someone else out. And yes, Illinois tries to make up for those instances and fix it, but they're still going to do it. I think Fisher needs to take a page out of their own playbook that we saw in Antarctica, which is slow down, take a breather, take a second. Adjust accordingly. You don't need to adjust your comp, but just adjust what you are doing. Wait for Illinois State to make a mistake. I mean, I'm gonna lay it on thick a little bit here. Lethal and WMamon, we saw them pass away together multiple times on this map. Had they just looked for that moment to happen again, I think they actually could have been victorious here.
Being victorious is going to be the name of the game, of course. And something I do want to know in terms of players falling. Back on Antarctic Peninsula, I talked about how we saw Kuffa go down in 2 pivotal fights. The very first fight of Point 3 and the very last fight of Stage 3. I do not think we have seen Kuffa alone since that moment. They found that mistake. They said, fool me once, shame on you. And they have consistently made sure that they would not be fooled again. Keeping Kuffa alive, elevating that player, and just allowing him to engage with the aggression he wants to has made the difference at the end of the day and given ISU the opportunity to win 2 maps in a row. They only need 1 more to keep going, and we've got that other map in just a couple of minutes. And before we throw it to this break, you know what you guys should do during the break is the players get ready and strategize and coordinate. You guys should all strategize and coordinate to all follow these channels at the same time, because of course Overwatch Collegiate playoffs could not exist without our wonderful great viewers just like you guys. So if you want to stay in the loop, if you want to keep up to date what's going on at Overwatch_esports or OW_esports, please follow these channels on Twitch, YouTube, and X, because again, we could not do what we do without you guys. We appreciate each and every one of you so much. We're gonna go ahead and throw it to a quick break here as map number 4 is just around the corner. ISU up 2-1 over Fisher. Will it be a 3-1? One way to find out, and that's stick around. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs once again. I'm still Sepulence, joined by Nerdy Bird, and we're jumping into map number 4 of Illinois State University versus Fisher Esports, the primary Fisher roster. Nerdy, map number 3, Colosseo, ends in a somewhat close fashion, except for the last fight itself, where ISU Lethal in particular lives up to the expectation set of being that pop-off player and guarantees them a victory on that third map. Going into map number 4 here, Nerdy. I said this in the green room, we discussed this a little bit. I don't think it matters too much on which Flashpoint map you pick here, because they are played pretty typically in the same style.
They are, but the one caveat I will throw in here, my trap card, so to speak, that I'm turning over, is the amount of natural cover that is provided per map.
Of course.
I think, personally, Suravasa always provides more natural cover, and if you think you're getting spammed out too much, and you really want to, not trying to really throw any shade at anybody in this instance, but if you're trying to avoid the Mauga, who has already been struggling to get the berserk on you, the setting you on fire, then hitting the cardiac overdrive is what that is. The life steals berserk. Yep. So if you're trying to avoid that, go Suravasa. But if you are not scared in any capacity of being set on fire, go new junk. That is really what I think it boils down to. It also is important to remember that we do have the opportunity to swap players here and put in a different tank. And if you want to put in a different tank, then maybe we actually do see new junk.
Yeah, and you and I were talking about that, right? Because we got confirmation that, they hadn't decided which map they wanted to play yet, and I had made that comment of, oh, that's surprising, because there's really only the two, and teams typically tend to be much better at one than the other, right? It's usually kind of a back and forth. So we talked about maybe they're discussing player swaps. Maybe we see a different player coming into the fray, but whether we are seeing a new player or not, we have gotten confirmation on what the map's going to be, and it is New Junk City. So Fisher picking this here, I think, makes a lot of sense. We got to see, and you'll have to forgive me, I don't remember which, one of the other Fisher teams play New Junk City, and they won it, if I'm not mistaken. They did a very good job on it. So I think New Junk City is a map played often by Fisher College, and I think this is somewhere that if they're going to lay all the chips down, if they're going to go all in right now, they want to go to a map they know they can play well.
I'm just going to 100% agree with you in this instance, because I also feel like the first objective here in particular, really strong for Mauga. You get that ignite going, you use your overrun, you jump in there. If you have forced Suzu before that moment, perfect. You can come in, stomp some people into the ground, pummel them into oblivion, and win that first fight. Because keep in mind, standard control points, you get 3 fights, 4 fights if you're really fast and really lucky. But on Flashpoint, you're lucky to get 3. So I think if you're really successful on Mauga, you get those first initial picks, and then you kind of drag out a little bit. You play with your food to get the last couple kills. You can theoretically turn it into a 1 fight, 1 win.
Yep. Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see a mirror matchup here, with the exception of Cabe and W. Maymon, because they both keep swapping. But I'm expecting Mauga, Cassidy, Kiri, Lucio. I think those guys are not quite locked in, but in terms of likelihood, I think that is who we're going to be seeing. Mauga, with that Lucio speed boost, really does well in these high chaos scenarios. So I think we could be seeing the Mauga leaned into a little bit from both sides. And ISU, they really haven't been changing much. My other guess would be the Winston on a Brig, but I think that's just me wishful thinking. I think I just want to see that, but I think in terms of winning, they are going to be trying to go with this Mauga playstyle once again. ISU has the lion's share of the momentum, and it's their opportunity now to try and win this in a 3-1 fashion.
I also think if you're ISU, you might be a little concerned that New Junk was the pick as opposed to Suravasa. Oh?
I see a Mauga over there.
I see a Mauga as well, but I do think you'd be a little bit... Ooh, Cape, don't play with my emotions here, Cape. Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's a bummer. I want to see Bastion so bad.
Me too.
I love Bastion. He is so fun to play. One of my favorites to play personally, but now, I mean, I get it, right? Again, not here to entertain, here to win. That's the name of the game, and Fisher Esports, they're going to stick to the heroes they know best. Cave coming back out on the Genji is a bit of a surprise, but a welcome one, if I do say so myself.
Well, let's see if Cave's Genji pick is going to be the one missing ingredient we need here to make our perfect concoction to favor Fisher Esports, because remember, this is their map to lose. If they lose it, they're done. The series is over and Illinois State walks away victorious. But the split here, we have Riker playing on an island. This could be deadly for Fisher. Manages to make it back to their team.
Incredible Suzu, one that allows Riker to stay alive long enough to dismiss Kuffa with the help of Graves. Graves trying to squish a couple people out of the way early on, and ISU going to be able to equalize for just a moment before Admiral is dismissed. I believe it's now 5v3. Wow, even lesser so. Lukewarm finds a double kill early and gives Fisher Esports the cap they needed. Very reminiscent of Antarctic Peninsula. It's these high chaos scenarios, as I mentioned, that not only Maga does well in, but Fisher seems to do really well in.
A lot of teams are confident taking their ones, and that is what Chaos thrives in, I feel like. But I also want to point out that Illinois State has, even now as we're in map 4, struggled with controlling their ultimate usage. I think on Kings Row, it was almost perfect, but even on Colosseo, we saw them get too overzealous, and I think really that's what Fisher needs to look for.
I like this.
Hitting the Kitsune Rush first. You see the Suzu come out. The Deadeye in response from Lethal is just going to force people to back off a little bit, gain a little extra space if you're Illinois State, who finally locks down this point. That wasn't a full second fight, in my opinion, so I'm still considering we're at
really
one
a fight at all.
Yeah, we're at 1 point territory. They baited out Neb's ultimate, but now they have Kitsune Rush. W Maimon hitting the copy, hits the Deadeye. There is also Lukewarm hitting Deadeye as well. Graves is going to drop the beat. Admiral drops the beat. There is a lot of Qs being pressed, but Cave, Riker have not hit theirs because they don't have them yet. Lukewarm will fall, so Cave, we need you to get this ult online to help circumvent the fact that you are down a teammate.
Riker, critical condition in the team, not going to let him get away. A huge opportunity for ISU to recontest. And I want to talk about the fact that we're still watching the end of the fight that started with Neb's Kitsune Rush. This is the same engagement. Neb is back to 60%. That's how long this fight took, because Neb used Kitsune for Fisher to move in. Lethal used High Noon to force Fisher back out, and the teams turned into a stalemate for a moment. It allowed ISU to cap the point because Fisher couldn't swing the corner, and now ISU has taken the lead in the blink of an eye. This is how fast Flashpoint tends to move. Fisher has roughly 10 seconds to even touch, let alone flip, let alone cap on that first point.
And Illinois is holding
it's a wild charge
in. Standard choke. If the charge works out for Riker, we actually have Great get a little bit of their skates on the point. Kitsune Rush coming out from Neb to lock it down. It's 65% to 99. This is last fight, and it makes
what a cage fight!
Cage fight from Kafka. W Maimon comes in with that copy, getting dangerously close to an additional cage fight. We lose Sile, which is not good for Illinois State. Admiral also falls. As I mentioned, they hit a lot of Qs at once. Kafka's eliminated. Cave will be eliminated, but W Maimon was not enough. Illinois State at 99, I think, is going to lose this, but W Maimon tries to drag it out, gets a touch on the point. We're in OT, but I don't know if it was enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, Maimon just doesn't have the necessary kind of cavalry behind him. The team hadn't respawned fast enough, especially as Lukewarm continues to give us their best lethal impression. Headshot after headshot. Neb takes down Skyle, takes down Admiral, all the same supportal combat from one of the most aggressive support players I've ever had the chance to know. Kuffa and Riker find one of their own, and Fisher Esports 99 to 99 will emerge victorious on the first Flashpoint. ISU, they've got to try and find this second one to equalize, or they're going to be down on map point.
Well, in all honesty, if you're looking at Fisher, this was their map pick, so I don't think they were sweating when Illinois State hit that 99 percentile mark on the first objective point. But now as we move into the second, I really want to pay attention to these ults. We're going to say we have sound barrier available for both sides, but that is going to be it for Fisher. The next one is Sile with this Kitsune Rush, and we talked about it earlier how Neb was able to basically use the rush and then everyone just ran away. Sile, are you going to be able to place in a spot that's better? But no, might not need as Lukewarm, Neb both have fallen. W Maimon has been eviscerated as well, but I mean, you're up 1 in this instance. Up 3 now with Riker being hitting the Shadow Realm. That's a fight win for Illinois State, but the point just unlocked, so it was almost null and void.
Yeah, it was a really good scenario if you are ISU, if you are an ISU fan, because that win fight comes out in a place in which Kitsune Rush was supposed to be used by Skyle. So now they have a free Kitsune Rush on the next engagement. It allows more time for something like a High Noon to be used at the same time as Lethal is going to be able to buy to that. Fisher Esports coming in with nearly 5 ultimates. If this fight draws out, it could be a full ult-apocalypse on either side. The Hinder goes out. The Tracer comes out from Cave as well. And with 40% already gained, 1 elimination here against Fisher could give ISU this point. The High Noon is ripped early, but just frames after the beat drop from Graves keeps the team alive and squishes the dream of that High Noon, or from Admiral, excuse me, mixed up by Lucios for a moment. Cave goes in, gonna be a Suzu to keep that player alive, and Lethal really sitting on their own High Noon. Lets it rip, none to be found.
There was a moment where one Lucio dropped down. I really thought Lethal had the Deadeye on the Graves and would end up sending Graves back to sender. But now, WMaymon engaging into this backline, lands the stickies, also has his focus beam still, chooses to go for the copy on to Riker, uses the overrun, ends up getting the copy burned immediately, but we have our own Kuffa ultimate coming in. The cage fight is still going to be there, but it's too little too late. Kuffa is gone. That's 99% overtime in favor of Illinois State currently, as we have Neb also getting eliminated. Kuffa needs to come back, but honestly, Graves is going to be the one to actually flip this point, as no one's paying attention to this little Lucio. The overrun to come back to safety. We do need to heal up Riker, who's dangerously low. We're going to hit that amp, make sure everyone sustains underneath this little staging area, and now we've got someone else touching the objective, but Illinois State, you're down 2. You could just disengage. You could just walk away right now.
And disengage should be the name of the game, I think. I think they want to slow things out. They go for a point cap. They're going to be trying to force Fisher out of the equation, right? Don't recontest. Just let us have this. But Fisher, they laugh in the face of danger, and they want to look for that time to stall as long as possible. The charge out, the full team back in, but they have to make sure they cap this point. Lukewarm goes down, but gets that health back up out of the fight for a moment. A 5v4 against Fisher until Lukewarm gets a line of sight back out, and a line of sight they have certainly found. High Noon not going to be valuable, but Riker traded out into Lethal here. The space being made allows the elimination on the power player of Lethal from ISU. A stun comes out. A beat drop doesn't find any value on the side of ISU in terms of eliminations, but it does keep them from being eliminated. The pressure is exactly what this team needed as Graves drops a beat late of their own. A Kitsune rush in their pocket. Fisher Esports should have a really good chance of being able to win this fight. Riker returning on the Doomfist, desperate to get back, but when you get boxed away, you can't stall out long enough. The Wick in overtime vanished, and we're tied up 1-1.
Honestly,
Riker.
Admiral, Riker, my friend, that was a little yikers to say the least. I thought the second beat from Graves was going to be so powerful, considering that Admiral dropping the beat was to deal with the fact that they were down 1. And so to take some pressure off of the tank who was getting dangerously low, because when you don't have DPS, your tank takes more pressure. It's your DPS's job to basically make sure your tank doesn't blow up. Yes, you have supports to heal you, but if you're blowing up, your DPS are not off-angling enough. They're not taking away too much. They're not taking away enough attention from your Berlin Wall, so to speak, that is your Malga. So I really thought Admiral was going to drop the beat, and it was kind of like a Hail Mary. Ends up working out, but there's no Hail Mary this time. Kuffa's going to be eliminated. We did have the deflect early from Cave that ended up, we didn't know why Kuffa died.
I love this.
I wonder who shot Kuffa. But Lethal's going to use the Deadeye to try and buy some extra time. WMaymon dangerously low, has to use the copy to get that extra health. Gets the ignition onto a couple, is going to be stomped and squished. The Suzu comes out, we hit that cardiac overdrive, but it's not enough. We're forced out a copy early. No cage fight in sight, but we have Admiral again dropping another beat, and it works out with the Kitsune Rush from Sao. Kuffa is now back. We have cage fight. There's a Kitsune Rush from Neb. Lukewarm is going to fall. No need to drop the cage. We're just going to drag this out a little bit. Take down Riker. It is just Oh, I'm so sorry, Graves.
That's okay. That's all right. That's okay. There's plenty of time to try and make this happen here. Cave looking for even a pick, but unfortunately this stagger goes a long way. It puts ISU deep into the stage-winning scenario. They could go up 2-1 here as poor Cave, but just couldn't do enough. If he pulled the blade, the only thing that would have killed fast enough, he would have been melted. A cage fight goes late into the fight onto Riker. Well, I guess incredibly early, depending on which fight you want to count this on. Death is gone. Admiral traded, though. There's going to be one support missing on both sides. Look, the point is completely empty. Nobody's home because ISU took the fight to Fisher's spawn door. Very reminiscent of Colosseo, and it works much better here than it did on Colosseo. Illinois State now on series point. All they need to do is win one more Flashpoint, and they knock Fisher Esports out of the bracket.
I think the forward pushing playstyle for Illinois State is more advantageous on Flashpoint because you don't have someone who's stuck on payload, someone who's stuck on bot, which is why we see so many ults getting dumped very rapidly from Illinois State. But we're still seeing that, and that's where I'm getting concerned. You're all here. You don't need to make up for being a player down in these moments. Lethal, you have this Deadeye. I want to see a multi-kill with it, but it's going to be used to zone to buy time to make sure we can lock down this entire objective. But Genji's late on the deflect, almost passes away. Riker, however, will be the one to fall early. Graves is dangerously low, gets sent back to spawn. Lethal, WMaymon finding 2 for each of them.
That looked like a clip in when they announce a hero and they try to show off their abilities. That was just WMaymon demonstrating every possible Echo ability with grace, a masterclass of how to use that hero. Just a beautiful performance from WMaymon, just elevating ISU's chances even further. And with 4 ultimates in their pocket already, this fight just moments from beginning. What ultimates are Fisher bringing out first?
Honestly, I think you're going to buy a little bit of time here. You're going to look to try and get Neb's ult closer, but Lukewarm is forced forced to respond as the Maga ultimate's going to come in very quick from WMaimon with that Echo copy. Here comes the Genji blade to everyone who is hooked and reeled like a fish. They're getting sliced, turned into sushi. Kaguya will only be able to find Riker, but everybody else has fallen. That is Fisher able to lock this one down. There is still a tank and one still standing, but 85%. It only took our blade as well as Riker's cage fight.
Well,
that worked quite nicely for Fisher.
It took blade and cage fight and beat and high noon, which is
Lukewarm gets high noon back fast. I'm counting that
you're right. You're right. Yeah. Lukewarm on the high noon, one of the faster charging ultimates in the game, especially when you're clicking heads as often as Lukewarm is. But with that quadruple ultimate commitment, I am a little bit afraid for Fisher's chances of not this fight, but the following. I am a little worried about this one because Admiral does hit a beat drop that gives ISU the additional shields and keeps them alive longer. But I think Fisher, maybe even will lose this one, actually. Riker has fallen Lukewarm down, and Nev, unfortunately, going to be sent back to spawn with the rest of the team. Athena will let us know a team kill has taken place with only 10 seconds left. Not even, I think ISU has guaranteed their spot in this bracket, and Fisher Esports may be sent packing in just a moment.
I mean, Kappa has cage fight. We saw how it worked earlier. We're going to use it as a zoning ability. If anything, you can come in, get the focus speed with some stickies, get another copy, get a cage fight. I want to give a shout out to Admiral, though.
Absolutely.
Right before we get into this play of the game, I mean, target focus on point, not to mention, literally saw multiple boops. I was like, here, expedited delivery, sending an enemy into the fray of his team, as we have WMaimon coming in with this POTG in the moment that you said would be a highlight reel for demonstrating a brand new hero.
That's every ability.
That was beautiful.
That's so cool. That is so cool to see an elimination with every unique ability from one hero in a single play of the game. That was a very neat moment that I hope WMaimon goes back to capture, because that's something that I feel like we don't get to see so clearly so often. So a really impressive performance from Illinois State University, and that's just a victory from a team that, as I mentioned earlier, was statistically and just I think opinionatedly the expected winners coming out of this. This is a team that had one loss to Maryville, and they have been on a warpath ever since.
There's a chance they could end up seeing Maryville also because they've won this game, so keep that in mind. We could see a rematch. That is definitely people out for blood in this moment, but we're taking a look at these replays. As much as people say that this is like tanks have all the fun, I think the current state of the game, it's really the DPS. And you can see, like, yes, a lot of these were centered around the tank, but that's because that's where the chaos is ensuing. The eye of the hurricane is always around the Malwas. That's just how it is. But honestly, Lethal, Lukewarm, both popping off insanely disgusting Cassidy's in the best way possible. But WMaimon on this Echo was just an unstoppable force. I'm excited to see more in the future, but for now, Illinois State, they're going to take a little bit of a break.
Yeah, Illinois State, they get to take that break. And it's funny because WMaimon back on Antarctic Peninsula, the only map that was lost by Illinois today was purely Genji the entire time. Played Genji. We saw a swap a little bit later, I believe, onto Tracer, and then we jumped into Echo, and it was just Echo from there on out. So they needed to make that call perhaps a bit earlier. Could have been a 3-0, but they made that call, and as I always love to say, better late than never. Truly a great performance from ISU and Fisher. They're able to make it into the top 6. They have qualified into the prize pool, but unfortunately, that is where their story is going to end for this Overwatch Collegiate playoffs.
Hey, now you finally get to enjoy a summer vacation, unless I know most of you are probably playing in other events. So best of luck, have fun, don't forget to relax a little bit. But Illinois State University, you don't get to relax just yet. Hopefully you'll be continuing to watch the broadcast and see what is being brought to the table by the other squads. Get do some additional scouting, see the weaknesses, because I definitely know that your team is not perfect just yet, and I think there are some squads here who might have a leg up on you when it comes to some discipline with their ult usage that we might see later today.
Yeah, and speaking of later today, ISU have secured their spot in the lower bracket semifinals. Who are they going to be playing against? Winthrop University, who is, we'll talk about this more later, possibly the most decorated collegiate team we will be seeing in this entire bracket. But St Clair Saints are their opponent as well. So ISU versus Winthrop, two powerhouse teams locked and loaded for a victory here, Artie. I truly cannot wait to be jumping into that one.
I'm excited to see what St. Clair brings to the table, but this is my first opportunity to actually see Winthrop in full capacity, so also super stoked about that one. But you know what else I'm stoked about, Septilance?
What's that, Nerdy? What's that?
The possibility of getting an interview with one of the players from Illinois State University, because it feels like it's been so long since either one of us have gotten a chance to talk to them. Yes, I'm definitely putting asterisks on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a week since we've had the chance to chat with them. We had the chance to chat with Kuffa last time, so I'm eager to see. Oh no, we just got confirmation. We're gonna chat with Kuffa again in just a minute. But while he's getting ready, let's just highlight this series once more, because ISU, they gave us the best example of adaptability and improvement. It was the comment I made about this team. They adapt faster than any collegiate team I've seen before. They lose map number 1, they win map number 2 in kind of a close-ish fashion, and then from there on out, it is just a win series that they own, because they took the time to adapt and to change, and it's that adaptation and change that gives this team the continued advantage, of why I believe they are incredibly likely to make it to grand finals, if not win grand finals.
To that, the caveat I say is this is still lower brackets, so their safety net is gone, and they could end up going against St Clair, which I do, as much as I love St Clair, I really do. I think Illinois State is favored in that matchup. However, if they end up going against Winthrop, I think Winthrop might be favored. So we'll have to wait and see. Of course, we are making predictions about the future, but what we can actually confirm, though, is that Illinois State absolutely performed beautifully here for our first game on today. There were mistakes. It was not perfect, but I'm excited to see more. And I'm excited also to just talk to Kuffa once more, being able to talk to this individual, one of the people that has to just thrive in absolute chaos. And I really want to talk about the fact that I didn't get to see any Winston today from Kuffa.
I bet he's pretty upset as well, honestly, and we're going to get the chance to talk with Kuffa, the tank player and one of the leading players of Illinois State University. So Kuffa, first of all, congratulations, man. You have made your statement one step further into this bracket. How is that feeling for you guys?
Thank you. I mean, it feels all right. The Morgan mirror is pretty, corny. I think every team knows that we're better than them on like Winston comps and Ram comps. They're trying to cheese with other comps, but I mean, it was like learning throughout the series. I was playing pretty poorly, but we got more matches, so it's not done yet.
Yeah, not done yet. And I'm really glad you bring up the manga, because that's actually what I was planning to ask you about. You continue to show us, it's, oh, Kuffa, the best collegiate Winston, and then it's, oh, Kuffa, the best collegiate Winston, who's also a really good Ramatra, and now it's Kuffa, the best collegiate Winston, who's really good at Ramatra and also really good at manga. So you're continuing to build this barrier of just adapting and playing every hero in the pool. I mean, are you feeling any additional stress of that, of constantly having to swap which hero you're focusing on, or is it just, hey, I'll do what needs to be done?
Not really. I mean, I haven't really played any Morga until like the last 2 weeks. Like when the Fear first came out, I was still in Australia, and that hero is just unplayable on ping. Like the charge just doesn't work and a lot of things. So I never really played it up until like when we were at the Texas LAN, when we got I think it was against Northwood, and they started playing it, and we were up 2-1 or something, and then they started playing it, and we just started losing. So we had to match, or we were down. Yeah, I don't know, but we've adapted, and I think we're pretty decent at it. But there's a reason why everyone's trying to play it, because they're trying to beat us, because they can't beat our Winston comp.
Okay, so speaking of not quite being victorious, what kind of went wrong on Antarctic Peninsula? Because you guys started out very strong, and then things just started to fall apart. Can you walk me through what you started noticing and what you changed to, bring it back after losing that map?
I mean, they just have a really one-dimensional playstyle where they just 5-man swing a corner and go on our Cassidy every fight. So we kind of just adapted to that. But I think we haven't really played much Antarctica. That's just a map that only got introduced into the map pool through playoffs. And I actually didn't even know it was in map pool until 4 days ago. So that was chill. But I don't know. It's just Koth is a cheese map. Usually the worst team wins it anyways. So whatever. We'll fix it for next series.
Yeah.
Okay, so a slight question that deviates a little bit. So next series, obviously, Substance and I won't be able to be there with you for it and be able to cast it, but should we anticipate a quick 3-0 then if you actually win, Kaw?
Yeah, I think so. I think Winthrop, they're a pretty good team, but I don't think they're going to be the best, and I think we're just going to have a good loser bracket run.
Kuffa.
Hey, listen, I said this about Kuffa. I don't even know if I said this on air or if I just said this in the green room. He's the type of player, when he says stuff like that, you have to believe him, because he's proven it how many times. I mean, he's one of those players where you guys come in, you find those wins, you're going up against what a lot of people call the best collegiate teams in the country, and you're coming in with a very new, very shifted roster, playing a hero for, what did you say, 2 weeks, and already beating people who have been playing him for months.
It's a little scary.
I mean, there's no better example of a good player than that, I think. So Kuffa, going into these next couple of series, you are playing teams that you've beaten before, teams that you've lost to before, and teams that have rosters that have been around a lot longer. Are you guys just, hey, it's game time? Is there anything you're changing or anything different you're doing, or are you just going to take each map until it's a victory?
I think we'll just play our own game. Like, losing into Maryville just means we have to beat every team to win. So it'll just be nicer when we actually know that we're the best in Collegiate, when we beat everyone.
An even sweeter victory. I love it. Kuffa, thank you so much for joining us, man. Best of luck in your next series. I know we'll be watching.
Thank you for having me. See ya.
Thank you. And with that, folks, Kuffa, he talks a big game, and like I said, I believe him. I truly believe ISU has a very real chance of being able to win this. The only team that may beat them is Maryville, and they've got to fight hard to get back to Maryville. So we've got some banger series coming up in just a little while. The next one, Winthrop versus St Clair. Two more of the greatest collegiate teams in the Overwatch space this year. We'll see you right back here with more Overwatch Collegiate playoffs in just a couple of minutes. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs once more. I'm still Septilins, joined by Nerdy Bird as we jump into our second series of the day, and Nerdy Bird and I's final series of the event. We are super excited. It is going to be Winthrop versus St Clair College, two of the greatest teams in the Overwatch Collegiate space, going head-to-head for a chance to fight none other than Illinois State University, who we just saw moments ago.
All right, so I have love and nothing but appreciation for St. Clair. That whole team, very wholesome. I love those individuals, but to that I say Winthrop scares me in the best way possible for a collegiate event. Their roster is stacked to the max. I feel like, honestly, this is all contenders and pro, or is this all 5 pro players? I cannot remember. Septilins, can you fact check me?
Maryville, one of them played for Maryville, excuse me. Tree, the youngest collegiate and contenders player ever, transfers from Maryville. They've got 3 players, that played for a total of 4 pro Overwatch teams.
Yeah.
And then they have Liar, who never got the chance to play for a pro team, because I don't believe he was old enough at the time. So the Winthrop roster is very, very decorated of some of the most recognizable players in the pro scene, let alone the collegiate scene. We're talking about Colosseo, who, for his fun fact, let us know he is the strongest player to touch the game, and he's one that can absolutely prove it. He's going to be supported by Liar and RuPaul alongside Tree and Ultraviolet. This team is coached by Wheats, who is listed as the winningest coach in T2 in collegiate history. That is literally what's written down. He alone worked for 3 pro Overwatch teams as well. So this team is decorated, they are seasoned, and they are veterans when it comes to Overwatch. I think this is going to be a tough team to beat.
I mean, when looking at this roster, I can definitely tell you that the healing output, well, yes, theoretically, I know what these players play, and this is just their favorites, but I do anticipate we'll see Lucio Baptiste, if not once, if not most of the time.
If RuPaul's not on BAP, I'll be shocked.
Oh, yes, 100% will be shocked. I mean, we've seen RuPaul force on the Kiniko, but either way, RuPaul, insane amount of damage output comes from RuPaul. Liar, same thing. Liar is basically in the pocket of their tank, taxing them around where they need to go, and making sure the target focus is on point, providing that extra damage to secure kills. And Ultraviolet, I don't know if we'll see Ultraviolet on the Tracer. Most likely, actually, we'll end up seeing them on the Echo in this instance. His Echo, also phenomenal. Might get an actual tutorial on how to play Echo from this game alone if you look at Ultraviolet. And then Tree on the hit scan, no matter what Tree is playing, you better be checking your heads.
Yep, Tree always going to be on that hit scan, and that's going to be Winthrop. As we jump over to take a look at St. Clair, making it to the top 6 alone, it is a monumental feat for this team. They've had players moving both to and from school, moving around the world to play for different teams, whatever it may be, and they are still tuning in to play here for the Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs. That is dedication if I have ever seen it. This team, under a lot of stress, under a lot of pressure, and even more so, going up against a decorated roster like Winthrop. I think St. Clair, I hate to call them a dark horse, because they are just as good, if not better, than a lot of the teams that we are seeing this weekend, but I think I could call them an unexpected winner. This is a team that a lot of people are not doubting, but not understanding the true potential that St. Clair can bring to the table, and I think beating Winthrop is going to be a great way to prove that.
Like I said, I love St. Clair, but I don't know if this squad can beat Winthrop. I mean, yes, I understand how paramount it is to have synergy to create a chemical reaction between your support and your tank, and I know these supports can do that, but really then I think it's going to come down to Crime and Noxious. What can you two bring to the table to take down players like Tree, and also to to combat the DPS that's going to come out from the support line? Are you going to be able to stay alive in those moments? I'm really interested to see what the plan is from St. Clair for that.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of, again, I say this word a lot, adaptability necessary for this team to win. St. Clair is going to come out. They used to have Squeak in the tank department. I believe he's now a substitute for the team, as Wrecking Ball is a more difficult tank to play with the current speed and pacing of the game. So instead, we're going to be seeing Tread come in to that lineup early, looking towards Oasis being our starting map. I think this could be a real crapshoot on what we see. Do these teams mirror the Mauga? Do neither of them want to play Mauga, so they kind of gentlemen's not to? We've seen that before. I wouldn't be surprised to see it again.
Look, if we have a gentleman's agreement to not play Maga, I would be happy because we just saw nothing but Maga. There was a glimmer of hope, but then it was quickly dashed when we saw the Maga, so we had to track back to spawn, swap off the Winston, go over to the Maga. I think here, honestly, Oasis, look, there's 3 submaps. You have City Center, you have University, which we're currently looking at, and then you have Gardens. I think Gardens, you can go Brawl, you can go a variation of a rush comp like Ram Rush. You could even, if you're really concerned about your sustainability, you could go JQ. You could go a Jotes comp. And with Jotes, now with the changes to JQ, the ability to shout at any time, you're in a deadly situation. You're throwing your axe out, trying to get that cleave, and you can hit shout right at the exact same time. Could be massive. Now, if we start out on University, theoretically, in my mind, we might see some Reinhardt gameplay. I want to see Reinhardt. I'm here for it. Can we have an agreement to have the Rein? I love me some shield man play, but my hopes are dashed.
Kaluge is one of the best Reinhardts that we might have the chance to see, but I wouldn't be surprised to see this go more.
Oh, okay. I was going to say Sigma Doomfist, and I'm really glad that they perfectly demonstrate that for me.
Sigma and Doomfist being brought to the table here. I think Kaluge playing this Sigma demonstrates what Winthrop is going to be doing a lot of, and I think that's a poke play style. They've got RuPaul and the Baptiste. Tree is always on some kind of hit scan. They're going to want to play some variety of slow and steady. Now, I thought St Clair was going more explosive, more dive play style, which I think still tells to be true here with the Maga. A bit slower than Doomfist, but also a lot easier to keep alive than Doomfist, so a win-win.
A very explosive hero as well, but I mean, Tree on the Ash also provides explosions with these dynamites. You can hear that ticker going off. Tree managed to barbecue somebody, I'm not quite sure who, but the poke composition that I see from Winthrop, both of these, they have an Achilles heel, which is if you're not perfectly timed with your cooldowns, if you haven't forced out other ones, you could be eating rocks, quite literally, courtesy of Kaluge, or just absolutely eviscerated by a cardiac overdrive in conjunction, as we see Tree being the first one to get a pick, and a quick follow-up pick onto Noctis as well. Ultraviolet has fallen, but that's I mean, Tree already got picked up too. That's already an advantage for Winthrop.
Yeah, a Winthrop advantage is going to be really beneficial here. The Maga has fallen. We see the Tracer able to get a little bit of damage out from St. Clair, but unfortunately, they're just out-damaged by that Winthrop roster. It was that patient play style they were able to isolate and eliminate, and already we see a Winston come in instead, so Maga not long for this fight early.
I like the Winston swap in this instance. I mean, I think Maga's a safe pick for first fight, but if you don't have the need to stay on it, plus you're going into a spam comp, and Maga into spam, if you don't have that high ground advantage, is so difficult to deal with. So instead, playing for cooldowns, looking for opportunities for Tread to engage. My concern then falls onto the fact that Tread, that means Razor has to do nothing but heal in these moments, as we have Kitsune Rush on the high ground to allow Winston to jump up there, but Tread falls quickly. Bob comes out, Baptiste gets dangerously low, Noctis, Red X, Tread, Mighty Mecha all gone. It is just Razor left standing, trying to find an opportunity to get out. Gets picked up by Ultraviolet a little bit late too, so it's a slight stagger. This is looking like, because of that, we are staring down the barrel of last fight.
Yeah, that is going to be a big opening. For those wondering, hey, who the heck is Mighty Mecha? That's Crime. That's streamer mode for you. So Crime is still in the game here, just has that streamer mode on. So that's going to be Mighty Mecha, at least for this map, if not the series. But that is St. Clair DPS player Crime, just to fill you guys in. A lot of damage out early. Ultraviolet rocking, I think, the best Tracer skin in the game, trying to get a lot of pressure out, has the information of the rotation. Amplification Matrix out early. The Winston bubble is going to be isolated, and Tread almost completely removed from the equation, but instead Ultraviolet has to blink away from this lineup. We hear the recall come out from both Tracers. Now no cooldowns online with only 10 seconds left. St. Clair only a pulse bomb to work with. Uh-oh! That's a gravitic flux up like a bag of feathers and down like a bag of bricks. Noxious and Razor both eliminated. It's going to be Crime going down all the same, and St. Clair just not able to stabilize. Winthrop University, what did I say? Calm, cool, and collected. Beautiful, surgical precision from this team.
And the one thing I forgot to even really think about with Kaluge playing this Sigma is Septilitz, you and I are aware, the changes to Sigma. I talked about the JQ change, but the full verticality with Sigma's ultimate, the ability to do it without line of sight now, it goes through walls. It is an ult to stop all ults, in my opinion. I mean, once upon a time, if you were an Ana, you were an enemy Sigma, you were a Doomfist, you could pray that you could land the rock, you could land the punch, the sleep. But now this Sigma, all you have to do is have your team give you the intel, you figure out where they're at, you hit that ultimate. Even if there's a Pharah flying in the sky, they're all trapped inside of it. It is a death trap. It is literally a flying version of Cage now at this point, and a little bit more deadly because you don't need follow-up damage on squishies. They just hit the ground and they get squished.
I always forget that it grabs Pharah out of the sky. I'm so glad you said that, because that is so terrifying. But Winthrop now going to be bringing out the exact same composition. St Clair, not only is Crime swapping over to the Cassidy, but we see Tread onto the Ramatra as well. The first Ramatra of the day that we've seen, I believe. So it's interesting to see that Ramatra making an appearance here, but I like it a lot. I think Rom could work a lot better. Unfortunately, Noxious going to get their wings clipped by Tree early. And Tree just trying to get rooted on this high ground, looking for an opportunity to force this team to leave the fight. Tread eliminated. Ultraviolet goes down all the same with another incredible dynamite. Nobody really there. Liar, a double kill though. Keeping the action hot and loaded for Winthrop University. They aren't able to break the momentum because Winthrop, if you take one player down, another one steps right in to find an elimination.
And we have Tread making the swap over to the Sigma, trying to go for this mirror play. We also have Crime making a swap to the Sojourn. But Noxious, really, I think we need to get this Tracer duel happening. Just pulling attention, making Ultraviolet not as powerful just by dragging him away from the fight, making yourself so annoying that you can't say no. But Liar, another one of those characters I feel like can be extremely irksome. The Nat play that comes out from Tracers and Lucio's is just so incredible. But I said it earlier. Yes. You have to be careful of these supports. They are deadly. Liar with that 2K at the end. RuPaul almost has this window online. Razor doesn't have it. Ultraviolet falls. Tread falls there after. That was definitely worth the trade. And Nox already has recall for so early in this fight.
No way Razor's still alive. Oh my goodness, a sliver of HP melted into a final send to that spawn room. 52% on the board. And something interesting I want to bring up is Liar, if they weren't playing this well, would be out of position, technically speaking. They're playing in the backline. They're going for damage. They're going to be that hyper-aggressive Lucio. But Liar is so confident that RuPaul is going to heal that they know they can play this way. And I think that is incredible to show how trusting that Winthrop is of their own teammates and how strong their communication and individual play styles are. That Liar gets to be hyper-aggressive because they know RuPaul can save the day just like that. A beautiful Immortality Field keeps that pulse bomb plate alive and keeps all members of Winthrop standing. Rabbinic Flux goes up, several players forced away, but a beat drop from Redix is going to be able to keep the team up and running. Going to be a shot out from the Accretion. Beat drop from Liar's a bit of a weird one, but it does find 4 players. Aimbomb in the backline. Immortality Field down. Noxious nowhere to be found. With another player already going down, Winthrop University should have the opportunity to shut this map down. A 2-0 victory just seconds away. Beautiful, near flawless performance from Winthrop University. They are not here to play. They are here to win.
I am saying this just because what I saw in the kill feed, but I'm 90% positive the Liar has the most eliminations in the game.
I would believe that. I would unironically believe that. I mean, Liar, if I have not said it enough, is doing a very strong job on this Lucio of dislocating, isolating, and eliminating. That's exactly what this playstyle needs to be doing to be successful, and Liar just knows to do it to a T. I think Winthrop just gave us a masterclass example of what we're going to be seeing across likely the next 2 maps.
So, quick rapid succession completion, but the next map, we are going on to Hybrid, and considering what we know, I think Numbani is out. I don't think we're going to be seeing that. Kaluja's too strong of a Sigma. We're not going to Numbani. Midtown also out, because that is a Sigma-heavy map, especially point 1.
I think it depends how good Tread's Diva is. That's a weird thing to say, but if Tread can play a strong Diva, I don't think Midtown has to be out of the equation.
Okay, but to quote Sojourn in this instance, all good plans have backup plans, and so if you're relying on your Diva,
actually so real.
I think we can't put that much pressure on the Tread. It's a team game, and as much as we want to, like, of course I will say Kaluj on the Sigma, dominant. So let's take away that power. So no Midtown. Obviously, we're not going to go to Money. That
what leaves Kings in Hollywood.
Kings in Hollywood. But I also think Sigma point 1 on Hollywood also pretty powerful. We've seen some very dominant squads that pull out that Sigma on Hollywood. So with that in mind, I actually think we're going to end up on Kings Row.
Okay, but we have to acknowledge that Sigma is also really good on Kings Row.
I mean, yes.
This is we're caught in a lesser of 2 evils scenario here. I think, if anything, because Sigma I think loses value on Hollywood second. second. I think he's okay on third, but I think second is kind of one of his weaker points.
Right.
I think you almost go to Hollywood and I hate to say pray, right? Like you try to win the first point, because if you break through that first point, Sigma's value decreases. He's not terrible, you know, he's not like a throwaway hero, and he's still quite good, but he's not as powerful, he's not as beneficial on second point Hollywood. I think he's actually better on second point King's Row than he is first point. So I think you want to put the best position for him in early, because then if you beat it, it's a downhill slope from there. It should technically be easier to win. So I'm hoping they go Hollywood here.
Okay, so we're stuck between Hollywood and Kings, and if you are
But
currently
we agree it's going to be one of those two.
Yes, but if you're St. Clair, you're stuck between a graphitic flux and a rock, and it's going to be Hollywood that's being chosen in this instance. Let's see, can we break through the northern wall that is currently being presented by Kaluj on this Sigma? You said it, I'm agreeing with it. If we could take away the power that is just how this map works, get through that first point, lock it down, get the objective, start the push, you take away Kaluj's power. Now, we have to also mention, of course, Kaluj is not just a Sigma OTP.
Right.
But eliminating the powerhouse tank of Sigma in this instance, I think needs to be the name of the game. Our goal is to get this first objective and force Kaluj off Sig.
Yeah, and Kaluj, an incredibly versatile tank player. I don't think I would call Kaluj the best any specific tank, but I would call him one of the best every single tank. And I think that is a terrifying statement to be able to make about a player. I cannot recall a time I saw Kaluj playing any of them, whether it's Orisa or Roadhog or Zarya or a more meta pick like Maga or Sigma, that he was doing poorly. I think Kaluj is very comfortable in this tank role, and I think he is going to be the linchpin of Winthrop's performance, right? If Kaluj starts going down, if Kaluj starts getting isolated and eliminated, St. Clair has a huge opportunity to strike. But if Kaluj continues to get heavily pocketed by RuPaul and is kind of unable to be moved, then Winthrop should be able to win this. And I do think Winthrop should choose to defend here first. I think that should be the play, because they want to set their own win condition, as we often expect from teams on this style of map.
I'm also going to see your statement and raise you the fact that we have not seen Kaluj playing on an island once this entire game.
No, exactly.
And so that just goes to show, I mean, the trust in your support line to be communicating with you or to just play with you and be aware of your positioning, huge. RuPaul earlier, right when we saw that pulse bomb land, you know, you see a moment of panic in a lot of players' gameplay, but you know in that moment, RuPaul is like, I have immortality, throws it down. Tree was undeterred by the fact that there was a literal kill switch on their body about to go off. So I think we could trust RuPaul to keep Kaluj alive. What then you ask St. Clair, what is your plan? You cannot really force Kaluj on an island when Kaluj is standing and everyone else is. So that means you have to put your attention on RuPaul. You have to take away the Baptiste. I think while Kaluj is powerful, I think RuPaul staying alive is the problem.
That's a good point.
Take RuPaul out, everybody's gonna fall.
That's a very good point. RuPaul, and I mean, I said that as well, right? Liar isn't particularly focusing on healing right now because he knows that RuPaul will. So maybe you are correct. Maybe there is one step above Kaluj that I had not been considering. And of course, it's that Baptiste, who, since his introduction, I think has been considered one of the strongest characters in the game. Not in terms of like overpowered or anything, but just one of the most consistent characters that we see on the Overwatch roster, and one of my personal favorites to play. So of course, I'm always excited about some Baptiste gameplay. Getting ready to jump into Hollywood now. Let's see which of our predictions were correct. Starting with Winthrop being on defense, I'd love to see if I'm spot on. Wow, what a beautiful shot. Oh my goodness.
The Babylon Hotel? How have I not noticed that the hotel is the Babylon Hotel?
Yeah, and it's right outside the attacker's spawn.
I've never looked that far up.
Honestly, real. If Overwatch players do one thing, it's not look up.
But let the record show I'm a short person and I play short heroes in game. So therefore, my need to look that high, that is very high up for me to look. So just new factoids for me to learn. And Tread, I'm not trusting this. We still have 20 seconds before the doors drop and some change. I'm not trusting what we see here. Take it with a
real
grain of
talk,
salt.
though, I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it.
I think Razor, who we've already seen suffer quite a bit here, would really be suffering.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I meant the
Zenyatta.
Orisa specifically.
Okay.
Everything else is whack. I meant Tread on the Orisa. I don't suspect anything else sticking around, but I wouldn't be surprised to see the Battle Cattle make an appearance. Swapping to Winston, though, I think that also makes a lot of sense. This is where Tread's going to be most comfortable, is on this Winston.
We're walking out the dynamite initially onto Crime. We have Razor on the Kiriko, so to be able to help combat that, but not entirely take away the threat of being turned into living human barbecue in these moments. Crime already has to use deflect and dash, so this is a reset moment. It's get the high ground position, but if you're Winthrop, you can't really go challenge the high ground that's here. You have no choice but to stay long ranges. We have a triple pick from Tree, but the coach gun from Tree also will save their team from getting smushed by Tread.
Yeah, that was a wonderful coach gun. Incredible execution. Tree keeps the team alive, and they guarantee their opponents are quite the opposite. The eliminations come out in double play right now. 4 players down in total in a beautiful opening for Winthrop to burn the first full minute off the clock.
Okay, Septilence, if you're St. Clair, what do you do now? Because we just saw Tree 1 cooldown prevents your entire opportunity to engage onto the backline, to take down the Baptiste and eliminate RuPaul like I was saying you need to do. What do we change?
I said it earlier, I'm gonna say it again. Tread, I wouldn't hate the Orisa. I really wouldn't. I mean, maybe Tread isn't comfortable on it, but she does still have very strong cooldowns. She was nerfed recently, but I don't think it was enough to kind of fully remove her from the fray. I do think in specific circumstances, she can be played. I think St. Clair, the type of team, though, and I think Squeak from their roster is a good example of this, of elevating comfort picks, right? They don't typically try to lean into what is or isn't meta. They try to play what they know best, and I think Squeak on the Wrecking Ball, of course, is why I said it's a good example. So maybe they're trying to do the same with Tread. Noxious gets caught out by a stray body shot down from Tree. Another quick dynamite makes it really difficult to find that engagement early. Swift Step goes in. The Winston is critical. The entire darn team is critical right now, and I don't think they're going to have the healing necessary in a Lucio Kiri pocket to get them healed right back up. Not even a tick on the board, half the time bank gone, and Winthrop standing strong. All 5 ultimates in the pocket here, Artie. Does Winthrop need to use any in this next engagement?
I mean, based off what I just saw, my answer is just a very obvious no. I mean, RuPaul and Lyra were the first 2 to get picks in that engage, and that's a red flag or a green flag, depending on which team you're rooting for in this instance. It's a red flag for St. Clair if both supports are the first ones to find elims on the enemy team against your team. We have Continue Rush from Razor. We use Rush, and RuPaul with this window. Okay, that's an ability, again, same with Deadeye. We have Raphidic Flux also being used, so more ults than I thought, but the pulse from Noxious gets 2, and then Ultraviolet also is going to be eliminated. Crime goes down, but Kaluge,
come on!
Island picks up 2 players. I said it earlier, we rarely see Kaluge on an island. Actually, RuPaul's still alive, so Kaluge is not on an island. Wilson is with him currently. Winston's going to jump into the point, but this is a disengage, re-engage moment for Winthrop. They've got time. There's the beat drop coming in. Red X will drop a beat in response as well. Crime also has his blade online, and if they force out the immo, it's going to be great opportunities to slice and dice. Crime finds Tree. Noxious goes down to Kaluge, but we've got 60 seconds, and that payload, look at the objective. It is decreasing on capture point currently because we got off to chase.
Yeah, a bit of an unusual moment there, but it looks like St. Clair, they got really close. They used every ultimate they had, and unfortunately, Winthrop, they used all they had too, so we're going into this fight dry. Tree, is he really on Bastion? That makes me very excited. I earlier mentioned I would love to see some Bastion gameplay, and even if it's for the final 40 seconds of a map, hey, a win is a win. So right now, a lot of damage on the side of Winthrop. I think Bastion, a great Winston counter as well. I think they know that. Noxious, now nauseous. They've been sent back to spawn with only 24 seconds remaining on the clock, and Winthrop University trying to full hold Hollywood, the second map of the series, only 16 seconds away from doing just that. And as Red X is gone, Razor is falling into critical condition. This is just turning into a scenario of which this team, not sure what to do, slamming their fist into a concrete wall that refuses to crack.
Again, the swap we saw previously, not from St. Clair, but other squads, with just this Widowmaker swap, the desperation, just trying to get a pick. I don't think Widow is the desperation swap. I think really a desperation swap is Tracer, but it won't matter. Tree with a window. That is an Iron Giant coming through as Kaluge will put the nail in the coffin with the Graphitic Flux at the very end. Unable to get the 33.3% necessary to create a win condition to hold to currently St. Clair. It is get the 33% and done for Winthrop. That'll put them at series point after Hollywood.
Yeah, this is a tough scenario. So unfortunately for St. Clair, this map is no longer winnable. Best case scenario, as you mentioned, Nerdy, they will draw the map and force at the very least 4 maps. Now that means Winthrop cannot cap the first 33%, the first 1/3 of the opening point, which then means that St. Clair has to give us a perfect, a flawless performance to hold off one of the most aggressive teams we have seen thus far.
And I'm just gonna throw this one out there. I said Sigma's really powerful and why we need to deal with it. You mentioned it too. But the issue is we are playing basically control point all over again because we start on a control point. And if Sigma was such an issue to deal with, I think if you're St. Clair, really it is try to do our best here. But honestly, we're looking to be a bit more victorious on the other map types.
Yep. And speaking of things, honestly, Ana is making an appearance. St. Clair, they're going to be bringing Razor out on the Ana, which I think is a very fascinating scenario, especially because on the defense, you know, they're kind of committing to it. Ana is going to be a difficult character to play at a time like this as you find yourself in an unlucky scenario of if you get dove, if you get caught out, if you get discorded even, if Liar actually stays on this Zenyatta, which if anyone's gonna, it's Liar, it's gonna be really difficult. This is a very explosive team comp on the opposing side, and Razor might learn that the hard way.
Yeah, he had a very bold position very early on. Faithfully disengaged. I think someone called out they heard the footsteps. We have Kaluj go for the first yank to turn someone into pulled pork is unsuccessful. We'll have no catch of the day, but Tracer recall that's gonna be already forced out. Tree will find Prime. There's a sleep onto Kaluj. The anti onto Kaluj tries to use to take Breeder to sustain with a little bit of damage reduction. Falls down to 1 health, is eliminated, but Red X, Noxus, Tread all have fallen as well. This objective is going up. We have only been here for 45 seconds. That map is done and dusted. Winthrop putting themselves at series point.
Yeah, Winthrop, blink and you miss it. Barely 40 seconds on the attack on Hog, Zen, Ana, Tracer, Cassidy. They're able to break through and win that map, putting themselves on series point. Now, this is going to be the Noxious, I believe, 3 or 4K that we saw. Quite an impressive moment as we saw this pulse bomb going to the back line. 2 players down, and I think 1 more falls to just, yep, the guns in a pivotal moment just like that. A beautiful performance from Noxious in that moment, but unfortunately the rest of the map just could not live up to caliber, and that is now Winthrop going up 2-0 on the series. With Push being our next map, it likely could be the last unless St. Clair can figure out how to stop this unstoppable force known as Winthrop University.
So, you know how I've heavily leaned into Esperanza as being the map pick for a lot of these games? I think you actually go Colosseo.
I will never say no to Colosseo. I love Colosseo.
Won't, but like for me to say that, it means I'm scared of Kaluj. I'm also scared of Tree, and I think as horrible it is to be staring down an open corridor for so long into someone like Tree, or even Ultraviolet and Kaluj just locking down off angles, I think it actually presents your best opportunity to be annoying. You have a lot of natural cover provided on those on the side of the map when you're in that main corridor. So I think theoretically we could end up seeing Colosseo.
I think that's not impossible. I think it's a very reasonable option. I think Colosseo could be map number 3, but we're going to have to wait and see what is chosen by St. Clair. They have to be very cautious with this. I think there is a world they go Colosseo and put Squeak in, but I'm not going to lean on that too heavily because, you know, that's a very specific scenario. But right now, I think they need to pick whatever map they think is best. They need to lean into whatever composition they think is best because this is their swan song. We are in the lower bracket. If they lose now, they are removed from the lower bracket and they are removed from the Overwatch Collegiate playoffs. Winthrop is 1 map away from a matchup against none other than ISU, one of the few teams I believe will give them a run for their money. But it's up to St. Clair to try and change history right now.
As much as it does pain me to admit that, yes, this is their swan song, they will still be able to walk away with a little bit of money because they did make it this far. So, I mean, it's a win or win more type of situation. Yes, of course, everyone wants to win a little bit more cash, but nonetheless, they still walk away with some form of, you're not on the podium, but you're still going to walk away with some cash and know that you tried your best. So best of luck to Winthrop once we move into Push. Like I said, I'm leaning into Colosseo. I don't think you want to go Esperanza into Sigma. I think I think that actually is a map he does very well on. Same with... Okay. All right. Apparently, as much as I'm going to try to convince St. Clair out of doing other things, we're going to Esperanza. It's not as bad as New Queen Street, I think, going into a Sigma, but we can almost guarantee we're going to see Sigma. We've not seen Kaluj on anything else, so...
Yeah. Well, he's not true. We just saw Kaluj on Roadhog.
Oh... for 45 seconds, even.
But it counts.
You're
if
right,
you read back,
it
if you read back the statement, you said
counts.
nothing but Sigma. We did in fact see a Roadhog. I put it in my spreadsheet. We saw a Roadhog. But I think realistically, yeah, going into maps where they're feeling not as confident that they're going to be able to win that map, I think Sigma is the answer for sure. Jokes aside, I think the exact composition we're going to be seeing is Sigma, Tracer, Ashe, Lucio, Bap. That's what they've been playing every time until obviously that Hollywood, but I don't really want to count that in terms of statistics. On the opposing side, St Clair, if they've kept this Winston player in, it's going to be Winston, Tracer, Genji, Lucio, Kiri, or Ana. They haven't really decided. The jury's still out on which one of those we're going to be seeing, but all things considered, I think both teams are going to come in with a plan, come in with a composition we've already seen, and one of these teams is going to walk away with a win.
All right. Call me crazy, but I think maybe we swap the
You're
Kiriko out. Okay, that...
Oh, okay. You told me to. I thought... Okay, sorry. What were you saying?
I think we swap out the Kiriko from St Clair for a Moira.
I would lose my mind if someone locked Moira in like an excited way. I love Moira. I would be stoked if Moira came out.
But I think the ability to do a little bit of damage. Yes, the opportunities to swap between damage and healing. The fastest support I think that actually is capable of doing that, excluding Mercy, because you're damage boosting, you're not doing damage. If you actually are doing damage, it takes a while to swap between your weapons. But I think other than Baptiste, the next support that has the easiest time swapping between the two on the fly and can do it almost on autopilot, which really you don't want to be looking to do, but sometimes you have to, is Moira. So with that in mind, if your backline's struggling to stay alive, go to the Lucio Moira. Go to the Ram Rush composition. Go to the Jotes composition. Pull out the JQ. Give me my queen. Because
JQ would be sick.
Your opportunities to use Shout and then use Amp Speed to close distances, to take away the spam angles that are presented by Winthrop with the comp that they have had, that they have only broken away from for a moment. I do think a Jotes comp would work against that.
Sure. I mean, I think that's not impossible in the slightest, to be honest. I think there's a very real opportunity that we could be seeing a hyper-aggressive playstyle like a Junker Queen. I think it's not impossible that we do see something like the Sigma return, but I think at the end of the day, St Clair just needs to play what they're comfortable with. I think that's going to be most important. I think Moira, she's difficult to play for the same reason she's difficult to play in comp. She's typically a very selfish healer. Any ability she has can typically be outperformed by a different support. In terms of damage, you're looking at Baptiste, Ilari, or Kiriko. In terms of healing, you're looking at Baptiste again, or maybe Lucio. Or the point is, a lot of what Moira can do can be done faster by someone else, and I think that's kind of what these teams are going to be leaning into. Razor, though, I believe listed as a substitute, continuing to play for St Clair, is going to bring out the Iyati, the first one we've seen today.
Okay, so St Clair is going with double damage supports now. They're looking to get people low, have Razor hit the finishing kill. Also allows Razor to deal with Ultraviolet a little bit more, have some more sustain, but the concern is the healing pylon. If that gets eliminated, you have a problem. But Razor's now able to off-angle and support additional off-angles. And that's what's working well right now to sustain. This is the first time in a while we've seen St Clair all alive this long. Rotation from Razor to claim the enemy high ground, going for the flip play here. As we have Maga rush in, hit the cardiac overdrive. Kaluj, we have the Suzu forced out very early, gets stunned, which this is interesting. Having Kaluj on this Maga gets dangerously low, and Kaluj ends up getting eliminated. Tread, Razor have also been eliminated. Redex will soon there follow. RuPaul, last one gone. It's Liar still standing for Winthrop, but this payload is, the TS1 is still pushing. It's important to point out.
Liar still standing, and that's going to be the problem. Supportal combat comes through large and in charge. The Liar double kill able to really help Winthrop win a fight that should have been a heck of a lot closer, if not a loss for them. Liar is able to stabilize with some very impressive Lucio gameplay, keeping the Dream and the team alive. 30 meters and counting now as Ultraviolet will finally begin to skedaddle, but you found that 30 meters, and that's what it's all about.
I talked about it last week. It's that under the bridge area that comes very important, but Kaluj is struggling on this Maga. I think that's the second time in a row now that Kaluj has fallen first. It is 50% on the cage by sunken cost fallacy, as you put it, not worth it. Tree does find the deflect elimination on Noxus. Okay, can we stop shooting the deflecting Genji? I think everyone can agree that it gets a little bit too painful at times. Ultraviolet looking for an opportunity to use this Pulse Bomb. The only thing that'll keep people alive is going to be that Immortality field, but we have the Captive Sun and Amplification amplification matrix coming out from St Clair. They find Liar. Finally, this looking like an opportunity for them to turn this around, but Razor's getting a little distracted, dealing with the Kiko and a Genji. It's a 2-on-1. Razor, can you survive? Gonna force to use the pylon to keep themselves alive. Prime is going to end up falling. Redex is falling. Kalush, who's made a swap, is falling, but Tree doesn't care. Says hi, hello, goodbye to 2 players with melee to the face.
Yeah, a really strong performance from Winthrop there. And I think a lot of that didn't have to do with eliminations, but instead spacing and target focus. They forced St. Clair. The DPS were looking one way, Razor was looking another. Tread was caught out by their lonesome. Redex trying to keep them alive. It was a lot of split focus from St. Clair, and of course, it's target focus and communication that helps a winning team continue to win. I think St. Clair had that ripped away from them very intentionally by Winthrop in that moment, and it cost them not only that fight, but the forward spawn that Winthrop has already found, 53.55 meters and counting. As St. Clair still not contesting, playing up in the low room. Kalush on the Winston, trying to get hyper aggressive. A lot of damage dealt. A blade comes out. No beat to be found, but an immortality field just going to be able to keep them alive long enough that Crime can dismiss Tree from the equation. Noxious gives their life for a double kill in the team's pocket, and now Winthrop continuing to get this car moving throughout that entire fight. A fight they've been losing since it started. From 30 to 70.
Ooh, that is...
That hurts. That's a tough one. It's winnable still, but, you know, the goal is not that much further away.
And now we have Liar swapping over to the Brigida to help deal with Noxus. So obviously Noxus is doing something right, but
yep.
no. Razor has his captive son. There's not going to be a lot to deal with it unless Kalush catches it with a bubble. Tree catches it with the deflect and plays baseball. We're going to put up another pylon if you're Razor to try to get it out of enemy LOS. I'm looking for this captive son in conjunction with Crime with the overclock. We see the Primal Rage. Here's the opportunity. You can't catch it. Both supports are going to actually be hit with that captive son. They have the sub spots, but Kalush is making too much chaos in the backline on this Primal Rage. It pulls all of the attention. Crime, even with the overclock, could not dedicate any resource to those supports from Winthrop. They are alive. They're coming very close to another pulse bomb. RuPaul almost has this nano. Redex is going to hit the amplification matrix, and in that moment also get hit in the face by Ultraviolet. Tree will find Razor, and that is 2 players currently gone for St. Clair. Their supports, Kalush will fall, who's spent a lot more time in the spawn than we've seen in the past, but Liar, Ultraviolet picking up 1 apiece.
Yeah, this is really a strong performance from St. Clair. They're able to find the elimination onto Kalush, who swapped onto the Winston. The whole dive composition being brought out from Winthrop, but unfortunately the DPS continues to find the aggression they needed to walk away with a victory in that fight. This should allow them to get somewhere, I'll say maybe 85-ish before being contested, maybe a little bit sooner if St. Clair chooses to hard dive. But for the time being, 5 minutes left on the clock. Winthrop already over halfway done with this map if they win it in fruition. St. Clair, I think they need to start playing aggressive.
I don't know if aggression's the name of the game in this instance. I think they've shown success. They can take down Kalush. I think what they need to do is catch Kalush out and get Kalush eliminated first. Get him first. He's died plenty of times. It's doable.
Oh, phenomenal nano.
In the back line with the squish down onto multiple players with that nano. The immortality is only going to stop the bleeding for a little bit, but you need to cauterize the wound by just finding yourself back and spawn very fast to regroup with your team. That is St. Clair. Team kill going over to Winthrop, and now we have Pulse Bomb. We have Primal Rage. We've got Genji, but we've got that Dragon's Blade online from Tree, and the only ult is going to be Tread with this Graphitic Flux. Now there is an opportunity to sleep it, but we know that that's kind of a little far off. Yeah, if it gets slept, I'll lose it, but what we end up losing early is Razor and Crime, who were a little too advantageous with their positioning, and Redex is shortly there to follow. Tree did get eliminated by Noxus, but Kalush is not worried. Even taking hits from a Cassidy swap is just going to disengage, walking back towards their auto, saying, hey, here's some nano charge.
Yeah, Kalush is just, I mean, continues to be, I swear, it looks like he does more damage than other tanks. Like, he's so good at playing these characters that he's able to get that elimination damage out so much faster, so much more consistently. And the leaps on Winston, not an easy thing to do well. And he continuously finds great value with that. Immortality field will be baited out by Pulse Bomb, which allows Tree to dive deep into the backline, finding a triple kill on nearly every remaining member of the Team Sigma. Last one left standing. Pulse Bomb goes out, Winston goes down, the Ana has disappeared. Tree catches the accretion with his face, and he still gets the dash pick onto Tread. Rally out from Razor in a desperate now or never moment. 3 minutes remaining, 114-meter deficit. This team needs to turn this around. Winthrop for the first time forced to tuck tail and get out of dodge. St. Clair recognizes that this is truly their 11th hour, the swan song waiting to be sung. It is now or never.
Unfortunately, using that, I understand the need to use the rally, but having it forced out means that we have very little defensive capabilities outside of the immortality field. Try to swap over this D.Va, which can eat a lot of damage coming out from both RuPaul, Genji, as well as Ultraviolet on that Tracer. But RuPaul with this Nano in tow, I foresee another backline dive deep with the Nano boost in conjunction with it. There's the Implication Matrix, there's the Immortality Fall, there's the Smush and Squish on the Razor. We're going for the Cassidy, we're out for blood. The Deadeye gets popped. We do see Tread find Kaluj, but Crime has fallen. D.Va is demexed, Toki is gone, Tree finds the final slice, and Dice, we're pushing forward. We might actually have, between you and I, our first official hit the 3rd point on push.
The first one I've had in months. I mean, it's rare that we see making this far. Typically, we see the fights go a little bit closer back and forth. And I also want to note, I think Kaluj has more deaths on this map than the other two combined. I think Kaluj has died more times here on the Winston than at all on the Sigma. Not that it's necessarily his fault. I think Winston is a significantly higher risk hero to play. I just thought it was an interesting statistic to look at. Crime goes down in the blink of an eye. Immortality Field is gone. Razor is going to be cut from the fight early on. And just like that, I believe Winthrop is wrapping things up with a nice little bow on top. Tree kind of goes out with a bang, quite intentionally, I reckon. And as we approach the final meter of the series, Winthrop University will go up 3-0 over St. Clair and solidify their chance at the opportunity to fight Illinois State University, the Redbirds, coming up very soon. But for the time being, I mean, Winthrop, I said it at the beginning, I think they were going to be flawless, and by golly, have they nailed it by the end.
All right, let's take a look at Kaluj on this Winston. What's interesting is, from what I've heard from players, is that Winston actually feels a lot less squishy than it used to. So to see Kaluj die as much as we did, I think it was a case of overstaying one's welcome in the backline when your honest attention ended up getting pulled. But nonetheless, congratulations to Winthrop University. You are going to move on, and honestly, I know that you said that their next opponent is ISU, but I think their real opponent that they want to go up against is going to be Northwood. So what they're hoping for is Northwood doesn't get eliminated and they have the chance to go up against them, because in another tournament, we actually did see Northwood knock Winthrop University out of the opportunity to continue into the grand finals. So with that in mind, I think their true target, they're like, ISU, I see you, but you are just a hurdle for us to overcome, to deal with, and cope with. But really, our true target is Northwood.
I'll be honest, though. I think ISU is really going to give Winthrop a run for their money. A lot of what we've been seeing this weekend, I've been very confident, and I think, X team is going to win. But ISU versus Winthrop, I think that really is going to be a scenario in which either of those teams could walk away victorious. I think the only team that I would confidently say should beat them both would be Maryville. But they've got to beat each other to get that far. I think there's a very real chance that that Winthrop-ISU series goes all the way to number 5. I'll put it this way. It's either a all the way to 5 or it's a swift 3-0 in somebody's favor.
Yeah, so for everyone that's watching that has their favorite team that's been eliminated at this point, I'm pretty sure you're hoping for a full 5-game series. But unfortunately, Substance and I, we got to 4 games, and then we got to 3 maps. Well, we got 4 maps, we got 3 maps. We got close, but I mean, we brought you 8 out of the 10 possible maps we could have given you.
Not bad.
We can't cast or curse it, unlike some of our other co-casters. I mean, Twin Salty, when he is paired up with someone else, always has 3-0 sweeps. But that duo is not there. Instead, you'll end up having Tiny Shiny and Twin Salty. So perhaps the games later on will be full 5-game series.
Yeah, I hope so, because even before we get into that, we're going to have the chance to talk to somebody from the Winthrop roster in just a couple of minutes, and I think we're going to use those couple of minutes to throw it to a super short break here. So while we get that player ready, you guys take this time, get up, get a snack, get some water, and no, just kidding, don't go anywhere, sit down, I was lying, sit right back down. We're going to be going to some replays as we jump into our interview with RuPaul in just a moment here, but we can re-go through the series and re-enjoy what we saw, because even from the very beginning, I mean, I think every player of Winthrop did very well, but at the start of things, it really was Collusion Tree.
I'm going to give credit over to the back line. I mean, I said it when we were on Oasis. I think Liar had the most kills out of everyone out of all 10 players. I think Liar had the most kills. So yes, while it was predominantly we're looking at Kaluj getting kills, we're looking at Tree popping off like preventing an entire dive from a Winston with 1 single cooldown. It sucks if you're on the receiving end, but it's always great to see when you are the other person standing behind the Ashe and praying that the coach gun goes off. But I really want to just highlight these supports. They were absolutely incredible. To know and trust your supports, to have the cooldowns necessary in different instances to keep you alive. The one counterplay to that, I will say, is going to be Kaluj's death count here on Esperanza, but they won anyway, so you can't really argue about it.
Yeah, and again, I think it was one of those scenarios in which Kaluj is just playing Winston, right? I mean, Winston is going to have a significantly higher death rate than Sigma due to the fact Winston has to be in the fight, has to be in the paint with the rest of the enemies to try and deal damage. Sigma can poke and prod from a distance behind his own shield, etc., etc. So Winthrop University, they were looking great, but a lot of that comes off the back of RuPaul. Very excited to get the chance to talk with them. First of all, RuPaul, big congrats, man. A very, very strong series.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So going into this, you know, we typically talk about you on the Baptiste. That's something we see very often, and we saw a lot of at the beginning of the series. As we shift later into the series, of course, you make the swap onto the Ana. Was that to deal maybe a little bit more to have those sleep darts available for the gravitic fluxes they were trying? Was that just to try and keep Kaluj alive a little bit longer? What was kind of the swap there for you?
I think we just want to like change playstyle a bit on the second and third map. Play like longer sightlines instead of like close range.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's definitely a longer ranged map, and I think that is a lot of value. But it's surprising, you know, when I think of Collegiate Baptistes, you're the first one to come to mind. So to see that Ana gameplay was definitely a sweet surprise.
Thank you.
Okay, so along the same veins, we got to see BAP, we got to see Ana. Are there any other supports that we might actually have the opportunity to see you play during the games coming up later in the broadcast or later today? Or are those the only two we'll predominantly be seeing you on?
Maybe some Kiriko, but I think mostly BAP.
I mean, your BAP is extremely strong, so of course I'm not surprised by that. But my next question is pivoting in a completely different direction. We know your next target is going to be ISU, but after that, out of the teams that are still remaining, is there one opponent that you're really wanting to go up against? Because Septilence has one in mind, I have one in mind. We're both split on it, but I need to hear an answer from you. What team are you really wanting to take down that's still in the running for that championship title?
Probably Maryville, because we just lost to them, so I want to get our revenge.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. And in getting that revenge, you know, I think Winthrop has this very cool opportunity of having 5 incredibly decorated players that have been in the pro scene, have been in the tier 2 scene, have been in the collegiate scene for a while. And I was wondering, you know, have you found yourself playing a different play style, having Liar as your counterpart, being on that Lucio? Because Liar plays a very kind of backline in the enemy face, very aggressive Lucio. Do you feel like that forces you to focus more on healing, or do you feel you have to make up for more damage in other places? How does that shift your traditional play style?
Yeah, I think it's very different because I feel like the team overall, since we're all like on different like pro teams, or sometimes we aren't even like on a team, it's like we all have like our own play styles and our own ideas. So a lot of times it can get kind of confusing because we have a lot of things going on. I think because of that, I like try to focus more on like individual mechanics and like doing damage instead.
Yeah, definitely. And hey, clearly it's working. Very good 3-0. You guys are looking great. But RuPaul, we'll let you get out of here. Best of luck in your next series against ISU.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, folks, I truly hate to say it, but we are going to be throwing it to a break pretty darn soon here. And before I do my big sappy close off, I, of course, need to tell all of you, if you guys like anything you saw today, Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs, if you like any of the schools you saw, anything happening on the channel, there's one way to keep up with that channel. And that, of course, is to drop a follow here on the channel. So it's going to be OW_esports on Twitch and YouTube and Twitter/X. You're watching on one of those first two. You have to be if you hear what I'm saying right now. So you better be dropping a follow on that channel if you are not already. But that is going to bring Nerdy and I's time here to a close. Because we want to keep things on schedule, I will be succinct with my statement. We are both truly honored to be here to bring you guys Overwatch Collegiate Playoffs. And we are truly hoping that we get the opportunity to watch the rest of this series with you guys in just a couple of minutes. Thank you to all of the viewers, all of the teams, and of course our incredible production team in the back line that works unbelievably hard to make Nerdy and I and all of these teams look very, very good. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and enjoy the rest of the event. We'll see you guys next time.
Welcome back to the second half of our Saturday competition here on the Overwatch Collegiate Cup. I'm Tiny Shiny with the ever so wonderful twin Salty to take us through the top 4 remaining teams. 355 squads from colleges across North America entered this tournament, and now we've made it down to just the 4 remaining, fighting for a portion of our $75,000 prize pool.
Yeah, and it's been getting pretty in the nitty-gritty. We saw Fisher, who, as of yesterday, they were in upper semifinals. They are now out. It is crazy how quickly things can change on you, as it'll be Northwood and Maryville sitting atop the upper bracket. They are the last 2 remaining up there, and tonight will fight for their spot in the grand final tomorrow. The loser, it's not done yet, at least for them. They will move down to the lower bracket, and they will await the winner of our last game tonight, with that being Illinois State and Winthrop,
Wow.
I'm still shocked at the result last night, 3-1 in favor of the Saints.
Yeah, Maryville had one heck of a showing. We've talked about how they've had so many struggles getting their team back together lately, especially on LAN tournaments, placing second to ISU at every direction you look, and then falling behind in a lot of these major benchmarks that other teams were starting to surpass. Maryville was slowly slipping down the rankings, and then to just come out yesterday and pretty much handle Winthrop in a 3-1 fashion, moving on to the winners finals here, was unprecedented, to say the least. And you have to be terrified looking at a Saints roster who is hungry for this title.
The Saints, we heard it a little bit yesterday. They want to put themselves back on the map as the #1 team in collegiate Overwatch. That is the goal. Even Juby joked during yesterday, like, Northwood have been winning too much. we need to stop that action going on over there. And this will be the time where they can show it. They were honestly more afraid. Everybody's afraid of ISU, but it's these two who sit atop at the end of the upper bracket. And we'll see which one of them can book their spot to Championship Sunday in the grand final already. And, we talked a lot about Northwood yesterday. We get to keep talking about them today. It's a stacked roster across the board. One of the most dynamic support lines you'll see out there. And the man right in the middle might be a very key part today. Rocket, a lot on the Tracer.
Rocket has been blasting off, not only in collegiate, but also in OWCS. Coined as the best tracer within North America by many people, has just been a shining star for Northwood. Within a roster of stars themselves. Juby joked that Northwood was winning too much, but this is why. They have one of the greatest rosters that you are going to find within collegiate, winning the past 3 of the Overwatch Collegiate tournaments, and now looking for another coming into today. Last time it was against Fisher. Handled them 3-0. They are done. They are out. And now it is Maryville that stands in their path.
Yes, it'll be the Saints of Maryville. And 2 important things to know, as we know this team can kind of, be a little diverse on who they have in. It will be Dante starting on tank, which is what we kind of expected. Here on control, we might see False a little bit later on. And as well, it will not be the double flex support that we saw a little bit of yesterday. Juby will be starting on main support, and Squid will be the flex support they elect to run with here, at least to start.
Maryville's strength lies in the depth that the roster has. Unlike Northwood, there's a couple substitutes that Maryville can pull from and cover so many different compositions that we've been seeing thrown out. With how recent this midseason patch was, just 6 days ago, 5 days ago now, teams are still working on what those adjustments are going to look like. Having the opportunity to sub Luke Mino in for a double flex support, for False to cover some of these off tanks that Dante isn't quite as proficient in, is incredible for the Maryville Saints. We saw how they utilized this double flex support combo and subbing Juby in when it's been needed the most, and it's looked wonderful so far. We do have our first map pick in. It is Northwood selection. Oasis is the direction we will be starting off our winners finals.
Oasis it shall be, as a lot of time yesterday, we've seen Antarctic Peninsula, we've seen Busan all the time, and again, Lijiang Tower not in the map pool, which it's still very odd to say. I can't lie to you, Molly. It is very weird to say one of the most iconic maps is not in it, but Oasis will give us at least a little bit of a diversity of look. Obviously, City Center will typically see more of the dive just because it is so vertical. But then you have the other two. You got Gardens, you got University here that are typically more rush orientated. Northwood have been a team, they like to show the Ramacha. They even showed the Venture a little bit yesterday in their game against Fisher. Do they go back to that, or will they eventually shift back to the Mauga comp that they have really pushed some teams to try and mirror with in the past?
Northwood are definitely one of the stronger Mauga teams that you're going to find remaining in this tournament. And it's going to be one of their greatest assets, especially when we saw our very first match today with ISU leaning into this more Mauga-based style against Fisher Esports. Northwood can play into this as much as they want. The Venture, as you said, Jesse, is a very recent adjustment. CJ was saying yesterday that it was the first time that Rocket had tried Venture in a match, not even including Scrim. So the fact that a brand new character who many people have pawned off just because of their recent nerfs has been finding as much success as it has is amazing for a team to pull out as an extra bit of a curveball. Tracer is also being subbed out for a bunch of other characters. We've seen Genji, we've seen Echo. That Tracer role is slowly starting to evolve, and that's one of the biggest changes that we're seeing after this new patch.
It's really been incredible to see how teams want to try and change it up just a little bit to throw their opponent off guard. Like you said, Venture getting thrown out. We've seen a little more Echo as of late. Genji, weirdly enough, has been kind of jumping back into the meta. And even on the hit skin roll, yes, it used to be Sojourn. Now we have slightly more Cassidy. We've seen Ashe even a little bit here and there. So I want to see down the line, will we see more diverse stats? But so far, both teams just going to start with the Mauga comp, Lucio and Kiri on the support line. And weirdly enough, both teams will run the Genji Cassidy variant of the rush. No Tracer to be seen.
This is great. King's strongest hero is easily on his Cyber Ninja. So Maryville, we're leaning into him as this fighter evolves, and just to punish on Juby though. Maryville had to go ahead and dip, but Juby got stuck on a corner. Northwood just put the pedal to the metal so early on that Maryville regretted their decisions as soon as they approached that staircase.
Yeah, that'll just lock up the point for Northwood. Like I said, just them getting in the face, and that's what people want to cap it quiet yet. Maryville, they have just the amount of time to stall up for a slight second. Now Dante back in the mix, but they do cap. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Northwood finally gets that capture on out. Maryville just went ahead and backed up, assuming they could just have everybody safe. Squid and PJ inching closer to their Kitsune rushes. That'll likely be the first real engagement that we're seeing on these teams. Or Rocket just falls early and wonderful deflection, courtesy of King. You open the door, Cowman, where are you going, my guy? This guy just went straight to the heart of Maryville, hoping for the fast and allow the Saints to their first play.
It went from, admittedly, just a small mistake, Maryville just not touching in that half of a second to where Northwood are able to cap. But at that point, it's like, all right, they can just slow it down just a little bit. They don't need to rush in and make sure they get a body on the point. King is able to get a nice little deflect kill on a Rocket. That's a combo we're at sea, but King that time gets punished.
King getting stunned out. Vision trying to stall this time. How much pressure at these Kitsune rushes to fly. The Maugas are full on burr mode, and there's just nothing to really stop it. Yubi and Vega popping their sound barriers simultaneously, which was favored for Maryville, especially since Dante is still up and running. Northwood don't have this big tanky guy to hide behind, and Maryville will win the ult fight.
That was, admittedly, I thought that was going to be a disaster for a moment there. But you see King die early, but Vision's able to get CJ with that Deadeye. That sets up everything. They can slowly chip away on Cowman, and also Northwood down a little bit now. 50% in counting for Maryville, and they find the first pick again.
Vision has been on this high ground. Haven attempting this off angle did not work out at all. The cage fight from Maryville, I mean, it just locks the rest of Northwood up. They can't even use any of the ultimates they've built so far.
They just seem like they're just sitting there, like, trying to find the perfect opening, and that perfect opening is just not showing up whatsoever. Maryville just keep on playing their style, their positions, and Northwood is having a lot of issues trying to push into it, and they don't have support ultimates to go into this with, but they do have both DPS ults and the cage from Cowman to try and set it up, and they do finally get the first pick.
Yeah, beautiful shot that made, almost connecting. King at least is capable with his life. The Dragon Blade to come on out. The cage fight, though, is locking him into place, making Haven's job so much easier, landing these shots, hoping Northwood can move on and force Maryville to at least a couple other battles on this first point of University.
I loved that. Like, oh, they're gonna use Blade, just lock them in. Yes, they're not gonna be able to get a whole lot done because you're able to use everything from Cowman and now Maryville. Maybe in not an awkward spot. They have a few fights they can still work with, but they were hoping Northwood would use one of those DPS ultimates. But now they're gonna use that on entry.
Haven push the ball up, Juby! Oh no, he tried to go in with King. They were attempting this flank on the backline. We'll just see a lot today on these Genji Lucios, and yeah, it's just wonderful timing from Northwood's initiative to take him out.
Just one ult, it stalls for so much time, and Juby is not able to continue building to that sound barrier because they die so early. So they're still a good 25% behind of Vegas that is already online. Northwood will continue to play up forward, knowing they have the Kitsune Rush to try and throw off the Saints.
Northwood have this ultimate advantage coming into this. The Kitsune Rush is mirrored on either side. Rocket getting so up in Maryville's faces. Nice, a little bit of healing from Dante. Juby doesn't quite have the sound barrier yet. Northwood wanted to burn on this now. Juby has hit the ground, but no! It's his body that instead smacks down to the earth. Rocket pulling out the blade and slicing Maryville's hope down to pieces. One more contest in order on Houston University.
And they're gonna have to rush. They do not have the time. Squid will go Mercy so they can res King and then swap back. Genius. That is genius from Maryville, and now they will have the full 5 to contest.
Wow, a big brain play from Squid. Get their Genji back up in time. How much is it gonna matter though? Juby holding onto the sound barrier honestly might work out in the Saints' favor. After he fell last time, it just needs to hit the ground at a proper increment. Dante, cage fight slightly above where Cowman's ult charge lit. Down barrier for Maryville first. They want to try to get aggressive off of this. Cage fight going in. Zuzu keeping Dante up for now, but it's Dragon Blade. No! They catch the ball again. Haven grabs two with the Deadeye. Is it going to be enough? King slicing his way through, playing a good old game of Fruit Ninja, and putting Northwood down to bed. Jesse, this is just a taste of what we're going to get from these two teams today.
This is just the appetizer.
Wow.
Like, this is just, you know, the opening bread you get served at the table as soon as you sit down. This is a great start for the content, but Maryville, like you said, because of the fact they get the res off, which I would have never even thought about that in the moment, but the fact that Squid's like, no, res off quick, then we go, we keep Juby's sound barrier, and because of the fact they didn't use it that last fight, but the fight went at least quick enough, they're able to use that proactively, like you said, able to push in. They punish Comment early. They're able to get back there. And even though Haven's able to find two with the Deadeye, it is too late. It just leaves a 1v3 for Rocket to try and finish off, and they're not able to. So as we get over to the other rush map here on Oasis, it will be Gardens. The only change so far, Rocket. They're going to give up on the Genji. They're just going to go elect to go back to Tracer, which is arguably their more comfortable hero.
And not really having another Tracer to contest Rocket, there's a lot more less pressure on his back, so he can do some real damage. The biggest thing here, though, is gotta be vision. This man is absolutely insane. Maryville were winning fights before just off of him, hitting a couple of shots, and with that Cassidy, it's all it can take, but you just can't ignore Rocket. I'd imagine King switches over to the Tracer here to start to contest what this man can do.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked either, but for now, they will stay. Honestly,
right.
I think they're looking at it more of, we can focus on Haven, and we can shut down Command's aggression occasionally when they're trying to push in. They're going to be able to deflect some of that back and deny some of that area healing that they would have. A Rocket, just going to continue being an absolute menace here in the backside.
Northwood have so much more map control strictly off of Rocket existing. Northwood dropping down, rallying Maryville dangerously close to these cliffs. Should Vega want to go over there himself? It does at least allow Vision to walk his way up to the high ground. PJ having it, taking the objective in blue. Yet Talman is way too far in there for his liking. And it'll end up being his falling. Dante at Haven. He's certainly burning him down, but it doesn't mean that he can get the rest of the elimination. Northwood have to go ahead and call it after the early loss of Talman.
Yeah, you lose Comment that early, especially in this type of meta, it's so hard to win the fight. So Northwood, they're just going to lose that one. They still have the sound barrier to use, which is at least a decent situation to be in, but you are a good 20% away from the cage fight, so that could get a little tricky here if Maryville are able to build Dante's here as they are getting really close and get aggressive with it, so there can't be any counter cage.
Oh, more or less this sound barrier though. Where does Vega try to place that? And then the Dragon Blade coming up. Be a good old standoff with the Deadeyes first. Oh, Vision! Almost peeks his head up, but no! It's a 2-tap, and goodbye, Haven! His head rolling around the gardens. Cowman following his Cassidy's path. Northwood just were not prepared for Vision on this high ground. You can see how important it is to contest him.
You need to find a way to contest him.
Yeah.
Haven is going to the Symmetra. So,
you
well,
got baited.
okay, maybe they say for a sec. That's mean. That's not very nice. Why would you do that? I actually thought it could have worked if they just TP on the high ground, just not far enough back to where they could get booped off on the coast, but instead, they'll just stick back to the Cassidy,
Okay.
not going to try as King is a very tricky spot. They do get out, though.
Genji. So that's vertical mobility. Not too afraid. Does have the good old Slicer looking to come out, but hasn't really found the exact moment yet. Ideally waiting on the sound barrier from Vega, at least to hit the ground before you make any moves forward. Kune rushes to open on either side. Dante and King, though, committing slightly more into this. Vega hoping his sound barrier is enough to get dish the damage, but nobody can touch
Oh!
He ran on the high ground for free, and Northwood are regretting that dearly. This man is cleaning house right now. The Saints cleaning out this objective and taking us likely to a round 3. It's gonna have to be a strictly fast contest. We'll see Vega working his way around the backside. He's gonna get there in time. No, he gets booped off at the tail end, and it'll be a Maryville win on Gardens. What an incredible showing from a team that shined through on their flexible playstyle.
Okay, I see you, Maryville. I see you. Northwood wanted to bring out the Moga. You match, and it's you that are able to follow on time, even though this is the play I thought would have won Northwood the first round, but the quick mobility here from Maryville, they're able to turn it around, especially with CJ dying very early in that fight. That did eventually have a trickle effect, but Maryville, they were like, hey, yeah, we can run the Moga. That's fine with us. I know it's what you probably want to run, Northwood, but we're okay with that. Now you have to figure out what you want to do, because it will be their map pick, but whew, that was definitely not the map result Northwood worth thinking of, but it's a perfect result for the Saints.
The Saints, we know they don't want to play the Malga necessarily, but even Jupi says, like, if they want to make us play the Malga, fine, we'll pull it out. We're not too concerned. We've won this in on scrims, and I can see why. And you know what? The biggest thing for me was here, who was looking at Vision? At any point during this map, this man was shredding through Northwood, just clicking heads all over the place, and they were losing player after player just by this raw damage output. Vision knows exactly where to be positioned, and Maryville understand how big of an asset he is to this team. They push the players back into his sight lines, and he's just fully the win quad for that squad.
He was just chilling up there for the longest time. Like, yeah, nobody's going to push me on high ground. Rocket tries, but Juby admittedly was doing a great job of just keeping Rocket away once they made that swap over to the Tracer. And at that point, it's like, oh, Fisher could just hang out. They're going to get all the picks they need. They're going to punish Common when they try and push in and use that cardiac overdrive. It only does so much if you can get all that damage in, but they were dying so quickly, they couldn't actually get a lot of that healing back. So as we get ready to go into Midtown, which will be our hybrid map, that screams to me that Northwood, they want to go more poke. They want to maybe go over to the Sigma comp that Common is very comfortable on. And it might also change some of the composition here for Maryville, depending on what arrangement of this roster they're actually feeling the best.
Yesterday, we saw both Luke Mino and False get subbed in for this double flex supports Sigma sort of look, and it was great to watch. We saw Vision even on the Hanzo for the Cassidy, the Widowmaker, and regardless of what ended up happening on the Maryville end, it was so consistent in these slower tempos of games. The interesting thing is now, playing against a team such as Northwood, who plays a similar style, right, to how Maryville goes about things. It's slower. It's more methodical. You're waiting for somebody to slip up and make a mistake. These games, the pace, it's just, you're going to turtle mode. Turn on turtle mode right here. It's Vision. It's going to be somebody like Rocket getting an elimination right off the bat that's really going to determine the outcome of these fights and eventually the map.
We saw it even on Oasis. The first picks are even more critical this meta.
Absolutely.
Because as soon as a team gets that first pick, they just int. They go in, no care in the world. They're like, all right, cardiac overdrive, amp the speed, and just find that kill. Because you want to take advantage of the one-person advantage so quickly, because we've seen it time and time again where teams, if they don't do that, the opposing team is able to stay. We can just wait a second. Let's get our cooldowns back. Let's heal up. And then let's go in. And typically, the team who was looking really solid, we even saw this with St Clair over in our last series, that they just struggle to actually finish off the fight once those reinforcements come back. So that'll be the big issue here for Northwood if they're not able to fix those little mistakes.
Yeah, it's a lot of this greater in-depth planning, which is also where Maryville has had strength due to Dante's extensive experience in professional levels of play, and it comes up here in Collegiate when the talent, the mechanical skill is almost exactly the same to what you're going to see at those very top levels. Midtown is just another example of how this can come out. False is incredible when it comes to the Sigma. Matching somebody like Calman, though, is a daunting task, to say the very least. I'm curious how Northwood are going to adapt. Can they actually get a handle on somebody like Vision now that this map architecture has changed?
And we do have a few subs that are getting thrown into the mix. It is kind of what we expected. False is in for Dante. Luke Mino in for Juvie. So this is what we expected here for Maryville. Is like, all right, Dante, the Doom is not going to work here. Let's be real. As much as we love seeing the Doom gameplay, it's not Malga. It is not made for a map type like this. So I understand them bringing False in. Like I said, I don't think it's impossible for False to have a really good showing in a single mirror against Calman. Especially because he's been sitting there, like, okay, he can kind of analyze how Calman's been playing so far this series, and can therefore try and adapt how he wants to play. But that's easier said than done. This is arguably Calman's best hero, so it is a very tricky situation here for the Saints to try and come back from. And you talked about it a little bit already as well with Luke Mino. It just means double flex support.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to run the poke. We saw Rutgers run it abundantly on this map over the last few weeks. But they obviously run it for, slightly different reasons.
Yeah.
But I do think it can work on a map like this, especially over on first and second phase, where it can be really difficult to try and put pressure on those flex supports, on those hit scans, when they are such long sight lines.
Especially, too, whether you're running this Ana, the Baptiste, the Brigida, wherever that might quite land, it's just been great. Having Luke Mino on the same roster as somebody like Squid, who is this very assassin-y type of Kiriko player, it's absolutely wonderful to see. I do like the adjustments they've made on the defense. Vision is back on the Hanzo. We doubted it a little bit yesterday, but he proved us wrong almost immediately with his insane amount of poke damage and just chip that he was able to put in onto the attackers here. So I'm looking forward to seeing the Archer come back into the mix.
Yeah, I admittedly was a critic of it yesterday when we saw it, and then he shut me up pretty fast. So
he did.
I will not be a critic of it this time around. I believe that it could very well work. Haven will still go to the Cassidy. A lot of an answer to King, but I wonder if that will eventually change once they realize the Hanzo is being played. Ooh, oh.
We get some Zenyatta. Okay. Oh, no, Vega!
No,
I got so happy to see our favorite Omnic friend, and as soon as we look at him, he just turns right back around and picks up Brigida. Well, it was fun while it lasted. Appreciate it, Vega. Understandably, you don't really want to be playing a Zen into much of this composition. Provides more shield break, but Vision just breaks shield harder. It's how it goes sometimes. Look at this. Like, these arrows chunking into Haven, and Falls can easily finish him off after that headshot. Rocket, though, works his way into the back line, and that's a much more impactful pick the longer that this fight continues to go on.
Northwood, if you are them, just gotta chill out for a second. You wait for him to come back, who they did already swap. They will go over to the Sojourn to try and match the range a little bit more of Vision. And yeah, it will be Northwood Northwood able to move in. Maryville have to give up a little bit of space because Squid is just coming back.
How is Vega so far up there? He just completely overextends. The team only had one support. Vision and Falls have no problem cleaning up the rest of the board. That was an interesting approach that Northwood took to ending Vega over with Rocket.
Yeah, I understand that you want Vega and Rocket to run with each other because it's just the easiest healing for Rocket.
Yeah.
It didn't work out that time, though. Vega kind of just got left in no man's land. And once Maryville realized that, they just pushed the high ground as well. Vision already has the Dragon Strike online. They can just deny one of these rotations as soon as Northwood actually commits to it.
Both of those don't quite have the same ultimates that we have coming up. Even the club swap heroes a couple of times. Now over onto the Sojourn, and doesn't seem to be having a bunch of fun with all the focus Vision and King seem to be putting in his direction. King, though, with this pulse bomb, eyeing up Vega, being like a nice juicy treat. For the Tracer players, though, getting Haven with another follow-up shot that Vision chunked in. Even if he's not getting the final blows, the impact is still there. Northwood can't even push in fully with players just getting blown up left, right, and center. There's that finally. Pulse bomb 6, King will strike, and he staggers. Just burn time off the clock.
Especially on this map, you need a lot of time going into second and third phase. But notoriously, it can be a very difficult map, so the fact that Maryville is already able to get off over 2.5 minutes from the Timberwolves, it is a great start for the Saints, and they haven't even needed to commit much. They've just used the Pulse Bomb. They still have everything else at their disposal, and Haven is still not at their first ultimate, 74% counting to the overclock.
Around this laundromat, though, very narrow corridor that you're working with. Rabbinic Flux is coming in on both sides. The Dragon Strike, though, coming up with one or the other. Rocket's Pulse Bomb will manage to grab one, but the blue exploding into the kill feed. Maryville playing behind their fallen support amplification matrix and have used it wonderfully. That was Northwood's only real chance at an ult fight, and it just disappeared out of nowhere.
8 ultimates gone. Maryville still sits atop. 40 seconds left. They will just have overclock from Haven. Maryville will just have the Pulse Bomb from King. A pretty direct correlation of what could happen. Vega will just give up now on the brink. They will go over to Lucio to speed the Timberwolves in, knowing that they do not have a lot of time to work with. And King, they're looking for Haven hard.
King knows the only ultimate that wasn't used was the overclock. Went out for it. It only gets the amplification matrix. A couple players are low. King, no, has to get him out of danger before re-engaging. Northwood, right next to the objective, playing within the fire station. Haven, more than anybody, are the Saints to back away or face pain. King did not heed said warning and will face punishment for it. Maryville struggling after the loss of their DPS player. Those flank angles no longer controlled, and Northwood have set toe on the objective for the first time. Maryville seeming likely to recontest this, allowing the Timberwolves to have the first point.
It took a little bit longer than the Timberwolves were hoping, but they do find that opening pick. Like I said, you gotta respect Haven when they're popping the overclock. King, obviously feeling himself. He's been playing extremely well this map so far, but gets caught out that time around, and that allowed Northwood just to push in, and also Falls kind of got stuck near the firehouse. Northwood will be able to push in. Maryville not going to set up completely on high ground yet. Still will have False shoot on the low ground just to be a little bit of a nuisance and force Northwood to make a move.
And it doesn't allow the payload to get super far either. A lot of what Rocket would be trying to do is force his kill, but since he can't do that, it's up towards the high ground. Looking for both Luke and Mino. This Pulse Bomb tries to jump away. A Mortality Field narrowly saving his life. And goes straight. It's the arrow of Vision. What a prediction shot from this man. It forces the Gravitic Flux out of Cowman, and he just goes to absolutely nothing. That's an ult you would want to have back. Northwood think that this fight is so winnable, but with how few numbers that they have, Becca regretting it now.
Yeah, I don't know about that flux at the end from Cowman. Yeah. I'm indifferent on it. I understand maybe if you get a pick or two there, you're able to start getting some staggers. That'll force Maryville to reposition. But it just didn't work out. They had Suzu still, and Squid's able to land it perfectly. And even if they didn't, they had the lamp that they could have used.
Yeah.
So definitely a tricky fight to try and maneuver if you are Northwood. You still have the window, though, you can use early, and that's going to force Maryville to retreat.
They're in an awkward spot, though. Luke Mino is struggling. That lamp. A lot of pressure. The Dragon Strike literally just to keep their supports alive. If Rocket doesn't clear, he can teleport it straight through. And he missed the cold dragons. Now with the blue carpet out. Maryville trying to aggress as much as possible, get the sound barrier advantage. Way too much for anybody to overcome. King's Pulse Bomb barely makes a dent in all of that overhealth.
Yeah, but they're going to try it one more time here in Northwood. They're going to push on it. They know they have the slight advantage. They're going to try and get these pickups. So Vision is swapped over to the Widow. They might try and get a sneaky little pick here.
Damn, Matrix slows them down. Vision, though, I don't know if they've realized the swap is there. If somebody backs out of that window, oh, that's going to be a big, big problem. They're biding their time. The shield is there. The play was red, but Rocket's head is met with a kunai. Northwood are down. Only Haven's Deadeye really buy any sort of space, and it gets absolutely nothing done. Calman, CJ have to come up big, and they do. All of the players of Maryville took enough damage from that own Deadeye to allow this to be pushed through. It does vision and falls, remaining mere 7 HP on the Widowmaker's side. Northwood, against all odds, are pushing on through. This objective is in sight. Is King gonna try to contest this? Yeah, he's gonna keep this going on forwards. Rocket's pulse bomb though, backs onto Vision. Wonderful timing, Squid returning just in time to keep their Widowmaker alive. Can't do the same for Rocket though. All of these abilities, these major cooldowns, have been pushed towards the limits. Northwood on a much more stable competition at this time. Balance block on the way. Maryville still wants to try to commit on this despite only having 3 players that can cash in, because if you have Vision, it's always winnable. That's one head down. King following it up with the second. Squid laying out the win con for Maryville to follow through. He's only on Calvin now, stuck with a pulse bomb, gets him nice and low, and Maryville clutch it out, halting Northwood just shy of the central station.
What a hold from Maryville. That is it. That is the sentence for that round of Midtown. Vision just never dies. They chill back there, and just the presence alone forces Northwood to not get as aggressive, trying to make sure Maryville is not able to touch. They don't realize that Vision is at 7 HP, and eventually Rocket tries to go back there. They use the Pulse Bomb. It does drag out the protection Suzu from Squid, but they're not able to finish the fight from there. You saw Calman using the grasp, trying to save all the damage coming in from Vega, but it wasn't enough. They don't save the Lucio. Maryville hold on. What a little turnaround here for the Saints. They're in a great spot to go up 2-0 on this map, but you got to get the job done first on the attack. And you know, we talk a lot about this team. Oh, it's Dante. Oh, it's Squid. Lucamino. Vision, like you said, we're going to say it a lot more today, I have a feeling, is really showing up when it matters here for the Saints.
Oh, my goodness. And usually what we see from Maryville is they're very, I guess, conservative about committing to a lot of these fights. Like, they won't go in and use ultimates unless they are sure it is winnable. And that's why I never counted them out. And when they started investing these ultimates, I'm like, Maryville, they know something that we don't. They're confident in Vision, in King, getting these eliminations. And that trust pushed them to hold that payload at a very winnable benchmark. Northwood have to have one heck of a first point time buy to hold the momentum that the Saints have.
It's like, why not put Vision back on Widow? Why not?
Genuinely, why not?
You saw what they could do at the end of second phase. You might as well just chuck them on it. See if it can work. Haven will start on the Cassidy. Oh,
please don't do it.
Don't pick your head.
Always back over the top. Okay, you're going on the other side of the subway car. A little bit of acrobatics from Vision. All it really does for Northwood is they want to try to play more aggressive into this, knowing that you're not going to have as much damage placed on you with a Widowmaker than somebody like a Cassidy per se. That was a great decision from Northwood just to take the fight to Maryville.
Yeah, don't let them have their setup. And yes, they have 2 that goes over the point. It'll be King and Squid, and they almost steal away a tick on that point. That would have been big if they would have been able to get it. But like, no, we're not going to let Vision set up. We're not going to let your Maryville set up. We're going to push it. And CJ is the one that actually gets aggro on the high ground, jumps up, kills Vision, and is able to live to tell the tale. And this time, well, almost gets headshot. Nice little chest shot.
Every time I see that, it's just like I can feel my heart rate rise.
Anxiety across my bones.
Genuinely.
It's like,
oh, like we all know how good Vision is, and Northwood have to respect that. Maryville have been taking a split approach. Squid and King going on a lot of these flanks, and Northwood know that the front line is outnumbered. 2 players are on point. Why not just take a favorable numbers battle? The problem is, Balls is right where he wants to be, in a small room where it's easy to hit these type of shots. To trade for Vega and Luke Mino, sure counts, but who's contesting the objective? Somebody from Northwood has to get back there fast. Rocket gets the touch, yet Maryville, Jesse, you have to argue, even if Maryville end up losing this, which they may not at the rate they're going, this is a wonderful outcome for that little skirmish.
1 tick, fine. 2 ticks on that? Greg, you got to make sure you win the fight. You still have this defense going, so I can understand it to a degree. But that gets a little tricky. Vision, I think that, yeah, they got caught at the top of the subway car a little bit longer than they were hoping for that time. But those are the type of ticks that you cannot afford to give up here in this upper final. So now Maryville, they understand, like, hey, if we just force pressure on point, Northwood can't do that again, where they shift onto the Sigma and the Baptiste in our back. They will have to bring attention to Squid, to King, who are on the flank again.
Rocket is here, but with the amount of support King has, Rocket realistically doesn't want to take this 1v1. He's so good at what he does, but it doesn't seem to matter. CJ, though, pops the window into the backline, manages to grab 2. Falls regrouping with the rest of the team, and no! Northwood did, but we were all afraid of what was happening. That is a good old-fashioned Charlie Niner in our upper finals.
Sound the alarms. The emergency crew is here. That is... Northwood, not like this. This is not how it's supposed to go on the defense. They have 3 ults they can still use during this defense. 3 minutes, especially in this phase of the map, it's still very doable. Don't get me wrong. But it definitely makes their lives just a little bit harder. Maryville, they have the window. They can maybe just take over this high ground if they commit the support ults.
Well, it's going to be Calman's Graphitic Flux first. A bunch of immortality abilities, really, to go ahead and pull out should they be needed. Northwood, they're okay for now. Even getting aggressive part of an Matrix. Nice lamp chucked in from downtown. Northwood, specifically CJ, holding this high ground is very nice, but Calman fights off more than he can chew. How can he make up for this? False is just marching his way up into the high ground, uncontested. Northwood have stumbled over their own feet once again, and are now knocking on their own death doors.
Rocket will go over to the Echo to try and give Vision a little bit more pressure, but Maryville, they love just to slow these fights down a little bit. They don't want to allow Northwood to get aggressive. They will slow it down and let the DPS do their thing, but now the contest will come through. Be early.
Nice. I like this. You players going up to the high ground, contesting Vision, but no, the 2v1 is won by the Hanzo player. False. Gravitic's Flux now on point. Thought they had the numbers advantage, but isn't lasting too long. Calman hanging on to a sliver of HP. He eventually falls. Northwood are going to be much more careful than they were with this payload last time around. Cleaning up, preventing the stage from speed running this point.
I swear, if we had 2 Charlie Niners back-to-back in this map, you would have seen a grown man cry on broadcast. That would have been horrendous. But Northwood able to stabilize a little bit. As, like you said, that pressure up on high ground fails. And Haven's not able to get the kills, but they're at least able to stabilize on the low ground. Vision has the Dragon Strike. He can force Northwood off the high ground again to give him and Luke Mino free high ground control for this next fight.
No, applying pressure onto this payload. It forces Northwood's positioning somewhat well. And look how they have to all steal away from this cover. That's exactly what Maryville wanted to do. They are so good at playing around this payload, this objective, and it wins them games, it wins them maps, and it might as well win them the championships. This is this right. Northwood are down and beaten. Maryville up in a 2-0 lead, 1 map away from booking a ticket to the championship match.
1 map away from the Overwatch Collegiate Championship Grand Final tomorrow. And Maryville, yes, they've had a little bit of a, bumps in the road the last month or so. Losing to ISU a few times, losing to Northwood. But today, so far, they're looking like maybe the best team in Collegiate.
Wow.
And the way they are playing at the moment, what a performance from everybody on ISU. And not on ASU. Oh my God, on Maryville. I'm thinking about next series already.
I know, right?
The C9 still messing with my head over here. And now Northwood will at least have the ability. Hey, we get 1 more map pick, but it is push. It's either it's A, B, or C. It's not like you get a ton of variety of what you get to do, but it's at least something, because no matter what, if they win that map, Maryville have the map pick advantage the rest of the way.
Maryville have an X factor that we've seen from really no other teams in the entirety of Collegiate so far. Maryville's understanding of how to play an objective, how to force positioning out of their opponents, surpasses any other that we've seen. That's due to Dante, due to Hunter, the head coach with Overwatch League level experience. Like, it doesn't get better than this. The brains behind Maryville enable their incredibly talented players to just dismantle teams like Northwood, who has won the past 2 collegiate championships. Like, we knew that this was going to be close. Neither of us had a prediction of how this is going out today, but seeing Maryville up 2-0 in a not-so-close Midtown, Jesse, is shocking.
I did not expect either team to be up 2-0, to be honest. I didn't know. I thought at this point it'd be 1-1 going into map 3. But instead it's not. Maryville up 2-0 on the reigning champions. They won Homecoming. In the fall, they won last year's Collegiate Championship. Northwood's run is looking just a little bit more dicey as of now. They will elect to head over to Greece for Colosseo, which the only immediate worry I have is you're putting Vision on a very long-range map. And the way he's been playing right now, that is a very scary thought.
And especially with, push as a game mode in general is all about the movement of the robot. If somebody like King can just yoink it out from under your Northwood's noses, that literally can win you the point. Colosseo is notorious for sticking inside this small portion of the Coliseum for basically half the map at a minimum. So once those teams finally start to explore other parts of the map, it's only a couple meters that's going to go ahead and decide it. If you have a rough start on Colosseo, it is dang near impossible to come on back. I agree with you, Jesse. This is a strange pick that Northwood could have gone with how well Vision has been performing on these long-range heroes. You're essentially giving him the Hanzo playground he's been wanting all along.
It's like, oh, you can put me on a long-range map? Cool. All right. If I keep playing the way that I have, it might just be a sweep. But you never know. Like, you just truly never know, especially with these two teams. Just something random could happen to where all of a sudden rockets popping off or Cowman's popping off. Something could happen to change everything in this series. So I'm not going to put anything against either team yet. Dante, you kind of guessed it, is going to be back in. Juby, oh, well, never mind. It says on our end, Juby is back in for Juby. So we'll see how that goes. But Juby, we assume, is in. Juby is just jumping maybe in and out of his chair to make himself seem like he's getting subbed in and out. But this will be the test here for Northwood. Can you change the way you're playing? Because Maryville have slowed the tempo down enough to where it is their style. And Northwood either need to find a way to counteract that or bring that tempo up just a little bit more to get more comfortable.
Northwood do look a lot better when it comes to these faster-paced tempos. When we start out on Colosseo, this first fight is going to last upwards of 2 minutes, just to prepare y'all for what is about to come. It will be a headshot from Haven, maybe a couple arrows of Vision that will actually unleash the chaos, start the full-on int. For now, Colosseo Maryville on match point.
And it will just be Vision. Why not? Keep the man on the Hanzo. The way he's been playing, there's no reason not to. Everything else is pretty standard across the board for each side. So it'll just be, can Vision continue actually bringing the value on this Hanzo, or will Haven's Sojourn just bring that little bit more consistency?
Hanzo, not exactly the definition of consistency. But when it pops off, oh boy, those tree trunks are shooting out of a bow and arrow. They sure do feel pretty dang good. But again, we're starting off very slowly. It's about waiting for someone to peek their head out and get a shot off. Vision and Haven traded on through, but Calman used his punchy punch a little bit too soon. So Dante had a free passage into Northwood's backline, following Maryville for the first couple of meters.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you know, you're going to look at Vision. All right, but Dante is back in the lineup, and he's way more aggressive than False is on tank. Partially this is because, you know, Dante most of the time is running the Ramatra or the Doomfist, which, you know, if you're playing a passive Doomfist, there is something going wrong at the camp of Maryville. But that is the way they needed to start it. If you are CJ and Vega, play your life, because Maryville are finding them time over and over. And it's really been hurting the Timberwolves.
You're getting punished, and it's rare to see from Northwood, who is one of the most dynamic backlines in Collegiate Overwatch. As you've stated previously, time it is gone. He's welcome. It's like a shooting rush out, but he's not blocking in time. He was on such low HP. Northwood saw the opportunity and leaped on it, immediately smashing him down into a pan-to-take. Excellent opportunity that Northwood capitalized on. I'll get this robot, turn right back around.
Like I said, we just go back and forth inside the Coliseum, and it might just be that for a little bit. Bot still hanging out 2 minutes in. Like I said, Dante just couldn't guard quick enough, and the damage just gets to be a little too much sometimes, even with the damage mitigation that the guard brings in Nemesis form. I wonder if Dante will get aggressive here with the Annihilation. They're just ahead of Cowman. Cowman may not be able to match it right away, but Vega has the beat to try and answer.
The Madman Squid is known for getting aggressive, but he was there with 3 Northwood players on his tail. Northwood are sick and tired of this Kiriko existing, causing havoc in their backline, and not even including Haven's shot that he hit on the overclock. Northwood are identifying how Maryville is playing and adjusting accordingly.
We said, hey, they need to make those adjustments.
Great.
They are starting to make them. Granted, log map to go. Still 7 minutes in one of the most snowbally map types you've ever seen in the game. And that's how quickly it can change.
That's a vision moment for you. You don't respect the Hanzo enough? Well, that's what's going to happen. Cowman attempting to make up for that loss. Keeping it even. But at the end of the day, it is Dante who has greater support, more help. So Northwood have to be happy with a couple additional meters they've had in the game. Escorting the robot.
Yeah, at least if you're Northwood, Maryville can't really push in too much because it was a 2v2. It was Rocket and CJ against Dante and King. But that bot will start eventually going back the way of Northwood's spawn. Comment, I don't mind him getting aggressive there. It ended up at least working out decently. You were able to get lead. The spot returns to the Colosseo, and nobody has forward spawns unlocked yet. No tick. Almost 4 minutes into this game, and King will be looking for this pulse bomb, as Dante as well has not used the Annihilation quite yet.
And it's free. Cowman used his last fight. Vega doesn't have a pulse bomb. The only thing Northwood really got going for him is this Kitsune Rush and pulse bomb, neither of which resulted in much. Maryville play their positioning wisely, encouraging the Timberwolves to book it out of there with an angry dragon running straight at you. That's another shot from Fission and takes its way into the kill feed as Maryville play their timing so well. Their tempo is incredible to watch anytime as this squad just identifies how the fight is going to go and turn it into their favor.
It's like, okay, they're basically waiting to come in. When are you going to play aggressive?
Yup.
And as soon as they do, that's when Dante sends it in. That's when they put all the resources. Kamen dies early. The rest of the team cannot find the picks that they need. But with how long that fight went, they will not be able to get lead off of that fight, as the bot will start going back around. Maryville going to elect to wait until they have everybody back. There's now Vision and Juby are back in the frame.
Made our way through. There's no support ultimates from match on Northwood. Support ultimates are really the most impactful out of everybody on these compositions now. So Maryville should have a free fight win coming their way. All about the timing, positioning. Really a big fan is Twit's Kitsune Rush here. Northwood not in a great spot to fully retreat as a group. Bare minimum, it should allow Maryville to catch up and grab a lead. Slight contest from Northwood and an excellent boop denies the high ground position, and it's all just getting away from Vision. Rocket sticks them a nice parting gift on the way out. Maryville, despite everything being in their hands, right, it's all starting to crumble away, and the retreat is called.
What a nice little boop there from
Wow.
Vega. Pushed 3 of them off the high ground, and the Rocket just sitting there like, oh, for me? Yes, please. They just stick the pulse bomb right on Division. They dip out. They win the rest of the fight, and because of the fact that they disengaged from that Kitsune Rush so early on, they're able to contest from high ground. They keep the lead, and now Haven will try and push.
At least you still have this sound barrier coming in for next fight, because I can guarantee a King just tanked 10 shots in a row, and it took to take down Haven. Maryville do have the control of the robot, or at least attempting to push it back in their direction. King lurking into the backline, attempting any daggers that Northwood are going to allow for. CJ Cowman have ultimates to pull the trigger on if it needs to prevent this, but it certainly is not forward until the positioning is just right. Cowman pulled the trigger once the high ground was in sight. I absolutely love that it plays from the tank, and it just gives Northwood so much to work off of. There's a full regroup. Dante doesn't even have a chance to do the annihilation, and the lead remains narrow.
Northwood just back up, and as soon as they realize, oh, Maryville's actually committing, all right, reverse it, right back onto them. Use the Kitsune, use the Annihilation, punish the aggression from Maryville. They're able to get this bot moving. Once again, Haven's already established on high ground.
Oh my gosh, that Vortex Precision comboed up with a Disruptor Shot is devastating. Northwood, they took the fight towards Maryville, denying that high ground initially, and there's just not much. Basically, that's looking at the Kitsune Rush into this, but with how this is turning out, I'm not a huge fan of it. Northwood Timberwolves are going to drag this robot, try and sprint this over this line if they have to. Getting spawns at this point in the game, Jesse, might as well be game winning.
They're going to continue contesting, though, from high ground. Rocket will start making their way up there to try and make sure they can confirm the bot will reach the halfway mark, and it will. Tick achieved by Northwood. Maryville with 2.5 minutes left in a very tricky situation to try and confirm the sweep and not let Northwood get momentum. But now they're already on the bridge. They're trying to push forward. They almost have the sound barrier as well from Vega. All signs, if this fight goes this way, are pointing to a map 4.
Vega knows that he has the ultimate advantage here, and that's just all green light for Northwood, smashing themselves against Maryville and pummeling down to reality. Northwood, we knew that this was going to be a close game all along. It seems the Timberwolves have finally found their fire.
They eventually found it. Wasn't the Mauga comp, it wasn't the Sigma, they're a Matramir is where they've really found their comments. Look at Calman! Just go on in. Why not?
I mean, at this point in the game, it's not the worst case scenario. Northwood, all it's about is buying time off this objective. Maryville still have to win several consecutive fights. We're looking about 3 to maybe even 4 to reach where the Northwood has pushed this barrier.
This, you gotta think here. Well, they're gonna try and win a fight near mid. At that point, probably gotta win a fight near bridge of the opposing side. Then you gotta win another one on bridge. That is, like you said, at least 3 fights. No matter what, it would go into overtime. They have to make sure they stretch out these ults. They have all 5. You can't all use them at once.
If there's one team that's capable of it, it has to be Maryville. If anything left to say here on Colosseo, not the time to pop it. Both support ultimates on the board. Vision not finding too much, but that green overhealth. Those 2 gone, set and done. But else Maryville packing, you can tell they really wanted to get aggressive on that, but we're afraid of players such as Haven, working his way to the backline. Joby completely isolated away from his team. It's the Annihilation and Dragon Strike in just the same room, trying to compensate for any losses that they can, and King is coming alive at the most desperate time possible. That's a 5K for the Tracer! The Saints have swept. They're still moving, but my goodness, Jesse, this is going to be scrappy.
It's gonna be very scrappy. Vision will come back on the Soldier, and I said, hey, they need to save something. They couldn't. They needed to use everything during that fight. Squid might be able to build a window. King might be able to build a pulse bomb, but it's going to get tricky. You got to make sure somebody, though, is able to touch the bot, and that will be King, just to keep this overtime going. Rocket has the pulse bomb available. Is going to be looking to force the lamp early from Squid.
That's really all it's going to take. Northwood, they have the better positioning. They have the ultimates, but no!
What?
Again!
What?
Maryville! They split their priorities way too much at Northwood. Just escorted that little bot out of their clutches. Northwood, we were just paying on them for the C9, but Maryville, that is so much worse. This series, Jesse, far from over.
I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say. That looks so good for Maryville too. King, that's easy team kill himself. Get up there. And I will say Northwood, I still think probably win that map because they actually had ultimates to use. But it doesn't make it any less like hair pull out moment that we've had. Not 1, but 2 Charlie Niners back-to-back maps now in this series. What are we doing? But honestly, if you're Northwood, hey, you found that momentum. You found the comp that did work. Because it is the comp that arguably fits their tempo the best.
It does. And the fact that Dante and Maryville were willing to play it out here. Mauga is not great on Colosseo. You do not have much individual or team cover for that. Using this vortex and this shield sets up eliminations and allows you to traverse through a lot of these long, narrow pathways so much easier. Cowman and the rest of Northwood proved to be sufficient on this particular point, but even as we continue throughout our later maps in this series, Jesse, something such as Flashpoint, it's going to bring the Mauga right back.
Yeah, the Mauga, granted, the Ramacha can also work depending on which one we end up going to. But it also forces Maryville to keep Juby in. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but we know they like to run the double flex support. And on Flashpoint, you can't. You physically cannot not have a Lucio. So that'll be a tricky situation for Maryville as they try and decide where they elect to go for map 4.
And you have to know, we knew that this series would not end in a 3-0. Maryville has been looking good. They were doing great, and even this last map of Colosseo did come down to the wire. But Northwood has stepped it up. The wind now flown into their sails. But can they manage to do it for the next 2 maps in a row? Well, we're going to have to find out in just a little bit. If you're just coming in now for this series, I have just the thing for you. To stay updated on all of our Overwatch Collegiate action, go ahead and follow our Overwatch Esports socials as you see below you. We only have 4 teams remaining within this bracket. $75,000 to be given out amongst the best teams. And my goodness, you guys are not going to want to miss it. Our series is going to continue with a Maryville Northwood map 4 Flashpoint right after this break. tied here in the Overwatch Collegiate Championship Upper Finals, to say the very least. Maryville, despite starting out our series up 2-0, their last map ended in tragedy. Northwood have found their groove once more and have kept themselves alive, heading into a map 4 of Flashpoint, likely changing our compositions up once again for our series, and perhaps giving Maryville that advantage they've been wanting since map number 1.
Yes, there is a very good chance that we go either back to the Mauga here. The Doomfist could also work at certain aspects of this map, but they would have to run the Lucio aspect, unless they really want a gamble of not having that speed. It is definitely a gamble that I could see Maryville taking, but it is definitely a risk. Either way, either running the Doomfist without that double flex support, it can be a little harder to keep Dante up, or if they just want to run it without the Lucio, with the speed for the rest of the team, yeah, it's going to get tricky, especially bouncing between these flashpoints. So we'll have to see what the Saints elect to do, but you know, that is definitely a mentally booming way to end map 3. Is you get to a very winnable spot and nobody touches the bots, and that is not where you want to start it up, but you still have the advantage. You just got to win one of 2 maps. Northwood got to win both. So for Northwood, you just got to keep that progress going, because all of the pressure now is on you to make sure this goes to 5.
Maryville also will have map picks from here on out. So Suravasa was the decision of Maryville. Likely Northwood would have ended up in the same spot since there are only 2 flash maps, so no big deal. At the same time, though, we saw a little bit yesterday of the Saints' attack plan towards this map, and the Dante Doomfist in tandem with this King Genji, then swapping over to the Mauga. This map was king. It was his, and he plans to own it again. You put this guy on the Genji, and big things are expected to happen. Rocket has been rather quiet in a large part of this series, being on this Tracer, having to swap over to the Genji. So I'm very curious to see what he's going to roll it on this time.
And yeah, we'll just be king, sticking to the Genji. Northwood will run the full Ramatra, Maryville on the Mauga. So Comman's life is going to get a little difficult during the beginning of this. They were, I assume, assuming it would be the Ramatra again, but it will be that Mauga comp with King on the Genji. And gotta remember, this is the map that Maryville knocked out Winthrop into the lower bracket yesterday. So they're very comfortable on this map, and let's see if they can go for 2 for 2.
Ramatra has a lot more defensive capabilities, we'll see with his shield, and also with the blocking for the team. So it makes Dante and the rest of Maryville play a little bit more tempoed. But as you can see now, once Cowman gets lit on fire, he's not going to have a great time. So Maryville have a much easier time maintaining this space than somebody like Northwood would here. So it's a very methodical, slow approach, only a matter of time until somebody ends up hitting the deck. CJ a lot closer to their own Kitsune Rush than that of Maryville. Calman's extensive damage that he has taken has built up this ultimate so quickly that even though Northwood have the objective now, Maryville are hanging around for a contest. All it takes is CJ to press one little button, and that fate can change super fast.
Yeah, they're just going to wait it out. Once that point flips, you can tell immediately Northwood know they don't have to be on it 24/7. They can touch it and off, but King gets the first.
King gets it first, and at this point, would have a Kitsune Rush to mirror that early one that CJ had all along. Dante, though, does overstay in the back line. This is a bit more of an issue. Cowman, it doesn't really have to worry about getting melted by another tank. So King trying to stay alive as best he can. Regroup with Scooby, and Vision is still on the high ground, uncontested. It takes the Vortex, he goes him down, but Cowman didn't exactly want to be meeting eyes with an overclocking Sojourn.
Yeah, that Ravenous Vortex actually dragged Vision right down to head level. It's like, oh, that's a whoops. That's not how that was supposed to work. Is they're going to get aggressive. They're going to try and find CJ. They at least force out the Suzu, but not able to confirm the kill. Maryville will now reset back up. They have the beat. They have the blade if they want to combo those going in and let Dante build up the rest of the cage. But Northwood, it's not like they don't have anything. They have their own beat, and they're actually going to, Haven's going to pop theirs early.
He's looking for Vision, but he's already booked it out of there. Julians would have to stay alive right now. If they go down, it's going to spell disaster for Maryville, especially when these sound barriers come into play. stopped at the same time, but Dante's overhealth already expended. He's just an ult battery, or really a railgun battery. For Haven, these charge shots are immaculate.
Yeah, even though they didn't get a lot of the kills from their actual ultimate, the kills they got afterwards, finishing up the targets from Cowman's Annihilation, that is where they needed to get the value. So they're at least able to keep this fight going. One fight left here remaining on the first round of Suravasa. King did not use the blade. Vega did use the sound barrier though, so it is a free blade if they can get in.
And a big if on that one there. TJ forcing Northwood to play aggressive while Rocket has this point all to himself. It's actually Northwood pulling on back. They want to try to punish King before the blade comes out. Wonderful decision making. Maryville, even if they want to try to fight this, they're still at a disadvantage. King putting all of his Gunny and Cha-Cha into the face of Cowman. That cage fight crawling now up, and the blood runs thick of Northwood as Maryville comes back after some iffy decisions.
Yeah, King has to be the one that has to touch there. So it's like, oh, you don't get the blade. Northwood play that great.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, they have cage still. Oh. What's the plan, guys? And the plan was dying. It was dying on point in the cage. They had no answer for it. And Kamen now will give up on the Ramatra. It is just a little bit too difficult to play into the Mauga. And they will mirror it. So Maryville, they forced the swap they were wanting. They go into the Mauga mirror that went into their favor over on map 1.
Just with how big of a win condition cage fight can be. It's a great swap that Cowman's making. He can now take as much space as he would like, sending his way into the back line. Vega and Haven, though, get way too far out there. Exactly where King would like them to be. Lining them all up to chop them all down. Maryville getting their first touch on top.
Clean 5-0 team kill. They lose nobody during that. Yes, come in, you go in, but you leave your backline exposed. Vega gets trumped down early, and like I said, King's like, all right, free blade, cool. Vega just doesn't have it in time, and now Maryville could get aggressive in this fight if they want to. They have the beat to go in. They know the cage fight is nowhere close for Northwood, and if so, hey, Vision also has their overclock if they want something else.
Dante has to stay up. Rocket get the pulse bomb. Squid, discipline on that Suzu there, keeping Dante alive. This Maryville at least still has a fighting chance. They use their sound barrier though. If Northwood want to play this a little bit lower, for Vega to get his up, this is a much better possibility for the Timberwolves. The go button is pressed, but where are the eliminations to come through with it? Maryville are so healthy, and Cowman and Haven just got pancaked in the corner. Northwood, they had the ultimate advantage. Just the timing, the value that were gained out of the placement was nowhere near as good with Maryville's superior positioning.
And it's stuck in 2v3. The supports never died. King just goes in, cleans them up. And it will force some changes here potentially across the board. But it'll be Maryville 2-0. One sub-map away from a grand finals appearance after not appearing there in Homecoming back in fall. Be quite the little finish here for the season for the Saints, but they got to get this done first. They have both DPS ultimates to go in with. Northwood have, at the moment, nothing. They should have the cage, though, pretty quickly.
Something to work off of, but that has started this game. This is King's map. This is his. They're Northwood are just playing in it. It's so easy to get these Dragonblade kills, and they're all corralled together. Maryville had the advantage. They played it to a T, and Northwood's task of coming back just got even taller.
Kame's like, oh yeah, drag everybody back in. We can try and finish off the kills, but I don't know if it was like just a mental blunder of, oh, the blade is still going on, and we are getting chunked down. There was no support ultimate to go with it. And Maryville, man, they're just at peak form right now with how they're playing. They're catching Northwood every time.
Vision has to make something happy. He's going to get really aggressive here, and TJ doesn't slip step away. He just makes eye contact with Vision, accepts his fate, and Vision perfectly happy with the result he's managed to pull here. That's another one fight, at least that Maryville should be getting. And Northwood finally will have some ultimates, but is it too late, Jesse?
They need one fight. One fight to go here to at least keep this going. They got to win a few more after that. Juby will run back to spawn to make sure Vision is in this contest. It will be just Kitsune Rush, maybe a Blade from Rocket, maybe a beat from Vega. But those are big ifs. Juby, on the other hand, does have the only solidified ult so far of this fight. And that is a sound barrier to keep everybody on the Saints healthy when they try and build up their own rush.
And Dante, though, just gets blown up He had no idea what was happening. His health bar just hit 0. Northwood taking that aggressive initiative that we know them so well for, overwhelming Maryville with their initiative tempo.
Yeah, right there. Just, hey, one ult, we win the fight, back up. And we make sure you catch the point first. Maryville is still in a great spot. They have the beat. They have the rush now of their own to go on in. And look who's very close to another blade. That is King.
And King is what is actually Rocket to pull the blade out first. And that sound barrier made that look like a whole lot of wet noodle. Haven now trying to come up with something. Deadeye is available for actually zoning these players out, but at this point in the game, Northwood have to pull everything because Maryville taking one more flip. This map, this series is going their way, and King is making sure that happens. Dante locking them into place, making Northwood face their final death. Only Rocket remains. He's gonna have to attempt to touch here. The boop is clean. It is Maryville booking their ticket to the Overwatch Collegiate Championship Grand Finals.
The Saints sit atop right now. They're the lone team remaining in the upper bracket, and they will await the victor of the lower bracket, either Northwood, Winthrop, or ISU. But they got a little bit of time to sit now. What a performance from the Saints. You take down Winthrop 3-1. You take down Northwood 3-1. Nice little way to get in. And honestly, they had the hardest path to the grand final through uppers. They had to beat ISU. They had to beat Winthrop. They had to beat Northwood. Any of the teams that they will see in lower bracket, in the grand final, I should say, from lower bracket, they beat 3-1 either this weekend or last weekend. And right now, Maryville in the ultimate power position to finally bring the championship back to Maryville.
If there were ever any doubts, these lackluster performances that Maryville has had at these LAN tournaments and other collegiate championships within the past couple of weeks or so, they're gone. They're doubts. All the doubters have been proven wrong, and they're probably crying right now because Maryville is in their top form. If this team is going to win a championship, oh, Jesse, it is going to be now. They've beaten the other 3 of the top 4 teams at some point during this bracket or group stage and just sit there. They wait for one to come up there and contest the team to beat. And it is just so incredible to watch Maryville, again, the most intelligent team that you're going to see in the tournament with how they play around these objectives, their decision-making, their engagement, their disengagements, this tempo that they force onto their opponents is deceptive. Northwood are forced to play Maryville's game, whether they know it or not.
That was the big thing. Northwood, yes, for one map on push, they got to play their style. They got to go on to the Ramatra, but then the Mulga just got forced back out, and they were just not the same when they have to play this Mulga comp. And now it's back to the drawing board for Northwood. They will obviously be watching this next game pretty closely as they will play the winner of our next game in the lower final tomorrow. Well, you saw the thing, the King was at a 20 kill streak. That is absolutely absurd. You get the guy on Genji, you see what happens. Maryville, in the first final for them since 2022 Collegiate Championships, they got 3rd in Homecoming the following year. They kept getting 3rd and 3rd and 3rd. This time around, they're in the final. And who did they beat in that final when they won it? Northwood. So a nice little start here to maybe make that a reality once again.
We've seen the growth arc of these players, these teams, and you have to shout out King specifically. When he was when he first started in the Overwatch League at such a young age to now, like even Maryville themselves highlight King as their most improved and dedicated player, working with Dante and Hunter to continuously grow as this individual and to be the star that all of us knew he was capable of being before. He's getting closer and closer to reaching his peak. And Jesse, it is insane for me to say that I don't even think that he's there yet. Like, he's just pushing Maryville up further and further than anybody thought that they could be going right now, flawlessly running through the upper bracket, solidifying themselves into the finals. And it all started with his very first map, Maryville, setting the tempo early on.
They said it so early. It's like, hey, no, we're going to force you to play the Mulga, and we're better than you at the Mulga comp right now. So we're going to force you either, hey, you got to find an answer to it. They try and go to Midtown. They try and force the Sigma comp. Command is oh so reliable on, but the Vision Hanzo happened, and everything changed from that moment on that map. And a C9 later as well, Maryville able to go 2-0 up, and then yes, Northwood able to get a map, but it did seem like Maryville were just a more consistent team because it was them forcing the tempo and forcing the play style that they are oh so comfortable with.
Sending King and Squid on these duo missions to attack different parts of the map, like Maryville were just surrounding Northwood, and they weren't exactly sure how to handle it. Rocket was with Vega sometimes, sure, but Vega primarily was playing with Cowman, so Rocket had to 2v1 essentially the entire time, which nullified any impact that we had. We're so used to seeing Rocket just dominate these games, but because of all of the additional support that Maryville have put into these off angles and could flanks, just overwhelmed Northwood, their win con that the Timberwolves were relying on today. Looks like a whole lot of nothing, and it is all due to end it off here with our good guy King, the king of Suravasa, and it is an honor to be in the presence of royalty today. King, how does it feel taking down this team in Northwood after beating Winthrop, after beating ISU, and making it to the grand finals?
I think it's really amazing because the land before this we were kind of struggling a lot, but I think it's mostly just because we're on like pretty Kappa comps. But now we figured it out, found a comp I can play Genji on. It's pretty nice, I will say.
Yeah, obviously I doubt you argue too much. Like, oh, you want to play Genji? Yeah, I don't think that's too much of a conversation for you guys. What do you feel is going right now with you guys running a lot of these different comps? Is there something that's just clicked over the last week or so?
I think the Maga comp clicked the most. Like just having me on Genji, I think it suits like everyone's hero pool except Dante, who hasn't touched the hero. Sorry about this guy. But also I think the other comps too. Like we got a lot better at Ram comp after realizing like the comps we were playing before were bad. But I think once we figured out like the right comps to play, like it all started to click. But still need to work with Dante to play Maga. It's a little struggle, but it's all good.
Well, it seemed to at least be working decently. Like, you still got the 3-1 win. Is it an extra little bit of satisfaction knowing, like you said, you guys did struggle at lands as of late? Is this just a nice little end piece? Like, hey, we are back to our form, and now you guys await the upcomer from the lower bracket.
I think absolutely, yeah. Like, we're being a lot more forward. I think we're kind of working backwards at the lands we're playing at, but I think now we're on, like, really good pace. Like, keep improving and dominate collegiate, so incredible.
And we've seen this development from, of course, these past collegiate tournaments where you guys were still figuring out a lot of your compositions, a lot of your roles, and even just through this playoff bracket in general. The steps that you guys have taken towards improvement have been amazing to watch that journey through. And, you know, we already said, you've beaten Illinois State, you've beaten Winthrop, you've beaten, of course, Northwood just now. Those are one of the three teams that you're going to be playing within the grand finals. Is there a specific team that you would want to face off against to get this championship?
I'd really want to play versus Winthrop again. I think it's a lot of fun playing versus Tree and UV. UV is pretty underrated on Tracer. I'm going to say that now. It's pretty hard playing versus him, but probably Winthrop. But I think we're probably going to see ISU probably in the grand finals. So that's my prediction. But who knows?
Hey, you never know. That's the beauty of any bracket, of course, collegiate Overwatch in itself. And, you know, we're going to go ahead and transition over to that lower semifinal coming up in a little bit. But before we go ahead and click off here for you guys, I'm sure Maryville has a lot to celebrate and a lot to prepare for tomorrow. Do you have anything that you would like to say? Shout outs you'd like to make, or just anything about Maryville in general?
Shout out to Vision's mom for motivating us and just all our staff for helping us out, and everyone supporting us. Thank you. Yes, that's about it.
It's awesome. We love to hear all the support that Maryville is getting, and we love to see the success that you have found with said support, King. Thank you so much for joining us here on the desk today. We're going to go ahead and let you go, and we'll look forward to seeing you guys perform in the grand finals match tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Such an incredible player, such an incredible human, and a great asset to Maryville. Like, seeing this guy's journey from joining the Overwatch League at age 18 all the way up until Mal. He was all smiles throughout that interview, Jesse, and I love seeing the positivity that Maryville's feeling.
He's definitely had some rough patches in his career, but this is really the moment, like, okay, is he going to show up this time? Because, you know, sometimes, granted, he's not always been on his best heroes, but he's kind of faded to the background. He's been more of a utility player. this time around, he showed up.
Oh.
Like, he is one of the best out there. And if he can continue playing the Genji, that is a very scary thought process for whoever plays them in the grand final tomorrow. Because, like you saw at the end, 20 kill streak. And I couldn't have guessed that Dante was struggling with the Malga. It seemed to me like he's doing it still pretty well. So, I don't know. We'll have to see if it's even better tomorrow in that grand final.
Of course. I mean, Maryville, while we're going to say goodbye to them today, we will be back in the grand finals tomorrow. And for you guys to make sure you are here for said grand finals, go ahead and check out the Overwatch Esports socials as you see below you. We'll have both the lower finals and the grands happening tomorrow, where Maryville will find which team is going to meet them there. Jesse, we're not just done quite yet today. We have 4 teams right now, but only 3 can advance until tomorrow's final competition date. We're going to have Winthrop playing against ISU coming up next. Don't go anywhere. This is a match you're going to want to watch. The Overwatch Collegiate Championship has been a roller coaster ride of ups and downs, and now here we are, 4 teams sit remaining within the bracket. And today, we get to say goodbye to one more. Illinois State University are playing against Winthrop, fighting for their life, fighting for a chance into these grand finals, but it's not going to be an easy road. Northwood stands in their path, and then Maryville to finish it all off. Illinois State, Jesse, have been in this lower bracket for quite some time on an absolute tear, and now meet an incredible opponent.
Yeah, they got knocked down by Maryville, our first grand finalist, 3-1, very early in the tournament. I believe it was the upper quarters. So then, yeah, they sweep ASU. They swept Fisher Freaks. They beat Fisher yesterday, yesterday 3-1, or sorry, earlier today. I'm thinking their other game against the other Fisher yesterday. They beat Fisher Esports 3-1 today. They got to sit back a little bit. They watched Winthrop win their only lower bracket game so far, a 3-0 sweep against the Canadians of St Clair Saints. And now a spot in Championship Sunday is up for grabs, as this should be quite an interesting one, as some people circled this as a potential grand final matchup.
Yeah.
But instead, it is just a game to just make it into Championship Sunday.
My bracket has been busted. I was amongst many of those other people who anticipated this to be the grand finals matchup. Yet they're meeting not even in the lower finals. They're meeting in the lower semis to see one of these teams go down in 4th place. Well, it has to happen to somebody. Having these two is rather unexpected. Maryville and Northwood have been shining through the entirety of this playoff bracket, really figured out what this meta, what this recent patch means to them, and to play accordingly. Illinois State continuing to adapt as much as ever after claiming literally every collegiate tournament title that they have played in this semester. This is the last one, the one that is actually going to solidify their spot on top of the collegiate community.
I'm trying to collect all the Infinity Stones, it feels like, this
Literally.
semester, and they're almost there. It's just a nice little lower bracket run is what they will need to put the icing on the cake. This is the lineup we expect to see all day. Kuffa on tank. We could see Ariel 2 at some point if you really get to a Ramatra mirror, but I do doubt that is going to happen. And then Lethal, W. Maimon, and then Skyle and Admiral. It's a stacked roster across the board. And there's a reason why you hear so many people when we do these interviews, they're like, who are the team you're most afraid of? Who do you think will be in that grand final? So many of them have said ISU because of how dangerous this team can be.
Oh no. Lethal, for example, lives up to his name, and it's just scary to look at an Illinois State roster that's flexible and has star power, but star power is Winthrop's MO. I mean, you see Overwatch League, OWCS, high-level talent, wherever you look. You have the most anticipated rookie coming into the Overwatch scene, just coming of age in this past week, and Tree himself has been stellar to go ahead and watch as a massive name, a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and Jesse, he's lived to every bit of it so far.
There's a assuming right now he's going through a ton of tryouts. Like, there is, like you said, just became age eligible to compete in OWCS. I have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot more of him this summer once we hit stage 3. Yeah. But this is, again, look at this roster. You got RuPaul, just won the final season of the Overwatch League with Florida Mayhem. Liar, Ultraviolet. Yes, they're on Tracer, but who cares? Their Tracer's still been one of, like, the top 5 Tracers in Collegiate just because their base skill is so ridiculous. And then Kaluj as well to round it off. My only worry with Winthrop, how flexible are you actually in what you can run? Because this is the only 5 on this team. So it's not like it can be like an ISU or a Maryville where they can switch out a lot of members to fit what kind of comp they want to run. Yeah. This is the 5 you will see from Winthrop the entire day.
Especially in some of these more dynamic maps which require adaptability. We've seen a ton of Mauga today. Kaluj tries, just pokes Mauga away with a 10-foot pole. If you're Ultraviolet, I don't think we've even seen him switch off the Tracer so far. No. Like Winthrop, they stick with their guns. They play what they're best at. which can work up to a degree, but your talent can only get you so far. If teams like Illinois State, who are known for their flexibility and high levels of understanding of a wide variety of comps, and this is exactly the reason why Winthrop ended up in the lower bracket in the first place, falling to Maryville, and now the Redbirds are the ones as the ultimate bosses that they'll have to face to live up to all of the expectations that was placed on their roster from the moment it was announced.
Yeah, as soon as this roster got announced, like, oh, this is like a championship caliber team, and a lot of people said it's championship or bust, and dare I say, you could argue that for sure. Like, you have these incredible players on this, some of which are going over to DreamHack Dallas in a few weeks for the major, but it's like, you gotta make sure you still get it done first. This is not just a free win based off of skill. You actually gotta get the games together. And it is kind of crazy how the graveyard that is left here on the lower bracket. It is all teams that have lost to Maryville 3-1 in the upper bracket. That is one of the most insane things to ever happen. Each of these teams got one map off Maryville. Each three of these teams in the lower bracket left want to get a rematch against the Saints, but only one will, and we get to figure out who gets to play against the Timberwolves in tomorrow's lower bracket final. Here, right now, Oasis kicking off. Kaluj will start on the Sigma comp.
Okay.
Everything else will be pretty similar. Tree as well on the Ash. Illinois State, they're loving more Maga.
Oh yeah, there's no reason to take Kappa off of the Moen tank right now. He's just bodying his way through roster after roster. And now Kaluj, a very tall space grandpa, just as another one, and he can bowl over. And you can see how Winthrop are scared of playing directly into Illinois State. Tree being on the Ash here, finding these angles isn't going to be easy. You can get pancaked down, as we just saw from Kappa. He was waiting for Winthrop to settle down. He can int on in and eventually find some of this damage. We're playing essentially a game of cat and mouse. Winthrop worked their way up to the high ground finally, but contesting Illinois State on this actual objective, the greatest challenge. Blue struggling to stay alive. Eventually the point capture comes on through. Lethal, the first casualty. Excellent dynamite from Tree, taking care of the most damaging player that the Redbirds have. Getting onto this objective though, a whole nother task, especially with how aggressive these players are being right now. Tree, Ultraviolet punishing them, and finally allowing Winthrop to breathe it.
They ran for their lives for like the first minute and a half of this game. They're eventually able to get it done. That will be the trick here for Illinois State. Can they actually catch up and punish Winthrop, or will they just keep that distance just enough? Just playing keep away and trying to find those opening picks with Tree, with Kalush, playing the range game. RuPaul already has that window up. It should be able to help Tree build up Bob.
Have the Ant Matrix, but what about the Kitsune Rush with the style? That just accelerates Illinois State's pace. Winthrop, you can't run away much more. You eventually have to plant your feet on the ground. I guess it's just Kalush. Take the fight up to the sky. Excellent Gravitic Orb. Taking Style down. It's going to be enough though. Ultraviolet has to come up big. Wonderful stick. Maimon just next on the chopping block. Winthrop use their ultimate advantages. Squeak on through. Another fight win.
Yeah, maybe slightly more than they wanted to use. They had to use 4 ults there compared to the 2 of ISU.
Yeah.
But you at least keep this going a little bit. The Bob was just a major pain in the side of ISU when they tried to push in. You saw W My Moan trying to get aggressive. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, I'm at like 10 health because Bob's been shooting me in the back the entire time I'm trying to set up. Cage fight is almost ready though for Cuppa. If they can try and catch Lyra on the outside of it, it could make it a little tricky to get the sound barrier off safely.
Even then, having both the Dragon Blade in here as well, the Sound Barrier can't cut off all of the damage that is coming through. Maimon strikes are deadly, and RuPaul is cut in half. Yeah, Illinois State used what they need to. Winthrop way overexerted their resources in the previous battle. Long of Redbirds get back in control.
W My Moan's like, okay, just gonna wait a second for that Sound Barrier to go through. Then go in with the blade, finish him off. ISU, again, like you said, though, a heavy commitment. 0 ults available for this fight. Very much a vanilla fight for both sides, but ISU now, they can control. Eventually, Winthrop will have to face this rush head-on. They can't keep running.
No, not at all. There's no chance. Winthrop have to face their challenge, whether they like it or not. And I can tell you, they already aren't liking it. Kappa, though, has to retreat on out. Winthrop, slight window of opportunity to work with. If you're allowing your Tracer to control more of this space and put pressure onto Lethal, that's a much better look for Winthrop. Fortunately, that Kitsune Rush isn't going to do a whole lot. Full pump timing is immaculate. Skyle barely keeping Kappa standing on his 2 feet, preparing for this re-engage. Peeking at Tree in an application matrix might as well be a death sentence. Same can be said though for Lethal. He's into the backline. A Wire jumps his way out of the line of fire. Wire continues to go get even more off of that, narrowly escaping and then taking a couple players down with him. Winthrop collapsing against all odds, forcing Illinois State to a final fight.
Yeah, Illinois State is trying and come back quickly, but Bob is there to contest if Winthrop want to play off point. Kalush has the gravitic flux as well. Admiral still 30% to beat.
Yeah, Kappa got mowed down. Not a chance was stood when the robot Butler greets you on arrival. Yep, Tree proving why the Ash can be a valuable pick. And Winthrop are going to win the brawliest of the brawl maps here on Oasis. If there was one round that I expected Winthrop to lose, Jesse, it was this one.
Yeah, that's definitely the one I thought ISU could get a great start on. My hope for them now is at City Center, but it's not. It will be Gardens for our second round. So again, a lot more of the rush. And honestly, the poke is even better on this sub-map because if you can get set up here on the high ground, we saw it just the last series. Vision was having the time of his life because he could sit up there and have no issues whatsoever. That'll be something ISU have to punish because Tree is playing extremely well right now. And if you let Tree and RuPaul just chill up on that high ground with free reign, it is going to be a very quick end of the map.
This needs to be a speedy race towards the high ground. Advantage of the Winston as Kappa can leap up there, no problem. Tree, not in the mood to get electrocuted today, so he'll opt to stick over with his good buddy RuPaul for the time being. Kappa being aggressive in the small room. Can he get out? His jump moved off to the side just a little bit. Winthrop just rushing on forwards. A wave of damage forcing Illinois State on an immediate retreat. That high ground that they were so afraid of Tree getting is now in his possession, but so is Ultraviolet. These picks are going to be a little bit staggered out. Winthrop has his objective under lock. Eventually, the Redbirds have to get out.
Redbirds, whoo, well, they may not even get a choice much, Molly, as Tree is starting to heat up in this one. And typically, you wouldn't see the Ash with this all the time. A lot of time we've seen Silly just of late. And if we have seen the Ash, it's with the Mauga for that double burn combination. But this time, Tree's like, no, I'm still very confident in this, and I can keep Lethal at bay, and that is one of the biggest win conditions they could possibly have. Going into this series, if you keep Lethal at bay, you don't let them carry maps, it is a very nice way to at least get your foot in the door.
It's so strange to see Lethal this quiet. At this point, he's exploding into the kill feed on most other games, but on the other side, it's Illinois State, but they're on the wrong side of the said kill feed. Winthrop have been so aggressive and taking this high ground away from a Sigma and an Ash, that is a daunting task to anyone.
Hello.
And like, they're on the right comp to try and get this done. You need Comfort to get up on the high ground, the dive to try and displace, but their issue has been they can't get up there. By the time they're getting close, they're already getting chipped away. They have to heal up. And this is a composition that needs to play very fast. They don't have the level of sustain that RuPaul has on the Baptiste. The Cuticle can only pump out so much heals.
You don't have the same sort of support that Winthrop are leveraging. Kappa can just pop at any random point in the day. The Act Matrix will speed up said process. And with fire, quite literally, the Pulse Bomb just sidesteps it like it was absolutely nothing there. It looks so cool while doing it as well. Blues, and then Kappa jumping on in the sound mirror. At least keeps his health at a manageable point and gets flyer. Well, Winthrop feet can come out. Now, Winthrop hits every single Q button that they have available being pressed. It all seems to be in vain. Kappa has too much health and his angry monkey arms. Oh, they're sending Winthrop straight back to spawn.
Okay, starting to settle. This is the IC we're used to seeing. Winthrop, admittedly, though, you force out a lot of what the Redbirds had on the table. Still a very tricky spot here for ISU to even force a round 3. But if they want to keep running this Winston, City Center would beat the sub-map that you want them to be on. Lethal getting back to the fight. It's Skyle actually has to get the first blood.
Okay.
Good to see you.
And you'll take that. Tree has been the main issue for Illinois State. He goes down, and you win the fight just off of one pick alone.
Yeah, at this point, hey, chill out a little bit. Time is on your side. That percentage is continuing to move on forward. You don't need to get super aggressive. Tree will make the swap. They're off of the Ash. They'll go over to the Cassidy's, dumping my Moans, maybe getting just a little bit too much done in the backline of Winthrop.
Raymond, known for being a bit of a pest in certain backlines, especially cobbled up for Kappa. Kind of jump right now. It is a boop though. Can he make it back to the other side? He sure can, but there's no tank available for Illinois State. Kappa yet to regroup with the team. The sound barrier forcing the Redbirds to find any sort of cover they can. The point actually is still on the blue side. So the Redbirds have been able to work with that. For now, Admiral's a sound barrier of his own. The point does flip. The Redbirds have to commit at some time or another, ideally sooner. Maimon getting a stick here, forcing out this immortality field, or just disrupting RuPaul, assuming you can get up there in the first place. The At Matrix narrowly closing a lot of these doors Illinois State were using to contest this objective. Both support ultimates buying them a ticket on through. Pulse bomb a little bit wide, but it leaves a couple players low, especially Colosseo. He's hanging onto a sliver of HP. He has to go down here, Admiral. Final blow is gained, but it's not pretty. Tree, Flyer, RuPaul, they broke to the back line, and it's Tree with the final say here on Oasis. This guy is on fire today. The wrong rookie superstar gets Winthrop their first map win.
Okay, Tree, I see you. Lighting it up in the kill feed as they're just very content. Hey, if they want to settle into this Sigma comp, they're not going to complain whatsoever. It's honestly what Colosseo probably prefers the most. And ISU now, granted, weirdly enough, them as of late, Control has been a weird map type for them. They've really struggled on this map type. They lost Fisher earlier today on this map as well, and this map type over on Antarctic Peninsula. So maybe it's just a Control map thing for them. I'm honestly not sure, but my real questions will start to arise if they go down 0-2, or if they seem to be struggling on map 2, because that's when they really start turning it on over these last few weeks. So that's what I'll be looking for. But so far for Winthrop, you're still going to take the map. And it seemed like no matter what, Lethal, like I said, was eerily quiet.
It's so strange. Anytime ISU is on the cast, I'm like, all right, I need to prepare to say Lethal's name at least a dozen times, but where was he? This was the Tree show all day long. Winthrop completely shut him down on the Sojourn. He didn't even try to go over to the Cassidy, banking on this greater mobility, fighting against things like Ultraviolet, especially when you're running a tank that isn't as frontline present here. Illinois State don't have the same level of hit scan prowess that we're used to seeing them at, and Tree completely took control. ISU, you can't be picking a map that allows Winthrop to play this poke again.
No, there's no way they allow it to happen again. You cannot let them play poke. And historically, I would say, hey, go to Midtown. You know, it's been a map we've seen a lot of lately, but that's probably the worst case scenario, honestly, for Illinois State with the current map. But you do not want to go to a map that is so poke heavy. It can be so hard to break down that occasional double flex support, or just the Baptiste with the Sigma comp over by the Midtown tunnel. So that'd be the one map I doubt we're going to see get picked here by the Redbirds. From there on out, just, hey, where do you want to go? Do you want to go to Mid Kings Row? Force a little bit of rush. The dive can work there. It can get a little funky, but it's not like it's impossible by any stretch. So I'm very curious to see what they want to run and if any changes do happen, but I doubt Aerial 2 comes in, at least at this point. I don't think you hit that kind of panic button quite yet.
No. Honestly, though, if we get to a later point in this series and you want to mirror the Sigma, I don't think it's impossible that Aerial just sits on the bench the whole time. He very well could come in. Do I think it's going to be this early on? Like you said, no. Illinois State are a team that will hold their cards out as long as they possibly can before playing that secret ace that they have up their sleeve. So we are not going to Midtown, thank goodness. It will be Hollywood instead, which has recently taken form as this more dive-centric map. However, we did just see Winthrop dismantle St Clair when it came to holding this objective. Colosseo can play this Sigma as much as he wants. Tree being on this Ash, the Cassidy, whatever it may be, this still isn't a worst case scenario for Winthrop.
No, at this point, you're still pretty comfortable with what this turns into. Yes, you may elect to not maybe go a Winston Mirror. If it goes into that, maybe you want to try and go the Diva to try and counteract the Winston, a more counter dive style. But it's not like it's the worst case scenario here at all for Winthrop. You were probably being like, hey, maybe they somehow pick Midtown and we get to run that. But no, it will be Hollywood. It's a Winston's paradise here on the streets of Hollywood. So I do think this is a great map for ISU. They are notoriously strong at it. But we also did just see Winthrop play this against St. Clair just a few hours ago. And they full held St. Clair. They capped it on their first try. So it's also a map that they have very recent footage of how Winthrop at least want to set up here on defense. The offense is a little gimmicky. I think they're at Roadhog Bastion. We're going to put an asterisk next to that. But what they ran on defense was very normal. They had Kaluge on the Sigma. They were running the Bat Lucio. So I think, can they make that work again against a much better dive team here in ISU?
ISU more so picked this map, at least in my mind, for the sake of their own attack. Winthrop, whenever they play, it's not going to be a strong offense from their side. Illinois State are hoping to shut them down in that regard. Is it going to be easier for Illinois State to really make an impact when it comes to this attack? We're going to have to wait and see. Cuffa on the Winston just was not having fun. He was getting booped. There were the Suzus. There was giant boulders being chucked at his head. And as the guerrilla scientist, you kind of need to stay on the high ground in order to contest these actual things. You can put Skyle on this Ana here, which having this Bionade, the sleeps, are win conditions on their own.
Yeah, if you are able to land those Bionades, if you're able to land the sleeps, especially on the Ultraviolet, when they try and jump the back line, that will be the giant win condition here. Or even just chucking the Bionades in on the entry of Cuffa. It doesn't let them try and stack the box as much. As soon as Cuffa lands, sometimes teams will just want to converge right away and punish before they can jump on out. That Bionade getting thrown in when Cuffa is on the way to wherever they're landing, that could really just have teams back away just for a second to where Cuffa can at least settle in and establish that sight line with Skyle. So this will be a tricky spot here, but not impossible for the Redbirds to push into, as RuPaul will be chilling way back behind point.
RuPaul will not peek his head out if he absolutely doesn't have to. Well, there's the boulder. You kind of expected that to happen. But another thing for playing Yana here, like, look how fast Styles building up this Nano boost. Like, he's already halfway to it, and we're not even 30 seconds in. So it's a lot of just slow-paced play, but Skyle poked his head out. Ultraviolet said, thank you very much. I'll add that to my little list that I've got going, and Winthrop can clean up off of that.
Yeah, Winthrop, just easy little cleanup. Like, all right. This is the way you want to play it? Cool. We're just going to play passive, see if you make just an inch of a mistake. And as soon as you do, the entirety of Winthrop are going to jump on you extremely fast. That'll be a big issue here, especially for Admiral. If they don't hit that flail, it can be really hard to try and back off that pressure, trying to punish some of the initiatives here. But the sleep goes through, doesn't hit anything that time. And Kaluge will actually block the nade as well.
It'll be a first actual dive that Cuffa been able to perform, and Maimon getting that first elimination is wonderful. Cuffa escaping with his life is great. Skyle's getting closer to this nano boost that he's been cooking up for the past minute or so. Winthrop having to play a much safer now. No Lucio to really stop what Cuffa's been able to do. And now, with him superpowered, it's much more of a problem. Diving up to the high ground, tickling him on down to size. This is why Illinois State playing the dive. Ultraviolet had enough of it, giving the Redbirds this first capture.
I don't know if that's how it was supposed to go, Ultraviolet, but you know, that's the way you want to go out. You know, it is what it is. But yeah, Nano goes undercover. They jump on the high ground. Lethal is basically just sitting there waiting. When is RuPaul and Tree going to drop? Because they have the shots lined up. As soon as they start making their way off of the elevator platform, 4 minutes, 15 seconds roughly for ISU. A decent time bank to work with, considering this especially is the part of the map that this Winston comp really shines.
Almost definitely. Illinois State, again, we're playing this for our own attack. this part of the map in particular is excellent for their composition. Blues getting aggressive off of a gravitic block, now has to float his way on back to the support of his team. Winthrop just used 2 ults in Illinois State, sat around a corner and just sat their time, had a little picnic to engage in this exact moment. It's now Tree and the bomb thrown in, clean shots all around. Cuppa popping Primal, just in an effort to stay alive. Lethal forcing his players out of position thanks to Cuppa's angry monkey fist. Illinois State played their tempo wonderfully, and we get plenty of meterage for it.
And it'll force the counter swap. Kaluj will go
There it
over
is.
to the Diva. They're going to give up on the Sigma. So that's what we eventually thought we would see here from Winthrop, but definitely a change overall. Tree will also go over to the Cassidy now to try and match that as well. Trying to also help with these dives, but that was a gorgeous dive setup. No matter where you look at, somebody was shooting and RuPaul's already dead.
That's Lethal. We know and love. He's coming alive, people. And yeah, you put him on the Cassidy, best Cassidy that you're going to see all day long. Tree is great, don't get me wrong, but Lethal was here first, and he ain't about to let a newbie take his title whatsoever. Illinois State's ultimate bank, strong, it is healthy. Nano boost or just rally is enough for them to pull through. Forcing Liar's sound barrier here in a way that they can capitalize with a pulse bomb or either the extra sustain that you can get from your other support ultimate will be the name of the game. Nano boost leap into the backline, Liar's down before the sound barrier can even come out. Wonderful play, identifying that where that ultimate is going to be located and shutting Winthrop out of any sort of fight before it even begins. If you're Winthrop right now, you can try to take a contest, but I can guarantee you it's not going to be fun. Blues forcing his way onto the objective, sound barrier making its mark at last. And Blues made it look like absolutely nothing was there. Though worked his way to the backline, F2, blown up to smithereens. Is it enough to stall it out? It's the Tracer against the world, beating up onto Cuppa, onto Maimon. Primal Rage is popped, trying to clear these players away from the objectives. Less than half a meter is to go on this payload. It's gonna be close. Cuppa managed to snag one. He's living for a lot longer than we thought he would. Liar screening his way around the pulse bomb, using this Kitsune rush to hopefully add extra damage into this Winston, who's been such a thorn in the side. Winthrop finally regrouped and shut Illinois State out before it was too late.
Ooh, that got close. That got real close. As ISU, they try and push back in. They're not able to finish it off, though.
Ooh.
Seeing that it is, what, was a half a meter away. Now the stalls, staggers will come through. Cuppa will be able to get out, however. So that was eerily close. Ultraviolet, the MVP of that fight, you know, very easily. They landed the pulse bomb. I believe it was on the shield of Admiral. And Shield trying to get away accidentally walks into Skyle. So, just like that, both supports gone, and the complexion of the fight completely takes a 180, and now just under a minute for ISU to try and keep their attack going.
And I know early from Lethal, Liar doesn't go off the bridge. That's gonna come back and bite them badly. Kaluj overextended as well. Winthrop completely dropped the spaghetti all over the floor, and the Redbirds are happy to take whatever their opponents will give them here. Last couple of meters that the Redbirds have desired, looking rather juicy right now. Blues at least has managed to regroup. Free, zoning the rest of these players out. This actually leaves a little bit time that Winthrop can work with. Even if they lose Ultraviolet, he'll be back in just a couple blinks. Nice Bionade chucked into the back line. It'll be actually Kaluj, though, that ends up getting demeched. Liar having this sound barrier is the last leg that Winthrop can stand on for this attack, but at this point, it's not worth it. Don't invest. Save it through the last. Winthrop bought enough time off the clock.
Yeah, Skyle just has all the free real estate of the world sitting up there on top of the building. Yes, you saw a Tree try and put a little bit of pressure on him, but there's only so much they can do. There will be a swap. Kaluj will go over to their Macho to try and punish the Winston still being played. And because of that, Lethal will at least try and help out their tank a little bit and go the Echo.
The Echo here is great, especially with his high ground pressure. As far as the difficult to go ahead and reach, Kappa can go ahead and swing around in a small room, though. Liar isn't getting out alive, and we still haven't seen the sound barrier. Lethal joining up with his tank. It's incredible the amount of support an Echo can provide. Usually it's Maimon. We're used to seeing all that specific role, and I'd love to see even more of the Redwood flexibility.
They just turn it around like, okay, you want to make a swap? We'll make a counter swap right here in the moment. You won't have enough time to try and counteract it. Both support elements online still here for the Redbirds. Also could be the same for Winthrop. Look at Tree. Can they get the Deadeye up? just to stall this fight out a little bit more.
That is going to be helpful, but more of these portals that Winthrop are packing in the nano boost or just getting styled out just as it happens. Yeah, Kappa does not stand a chance within the middle of the Winthrop University team. They smack the monkey back to spawn. They're looking for staggers, getting those two down. This is going to be a full regroup.
Full regroup. Admiral and Lethal will be late to the party. Kappa will go back over to the Ramacha. Sky will go off the Yana onto the Kiriko to make sure they are there on time. Deadeye from Tree. Aggro towards spawn. Is that, I don't know if they're going to touch it. They will.
They got it. It was Maimon. Touch toe onto the payload, but you have to trust every single player walking past Tree, and of course Kaluj coming up on this annihilation. The rally about to expire. Admiral's nowhere near enough health for the rest of their team, and it doesn't get to take much here. Ramaka just to press the button. Those first tendrils will floating their way through the kill feed. Maimon drops a couple here at the end. Annihilation is simply too powerful to handle in an overtime situation. Winthrop managing to hold this payload just shy of full completion.
W. Maimon almost brought that back. That was a little tedious there for a minute. But no, Winthrop, I like the swap. And then, yes, obviously ISU eventually swap on, but they have no time to try and build up an annihilation of their own. Kaluj is the only one that has it. And they're able just to sit on point, finish the job. So, win condition is pretty set in stone here for Winthrop. Pretty much finish the map. You're up 2-0. And you're one map away from at least keeping this journey alive and knocking out the Redbirds, who've been on an absolute tear the entire spring semester. And a lot of it, honestly, Ultraviolet, for somebody who played support for a lot of their career, only got forced to play DPS due to some unfortunate circumstances. They've been playing extremely well here on the Tracer.
Especially when even players with high levels of experience, such as King, are shouting out Ultraviolet's Tracer. Like, the guy is so underrated. People will count him out the minute you see him on an off-roll since they're so used to seeing him in that support position. But his Tracer, handling somebody like Maimon out here is ridiculous. I'd love to have this guy on any team, whether it is DPS or support. Now, this is where things get interesting, though, because Illinois State play this map knowing that Winthrop aren't exactly comfortable in playing a full dive composition unless it's the Diva. Rocking out with the same exact comp as before, Winthrop attempting a Ramatra.
At least they're debating it, right? Like, Tree's gonna get a nice little lookout early, see what they're running. Instead, it's gonna go to the Cassidy.
Okay.
For ISU, I think you have to stick this for now. See how it goes, because this is your most comfortable comp. Having Kuffa on the Winston, playing this dive, that is what you've looked at the best so far this tournament. You just got to keep running with it and hope you can make those very slight micro adjustments.
It's all about these changes that Winthrop have been not the biggest fan of. Illinois State are a team that will think this through and adapt where it is needed. If it isn't broke, there isn't really much of a point to fix it. They do identify that Skyle is a bit of a problem up here, and he's rather untouchable with the current composition that Winthrop are playing. That's a nice Bionade onto Kaluj. Should at least slow him down slightly, but it distracts Skyle long enough, and Kappa will fall simultaneously. He has to give it up. Got the high ground. Island said, elevator is inoperable. Sends him back towards the spawn as well. Winthrop asserting themselves on this objective in a much faster fashion than I thought we'd be seeing.
Just over a minute more than the Redbirds had on their attack. And it's the exact start you needed. You force Skyle, like you said, you drop back down. You don't let them just chill up there on that high ground. And as soon as they drop down, don't let them get back up. Group Hall will actually make a swap. They will not stick on the Baptiste. They're going to play more of the long-range game now as we enter Streets phase, and they will match the honor themselves.
Go ahead and pull that out, which is much more of a vulnerable dive target, but you don't have to dive there. It's not as much of an issue. Maimon and Lethal, though, are still as deadly as ever. Without needs to be respectable of the pace that they're taking. The DPS are going to try to halt this payload as much as they can in this corner. Maimon even chucking in the Pulse Bomb as attempts to halt the push, and the bare minimum, Kappa should be back in the fight anytime now.
Yeah, Kuffa re-enters the fray, still high ground, in control of ISU, but Winthrop about to try and change that Bionade for both.
It's all over the place, but it's only pink in the kill feed, more specifically Lethal. Deadeye, Dead Winthrop. Wonderful play, countering out this dive, and Winthrop, this is the more challenge we expected them to face.
This is where it can get really tricky here for Winthrop. They don't have a great way to very quickly challenge the high ground. They have to take one of the elevators no matter what. So for Illinois State, you can kind of telegraph when they're going to try and do that. And there is no cleanses across the board. Once those binates hit, they are going to stick. So that is going to be the tricky thing, especially to look out for Skyle and RuPaul, is who lanes the more important nade. That time it's on to Kaluj, and that forced him to use the Nemesis.
Nemesis and Kaluj just gonna be healed up. Wire not feeling itchy enough to pop the sound barrier. Illinois State though, both of these nanos coming online. Likely another one going towards cover. RuPaul, a couple more options. They can get one onto Kaluj here, especially after that was blocked. The opportunity is underway, but the shield isn't enough to protect Skyle. Both Grandmas are now in the grave, and Tree following it up with the second of Illinois State's support. A wonderful push, but it's a scrappy battle in these dive sort of scenarios. That's where the Winston and this Tracer come up big. Kaluj using his own ultimate. Kappa wisely grabbing the health pack to hopefully sustain even longer against the remote. Kaluj doesn't get a chance. Can he even manage to get out of this alive? The armor refresh help keep him alive. He farms out to another primal rage, and Illinois State are gonna hold on.
It was, what, 2v2, and then a 1v1 at the end, and Kaluj thinks they can try and bring it back. The reality is, no siree. Guffa holds the line. They have to use their ult for it, but they will take that all day. Kaluj will go back over to the Diva, play more of the counter dive, and more direct counter to Guffa as well. The Nano still looming. They, honestly, at this point, they may just try to use it to throw it onto Kaluj for one of these dives, or onto Liar to make sure the break does not fall too early.
They have to be careful too. As soon as Bionade's hit, like look how quickly Guffa is ready to follow up on them. No, yeah, you can't skirt away from that one, Tree. Damon had your number. Winthrop don't really want to push it much farther. RuPaul already committed to the high ground though. His only task is getting his other support buddy and Liar out alive. This time bank, more than 3 minutes have already been chugged off.
This is when you would argue they need to win probably this far to the next, to at least have a very comfortable time bank going into third phase. Granted, they don't need to finish the map, but you got to get pretty dang close. So Winthrop, we'll start looking out. They still are holding on to this Nano. It's been chilling for a hot minute. They just don't know when to use it.
They can't really find the opportunity. Somebody's just been dying. Or Illinois State fights
What a
first.
sleep.
Nice sleep on the Kappa, who at least flies back to the safety of his team. The Bionade, though, gonna come on into Admiral. Tree takes his time to shine, just as the Deadeye for the reset, and it's enough. Kappa is hit the deck. Illinois State have a rally. They have the Deadeye. They want to zone them out. Winthrop extended everything in just that one push alone. Plenty of contest still to come. Nicely again onto Admiral. Skyle, though, barely staying alive. That's that nano break that we wanted to see. Admiral will not be dying, at least while the ultimate is active. Kaluj changes sight to another target, and it worked out. The Vimon did the same. Arguably more valuable pick in the long run. Tree has to clean this one up quickly with minimal support, though. He doesn't have any friends to back him up. It's only him and Ultraviolet. Winthrop will have one more attempt for this final minute. Better be big.
They need something to go right as they lose the rally because of the very well-timed pulse bomb from W. Mimone. That shuts down everything Winthrop are trying to bring that fight back around with. Kaluj will have the self-destruct to try and elongate this. If they just need a free mech, they can pop it. Ultraviolet should get the pulse bomb relatively soon, but I love that call from Skylar. Hey, just throw it on an Admiral. Your break cannot die there if you are Illinois State. They know that. They ensure it with the Nano, and now they're in a great spot. They have Lethal's Deadeye as well, who can just stall time.
Uh-oh. Guffa's jump goes a little awry. It actually allows him to get the Mega Pack Primal Rage, though. Earlier, had anticipated. There isn't a realistic way for Illinois State to follow up on anything Kappa does, so he's using it to just zone the high ground, which I love even better. RuPaul can't get into position, so when the rest of the team has to touch the payload, he's not going to have the healing there. Neymon, though, loses out on that 1v1.
Liar?
The rest of the backline at several points that are going on, but the objective is the most important. That limousine has to halt for the sake of Illinois State's victory. Winthrop has another nano boost put onto Tree, and he ain't missing. Another coming through. Winthrop squeaking over the finish line. Right, Illinois State deployed a counter tactics.
Winthrop, stay alive, as that it looked like a very uncomfortable fight. Liar gets caught up on the high ground, but they do eventually find the Nano on the Lethal again. Just use the Deadeye again, just to, you know, nice little quick reload to make sure the fight goes their way, and they will make the swap. Kaluj goes back over to the Ramacho, RuPaul over to the Brig, and it puts ISU in a very tough spot again, with no real time to actually pick it to match.
And and they didn't have time to swap off the Winston either, so Blue just gonna do great at controlling this payload. Kappa can't hang around on this low ground to actually contest for as long as he would want to, and Tree claiming Maymon, followed by Kappa, is not a great start for this Illinois State defense. Winthrop rounding this final corner. The Redbirds should be able to regroup for one final time. These support ultimates, the Pulse Bomb, the only thing they can rely on.
Watch if Mamon's able to land the Pulse Bomb onto Lyra. That could be a lifeline just to keep them alive just a little bit longer.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Styles untouchable. It's just a nano boost onto Lethal, and his job is well done. It's on the cast to land the shots, and if there's any man that can do it, it's this one. Lethality turned up to 100. The Electric Cowboy takes 4 down. Winthrop chances a full group, completely gone. Somebody has to get to the payload. It should be Ultraviolet. He has the Pulse Bomb if he needs to stick it, but it's all about making the final contest, the final dash forwards. Yes, he grabs it. The Pulse Bomb is good. Lethal trades it out. RuPaul, Lyre, sit up with an anti. Skyle is winning these fights for Illinois State, making these contexts ever more challenging. Lyre rallying behind the shield, keeping some of this damage off of his team. Illinois, they have both of their DPS ultimates. Only a couple seconds before they reemerge. Winthrop, he can win this fight quickly, but they're once again colored in purple. Tree zones them out, forces the team back. Kappa disrupting wherever he possibly can, claiming the lives of absolutely nobody. This is a massive issue. Illinois State DPS ultimates are dead and gone. Only Lethal's Deadeye remains, and it's not looking at too much. Skyle trying his best to keep the Winston alive. He himself is under pressure to dive the collapse onto Tree. Allows Illinois State to regroup. It's a second nano boost in 30 seconds for Illinois State to shut down Winthrop. Entire series up at 1 apiece.
Woo! That was insane from ISU. It seemed like Winthrop were actually gonna be able to bring that back. Lethal
That was close.
times the combat roll perfectly to where they actually don't die from the Pulse Bomb.
Wow.
It was an absolutely insane play, but they're just not able to finish off the rest of the fight because Lethal comes back with the Deadeye. They stall point just a little bit longer, and even though the Pulse doesn't get the value, like you said, the second nano boost coming in from Skyle keeps the Redbirds cooking. They tie this up at 1-1. That is what they needed to avoid going down 0-2. And we have a series on our hands. That is for sure.
Oh, yes, Jesse. We had to give an MVP for this map, though. It's Skyle. And between the bio-nades, like, literally, Winthrop were playing into Skyle's pacing. They were hitting an anti. They had to back up. If there was a nano boost, you're pretty much dead. These sleep guards shut down Ultraviolet. They can occasionally land on Tree. Like, the entire pacing of this map was based off of Skyle. He's smart enough to play in positions where he's simply untouchable. Winthrop could get nowhere near where this Grandma was positioned, and he was able to snipe off, hit these bio-nades, get a second nano boost up in 30 seconds, and win Illinois State a map in an overtime scenario.
That is, especially with how ISU been playing recently, if they lose that map, it would have been very tricky for them to try and come back from it, because it did seem like this was their map for a grand majority of it on their defense, and Winthrop just found that extra gear. They pushed it to the very brink, but the Ramatra swap just didn't get as much done as they would have hoped here in the final. But they had to swap to the Doom anyway because of the stall and just not able to get the value they needed. Lethal starting to wake up in this series. WMIMON as well, doing a way better job than they did over on Oasis.
Oh, yeah.
They win it 3-2, and now the map pick advantage goes back over to Winthrop to decide where we head off to for map 3, which will be Push.
And Colosseo is the selection that will ring in today. And I find this to be rather interesting, especially with how Illinois State have been playing. It does allow Kaluj to stick on the Sigma or pull out a Ramatra, both of which have been strong. Sticking Tree onto an Ash. Perfect! Winthrop, you just picked the best map you possibly could have. My one concern, Lethal, the best Ash in Collegiate, that many have said, facing off against this rookie in Tree for the first time here on broadcast. We're going to get this new battle that we haven't really witnessed yet, putting even more pressure onto these two sniper characters.
It definitely puts Tree in a very great position, because, like, hey, they can just stick to the Ash, like you said. If they want to go Hanzo even, they could go Hanzo. You know, it's a perfect spot for them to be in for now. Just be like, okay, we can just put one of our best players who've been playing extremely well, a main reason why we won over on map 1 on Oasis, Just put them in power position and challenge Lethal. Hey, you had a great performance at the end of Hollywood. You need to do it again to keep your team in a great spot, because if you don't, it will be Winthrop who are in a great position. And I will say whoever wins this map probably wins the series, because map advantage will be in their favor. If they lose map 4, they will decide where we go for our final deciding map, which would be Escorts over on map 5, but they got to make sure they win this one first.
Especially from a mental standpoint as well. You brought up at the end of our last map that if Illinois State lost that, we would be looking down the barrel of a Winthrop 3-0, most likely. But Illinois State in particular, incredibly talented roster. Their coach points out their biggest weakness is their mental game. If suddenly this team gets down and beaten, they're not winning multiple maps in a row, it's hard for them to recover continuously. And they face all of these struggles together. Illinois State coming away with the last map, even if it was super close, it's something. You can work off of this, put Lethal into the position where you want him to succeed. This map will be defined by how the DPS can perform.
Ultraviolet, I'm not even going to talk about that for now. I'm just not even...
I thought you were talking about Kuffa.
Yeah, what? That, okay,
It's okay.
I think the weird picks, I think just threw the lobby into a loop. So we'll see if we can get that all figured out, but... I agree. I don't think we're actually going to see Bastion. I don't think we're actually going to see Ryan. As much as I would love to return to a Ryan meta. Don't get me wrong. I think I would love a Ryan meta to return, but probably not today, sadly. But if they want to run the Sigma, we saw that, at least from Winthrop off that first look. It can work on Colosseo. It's the only push map where I could say it can work. But you still got to play it very smartly. And they'll have to play it just like they did on University on Oasis, to where they're just playing the catch me game. Just back up, back up, and find that little mistake on ISU when they're trying to be that aggressive force.
It's like a deadly game of tag. It's like, where they're going in, they're going in. As soon as somebody on Illinois State manages to catch a member on the side of Winthrop, it's like, all right, tag, you're in. Winthrop turns right around, and they full send it back at Illinois State, meeting them blow for blow, at least the best that they can. It's not ideal to have to play into a Malga in that specific regard, but Winthrop managed to make it work one way or another, especially on a map like Colosseo, where you're not going to have that issue nearly as much. The Sigma 100% a possibility. I'm honestly expecting more of a Ramatra pick from both sides. It's this hero that both these tanks are sufficient in. You have a lot of this additional coverage. Malga is not played on Colosseo for a big reason. He's just a massive meat shield, which does not do much for your team at all, other than feed your opponent's ultimate charge. Winthrop starting on the Sigma by the looks of it, Kuffa in the Ramatra. So slight variances on how this map will be played. A lot of this coming down to positioning.
Yes, as it will be, like you said, a deadly game of freeze tag. Really, like if you get touched, your teammates, it's going to be a lot harder to save you this time around, as it will be the Hanzo from Lethal. I like this, taking maybe a little bit of inspiration from Vision's performance just earlier today for Maryville, as they're really going to keep the shield break as well for Kaluge in a much better spot.
It'll work out. We're gonna have like two separate skirmishes going on. One on the outside of these glass doors and one in the Coliseum. The tanks fighting it out in the middle, where as these DPS kind of translate back and forth wherever the rest of the teams are positioned. Very slow fights Colosseo are known for. We're getting a glimpse of that now. If one of these arrows, aka tree trunks, manage to land in somebody's head, great idea for Illinois State to go through. I mean, look at Tree. He can barely peek around this barrier because of how Lethal is just keeping him in check.
Yeah, Lethal, even though, they're getting chipped on a little bit as well. Tree's trying to help their tank get something done. We're over a minute gone, and that bot has yet to move a centimeter so far, actually, with one of those barricades, and that's what Colosseo can really turn into. And it's both teams, they don't want to be the team that makes the first mistake, and Lethal is trying to force that. Illinois State finally starts to make a move.
Yeah, they're getting more aggressive here. Yeah, it's about freeze tag. Kaluge isn't exactly a fan of playing close.
Oh my
God! Maybon, disgusting. Unfortunately, an immortality field won't let him feel the true reward of this incredible play. Over the Kitsune Rush, actually an attempt to Overwhelm Ultraviolet. The positioning of it is quite strange, though. You can't play exactly within the Colosseo with this, and it's just another massive health chunk down that Illinois State are forced to go ahead and tank out. A lot of those ultimates, though, are starting to come up online. The bot finally moves more in the direction of Illinois State's side, and this forces Deluge's hand, going out the Gravitic Flux, smacking Kappa back down into the ground, hopefully leading the rest off as a result. That took over 2 minutes before we saw a single elimination.
That's insane. Like, that is what this map could really turn into early on. So it's like, all right, that bot, well, now that it can move, it's just still just going to sit there at 4 meters. Eventually, RuPaul will get back to it, but both teams were just so afraid to be the first one to make a mistake, and it was just Admiral who just did not have the sound barrier in time to try and counteract Collusion's Gravitic Flux. They knew that. They try and get aggressive with it. And now Bob is there if they need someone to chill on point a little bit when they're trying to buy time for the retreat.
Both teams are playing the role of Punisher. It may be difficult to manage, make these games slow. Lethal left a Dragon Strike if I've ever seen one. It's at least splits Winthrop up temporarily, and Luge has to retreat out of this main path that robots following. Robert, on the other hand, will go ahead and greet Illinois State with a nice little hello, and that just sets the Redbird packing. Liar actually chased down Lethal, as a matter of fact. So Illinois State, once again, are playing very scared, hoping not to make a more.
They can't afford to lose more. Lethal will give up on the Hanzo experiment. They will swap over window. Ooh, rush both these, and both teams chilling out just for a second.
They're playing so scared, and the respect that these teams have for one another is insane right now. The sound barriers are pulled down. Admiral almost losing out on his, but usually the later ultimate can come out a win, especially when Kappa has these tendrils of damage that you really can't run too far from. Shield slows that down slightly, though, leaving up to Namon, picking up the scattered pieces of Winthrop and shoving them back to their spawn room.
There will be 2 picks that actually go the way of Winthrop, so it might just be a little bit of a pause on how quickly this will go as Skyle and WMyMon do get taken out. But it's crazy. We are almost halfway through this map, Molly.
I told you.
And we haven't even got the barricade through the archway yet. We played this entire game so far within the Coliseum, and eventually that's got to change for one of these teams. Kalush does have the Gravitic Flux. Admiral had to use Beat last fight, so it has to be a perfectly timed Suzu from Skyle to try and negate, honestly, the win condition for Winthrop this fight.
Yeah. Winthrop should be winning this battle, just off of the Gravitic Flux alone. Kaluge trying not to use it if he absolutely has to. This isn't a bad spot for Winthrop to be holding. Eventually, Kaluge will go on in. Looking at Lethal, and that's too much focus fire for one player to handle. Kaluge, though, drops himself in the middle of Illinois State. He just trying to get back to his team. And at the end of the day, Winthrop, a battle that they should have won, has just gone up in flames to Kaluge's slight bit of carelessness.
Yeah, Kaluge just thought they had more support than they actually did. That allows ISU to at least maybe not push as much, but stunt the push that would have came in from Winthrop. Skyle caught on flank. They're going to get taken out. Admiral the score. And oh my god!
Tree is disgusting! Where has this kid been the entire time? Winthrop, this bot should have been halfway through your second objective right now. And Tree just planted himself down and said, nah, the Redbirds, not in this Tree.
Not here this time. The Tree not home for the Redbirds quite yet.
Nah.
As Lethal, they do have the overclock. They can try and push in. RuPaul may just buy time with their window here on this high ground. Deny the push, and there it is.
Oh yeah, you do not want to be facing Tree.
Oh!
And that makes the Lethal goes up behind him. A nice little that's 3 hits that he's now managed to click. Can you fight anymore? Oh yes, he can. Lethal ain't about to let the young rookie shine him up just yet.
Not afraid of any ant matrix you put in their way. Flanks, jumps up, kills RuPaul right away. Yes, they lose 1 during the process when Tree's shooting through that ant matrix, but they turn it all the way around. 4 for them, 1 for WMyMon as well. And the bot comes back to the other side. Can a team actually get 2 fight wins together in a row? That is the question for ISU. They have both Sword Ults to work with. RuPaul does not have a rush because they just swapped.
Admiral narrowly getting away. But that sound barrier is important, but Tree
not in time.
Too much pressure. Illinois State wanted to go ahead and commit everything that they could, keeping themselves alive. if this lead is going to change, it's going to be here and it's going to be now. Kaluj, which recently swapping over to Ramatra close to an ult, sure, but the lead has been changed for the first time in the past 7 minutes. Illinois State marching this robot under the bridge, setting Winthrop's task higher with every step that it takes.
This is honestly the most important fight of the entire map so far. Can Illinois State actually get the take? It's Skyle, though. They are in a very awkward spot. They will be able to swift step away. But this is, yeah, the most important fight so far. Annihilation will be available for here for Kaluj. Ultraviolet with the pulse as well. They're searching, though. They're going to try and get Ultraviolet before that can even happen.
Maymon could get Ultraviolet or even stick this Pulse Bomb onto Kaluj during his ultimate is going to be big. Illinois State don't have any other defenses against an Annihilation at this point in time, and just fighting as much of this clock that they can off would be great. But you need to force some sort of ultimates out. At the minimum, the Pulse Bomb there. Kaluj holding on to this Annihilation in the long run of the game, though, gives Winthrop a massive chance going ahead.
Ultraviolet tried to mark, and Maymon tried to mark Ultraviolet as much as they could, but Ultraviolet still find a way to stick the Pulse Bomb onto Kuffa. That bot will go back towards mid. Once again, 8 minutes in, nobody has that forward spawn, and yet these fights seem oh so close, and this midpoint is home, honestly, for this bot. They don't even know what the take even looks like.
And you can't, especially with how long that these battles have been taking. It's at least a minute, maybe a minute and a half. At least this time the Qs are being fresh, and that pace is shot up to 11. Lethal on the high ground. Winthrop still getting flashbacks from last overclock and have wisely hidden themselves under the bridge. That's one ultimate down, but so is Tree. He's been chopped on the ground. Maymon, Pulse Bomb in sight. So I like for Kaluj here, who used the Annihilation just to live, and that ultimate really was not a threat at all. The Redbirds hold the payload before the lead changes, and even have more ultimates to work with.
Yeah, ultimate goes in, and both teams like, nah, we're good. Like, we don't know if we actually have the health to try and do this. Bot goes back over to mid. Like I said, Pulse was not even used. Kaluj's ult gets nothing. Liar has a Sound Barrier to keep Winthrop in it. Admiral 20% away. They need to stay up here just in case ISU need a last-second heal and buff.
It's not going to be easy. Illinois State amassed an ultimate economy that I don't even think Winthrop can overcome. It has to be a serious error on the Redbirds' end in order for them to lose this fight. Winthrop know that they're down and beaten, hiding out as far as possible. They gain a Kitsune Rush. That's one already ticked off. Winthrop, excellent decision making so far. Can't really decide whether to get stuck with a Pulse Bomb or not. That's entirely up to Maymon himself. The Tree's overclocked on the high ground. He supports, crawling around the pillar, attempting to stay alive. Sound Barrier there just for the sake of Tree. Illinois State regrouping around the pillar. Oh, a bunch of pressure applied, but he's gonna manage to live the other way. But Maymon and Kuffa in with both of their ultimates pressed. Winthrop set reeling backwards. 10 seconds remaining. This robot has to be put on the move, but it's deep into Illinois State's territory. Winthrop have to attempt at least some sort of touch. There's very few players that still stand, and the majority of them are the members of Redbird. Winthrop don't have a tank to rally behind, and Ultraviolet not being there to touch is a massive blow. The sustain is gone, and Lethal is clicking heads once more. Taking out Tree, hunting for any more. The robot, Illinois State don't even need to push it further. It's just for good measure. The Redbirds have come soaring back into this series and pushing themselves up to a match point.
What is it with the Redbirds of just wanting to make it a 3-1 gentleman sweep? Like, they're in a great spot to do it. It just seems like they're home. Losing map 1, it doesn't seem to matter quite yet, but yeah, this is why Lethal was like, what window? Who cares?
Literally.
Jump up there, get 3, able to get a 4th shortly after, and ISU in a great spot to seal this one away. Winthrop definitely a little shook right now as a team that, like they said in the past, they don't scrim a ton together. They obviously have a lot of OWCS commitments and potential new commitments for Tree coming up soon. You wonder if that's starting to bite them a little bit. This ISU team seems so rehearsed on some of these compositions, whether it be on the Ramatra, on the Winston. They know exactly what micro adjustments to make when necessary, and that has put them in a spot to take the series home if they're able to win Flashpoint.
you and I have talked to a lot of collegiate teams over the past couple months at these LAN tournaments, at other collegiate championships. And one that has stood above the rest in terms of dedication, motivation, and just pure drive to improve has been Illinois State. Playing as a roster, no matter what, despite some of their issues with the international players, they still managed to come together and make time to improve. Working with their coach in Light was proven to be a brilliant mind. Again, Illinois State won every single collegiate tournament that they have played in so far this semester, and I guarantee you, they're not allowed out to drop that as quickly. Lethal and Maimon weren't really existent within this first map today.
No.
They're here. They're ready to play, and Jesse, it is hot. Tree and Ultraviolet have been doing their best to keep them at bay. But when it comes to these bigger team fights, it's Illinois State who is sort of above at the end of it.
Yeah, ISU have really turned it up during these last few maps. And, you know, just in case you missed anything, you want to go back, watch some of the old VODs from this weekend, or see some clips from earlier today. We've had a very long day. This is game 4 of the Saturday. Make sure you check out everything on the socials. OW_esports on YouTube, on Twitch, over on X, clips, VODs, everything you could possibly want as we get ready for Championship Sunday tomorrow to end this 2023 to 2024 school year off. But we're not done quite yet here. Both teams going to have a second to figure out how they want to attack Flashpoint. ISU, one map away from booking their spot on Championship Sunday.
a team knocked to the lower bracket too soon, and a team who is expected to win it all. One of them has to go home here today. And now the Redbirds leading at match point 2-1 over Winthrop University. Jesse, this next map in Flashpoint, forcing the tempos, forcing the positioning, everything that Illinois State is so good at is all highlighted here in a single map of Suravasa.
One map away for Illinois State and one map away from a disaster for Winthrop, considering the expectations that they had going into this tournament. So I can't wait to see how this actually ends up, because if Winthrop do lose this, theoretically speaking, I'm not predicting that it will, because my predictions at this point are chalked. But I do think that if Winthrop do lose this, it does spark a conversation of what actually makes a roster championship worthy. Because if you look at it on paper, like just names alone, this is the best team out here in Collegiate. But if this does happen, they're going to finish 4th behind Maryville, behind Northwood, behind ISU. And that might be a very awkward pill to swallow for some people. But I'm very curious. Winthrop are a team that, again, they have the caliber to bring this back, to bring this to a map 5, which would be Escort, but it would be the Redbirds pick. So they have to get through this first. ISU, notoriously this tournament, have been winning series 3-1. And it's been Flashpoint that they've been able to finish series off. They have one more to finish today if they want to get it to tomorrow.
It's going to have to be a close one. Flashpoint is easily Illinois State's strongest map type. From what we've seen from them so far, and Winthrop, well, there hasn't been much otherwise other than kind of getting smacked around by Maryville yesterday. If Winthrop want to win this game, you can no longer be playing this game of tag. You can't be playing this game of chase. In a map of Flashpoint, Kappa and Illinois State are going to win that 9 times out of 10. I'm turning my sights to Tree, to Ultraviolet, who started out this series dominantly in control of the kill feed and these eliminations. But now that Lethal, Maimon, the beast within them have awoken, it's a true contestation battle that we need to be keeping an eye on as we've enrolled here onto Suravasa. New compositions, different heroes being played. Winthrop with the Ramatra, Illinois State on the Winton.
I don't mind this for Illinois State, because you're not really sure what Winthrop are going to run. They could run the Mauga, they could run the Ramatra. So you go with the comp you're most comfortable with, and then if you need to adapt, then okay, you need to adapt, and it's fine. But this is the comp they've been most comfortable with throughout the entirety of this weekend and last. You might as well keep it going, especially at least here on the first round of Suravasa, so there is more verticality. Kava can hide up here on these
Illinois
pillars
State.
And hide from at least some of the ongoing
towards the outside
damage.
of the objective. Nice part.
Good. All right.
Woo! We're back. Woohoo!
Yeah, we're back.
Figured it out.
You know, the Sombra is back hacking my Discord.
Thank you.
It's, you know, they're just lingering this weekend.
The Sombra is there, but that's okay. At least we don't
yes,
have the Sombra in the game, and we can watch Winthrop take away that first fight in kind of the way we expected to, with Kalush gaining that control of the objective for long.
And it will just force cover, like, all right, we're just going to go back over to the Ramatra. You use the one fight. Okay, it didn't work that time. That's okay. Like, it's just one round of Flashpoint, one fight of Flashpoint, and you can still push in with plenty of time, and the majority of the rest of your composition doesn't change.
No, everything else can stay the same. It's not that big of a deal at this point. Realistically, if Kalush can get his ultimate online here, it would be great for Winthrop to close out this fight. With how much of an advantage Lyre has over Admiral in terms of sound barriers, same thing goes for Root Hall, it's really not even necessary. Winthrop's victory in this first fight, forcing Illinois State swaps, is almost looking like curtains here. For the Redbirds, they are hanging around and actually do grab trees, forcing an error out of Winthrop's DPS player and forcing more ultimates than Winthrop would have ideally liked to use. Illinois State only the Tutor Rush available for the time being. Winthrop needs to start playing now before all of their cards have been put on fire, burned down to a crisp, and yet it's Illinois State who made the fight last long enough, and Winthrop will lose in the long game.
And it will be Kalush's annihilation that is lost in the scuffle as well. Same thing with the Kitsune Rush from RuPaul. ISU just drag out that fight just to keep it going. They able to get lethal on the overclock tree, still a good 30% away from there, is able to finish it off from there, and Admiral is able to hold on to the sound barrier as well. Kuffa did not get the annihilation quite yet because of that swap, but we'll have it now for the potential final fight of the first Flashpoint.
That's a couple fights in a row Illinois State has to win, just being behind here. That early sound barrier, though, Liar doesn't match it. Winthrop just kite, using that speed amp. Liar uses this uncontested and for free. Pulse Bomb goes wide, and they try to place the sound barrier again, but Tree. Oh, dude. Oh, Winthrop, you gotta come back, and you have to do it quickly. Kyle fighting against Delusional, and he doesn't even try. Kicking out when the rest of the team is already 6 feet under. Winthrop managed to get control of this objective. The only one really standing there is Maymon, who shouldn't be lasting too much longer at all. At least with the control gained, the Redbirds can hover around. It seems like Kuffa is interested in pulling this out, though. It does have an annihilation, so it's not entirely impossible. Helen dialing down and not having Admiral Ultraviolet is bleeding up the back line in extraordinary fashion. Yeah, Winthrop will take the point at the end of the day, but it definitely got dicey there midway through.
It got really dicey. Kuffa just didn't have the support members with him quite yet when they tried to push in, and that was a tricky spot. I think Winthrop are going to try and catch ISU off. 3 of them are hiding in this corner. They're going to try and catch Illinois State when they're on the intro, and it doesn't always catch.
Not quite. The Vortex prevents Tree's momentum, so he can't really get that jump up that he needs. Can he stay alive? The rest of the team is already bolted back, 40 HP. The Stuzu had to be committed. Keep him up. Illinois State understand that, okay, he has that for free, as well as Styles Kitsune Rush, laying out the red carpet, entering the Redbirds in their favorite color. Winthrop retreating, forfeiting the points.
What's up?
Yeah, that Ravenous Vortex was actually massive because, like you said, it stunted all the momentum Tree had. They couldn't find any of the kills afterwards. And as soon as that happens, Suzu gets forced, and they're able to push on him with Rush without any worry.
Okay! Well, you had your recall, but hey, that's not a terrible situation to recall into. Tree has been Illinois State's top of the hit list. This guy has barely been able to play the game between Maymon, Liar, everybody hunting this guy down. And it's worked out wonderfully for the Redbirds, at least when the eliminations have happened.
They're going to get these staggers as well. Liar is caught out. Kuffa will be able to help find one more as well. Massive fight win for ISU as they will force a full reset from Winthrop. The way Tree's getting cut down fight after fight, somebody's got to call the Lorax pretty soon, or this is going to be a casualty event for Winthrop, as ISU are in a great spot to even us up at 1 apiece on Suravasa, but Winthrop aren't done yet.
Whoa. Winthrop running straight into Lethal's overclock. It's gonna happen before, and it ends in a lot of bodies hitting the ground. This Winthrop are on the objective at the very least. Ultraviolet to get dunked it down from his own pulse bomb. Illinois' health bars aren't exactly in the best state. The support ultimates are so close, and Gladroll barely getting his online before Lethal and Maymon were about to go down. Winthrop committing a lot more into this than they thought. Illinois State has managed their ultimates very well throughout the course of Callus. We'll be able to clean this up as a result, tying up our Suravasa Flashpoint in 1 apiece.
They just, again, elongate these fights. It's what Illinois State love to do. They just love making it a little bit longer and a little bit longer. Winthrop get a little impatient. They try and force to make a play. That time it was Ultraviolet. They try and get a pulse. They don't get it. They get punished later on because of it. And Illinois State are able to even us up at 1 apiece, with W. Maymon able to hold on to the pulse bomb during that time. But like I said, a lot of ults were used. Other than that, it's going to be pretty vanilla on how the teams try and set up, but it's ISU who are at least get a presence near point before it unlocks.
Even though the ultimates were kind of dumped out there, Illinois State at least had one, and the stick happens. RuPaul's Suzu forced out, so Illinois State can engage with slightly less fear of elimination being ripped out of their hands. Kuffa, though, in a bit of trouble. Blocking that can only do so much against the pocket tactical grenade. That Ultraviolet just going out. Will be Winthrop, yes, with the player advantage, but not with the objective. Maymon has worked his way into the back line and snagged RuPaul throughout all of this. Winthrop, if they want to commit, it's likely going to have to be a sound barrier. To further emphasize that, it's just safer for them to back off and get their full team.
You know, it's not, they can't push in there, especially without RuPaul, who has the Kitsune Rush. You just take the loss, you back up, because you can enter with that and just hope that Skiles doesn't have that same level of impact, because really enough, like, they gotta get Tree in a good position to actually make an impact here, and that's gonna be the full flank.
Lethal goes all the way around to take this high ground. Nice Suzu, and Tree can finally play the game. Hallelujah! Garden is made for a plant like him, I guess so. Couple more shots fired into the back. Illinois State's damage numbers are certainly hurting, and Illinois State, they have the ultimate that they want to commit into it, but at the end of the day, you have one fight territory. Just let Winthrop take it for now. You can come back in for a better retreat later.
I should just, yeah, try and drive this out. 93%, not horrible. But I love Tree just wait like, oh, you're gonna use Fuse? Okay, I'll just wait like half a second. I can still see where you are. And is able to light up the shot right afterwards, keeping this going for Winthrop. And that was the only ult they had to use. They still got both support ults. They have the Annihilation for a little bit of time stall. The only advantage that ISU has for the moment is that they have Pulse, but Ultraviolet will get it in just a few seconds.
He's gonna have the Pulse Bomb and Illinois State ultimate. And it could just be snowballed here and make Winthrop back off. There isn't really much you can do about it, especially when Lethal rips off UV's head. Winthrop, Sound Barrier, and Kitsune Rush have been poured into this, but seems to be almost in vain. Lucius Elfbar is not in a great spot, and Illinois State getting this flip back on over. A full contest is out of the card. Winthrop Blues forcing his way onto the objective, and does get Guile, but with no tank here, it's a death sentence. Moving into both Kappa and Lethal, holding this point, putting Illinois State out here unmatched and almost series points.
Yeah, the DPS will try and make something out of Gardens, but it's just not meant to be for Winthrop. One round away for ISU, one Flashpoint away. They got a distance to head to, though, as it'll be Winthrop who should have a better position here, but it's actually just Kalush. They're the only one who's even close. So it will actually be ISU who get here first. Lethal up on the high ground. They're going to be able to try and pop out an early overclock to catch out Winthrop when they're trying to set up with WMI Moen still on the flank, trying to cause a little bit of disturbance so the eyes aren't on Lethal right away.
Trying to take a lot of that tension away, and Ultraviolet, that's actually recall gone from both Racers. While they do their little skirmish though, Lethal decided to do his own thing on the objective. The overclock, Winthrop wisely keeping their heads out of the corner to prevent them from rolling around the map. That's very kind of them. Pulse Bomb though, gotta beware of the UV rays, otherwise they'll come back to bite ya. Nice couple of eliminations from Ultraviolet. Winthrop continuing to contest this one out. Kappa lived a lot longer than he likely should have. They'll get Winthrop a little bit more fight for the bye.
I love it. Okay, they're not been the team that has been most patient during this. A lot of time it has been ISU. But it's all right, like you said, just wait out the overclock. You don't need to push into it. It's fine. They cap. It's 32%. It is what it is. You're almost at 30% already because of how much faster Flashpoint is on capturing that point. It is every 0.8 seconds instead of the 1.2 that a lot of teams are used to on Control. So it didn't mean a whole lot, and now they can play on the outside and force ISU in an awkward spot.
ISU, Kitsune rushes. Weird on either side, but Liar goes down here. Illinois State getting up to a Sound Barrier. It's a win condition on its own. They even needed to close it out. The Redbirds' objective here is to just win this in as few times as possible. Maimon, Ultraviolet, that duo getting incredibly close to one another. Yet with the rest of Winthrop backing off, Ultraviolet's best interests are to rejoin his team.
Yeah, just try and dip out, but they're still stuck on coast. ISU's not going to give them a chance. They're just going to push on in. Kuffa gets 2, and this is a disaster for Winthrop. 4 fall. Ultraviolet will fall shortly after. There is 1 fight left. They were not able to get out. The team kill comes in. Now ISU in a phenomenal spot to finish it off. And Winthrop, yes, they have the Sound Barrier to keep themselves up, but a lot of the pressure is on Ultraviolet, and the Suits is already gone.
It's gone. Winthrop, minimal win conditions to work off of here. On Ultraviolet, hopefully getting elimination, but the rest of the team is getting kited away. Lethal, Kappa, shoving Winthrop into a corner. They have no other choice but accept their fate. Illinois State on a tear through the lower bracket, and their vengeance isn't done just yet. They've redeemed themselves and have earned a spot in our lower finals.
They just love a 3-1, huh? They love a cheeky little 3-1, does ISU. And they just send Winthrop. Packet Cluj jumps off the map at the very end of it.
Oh.
Just ready to be done with this one. As ISU, they make it a championship Sunday. They knock out the team that everybody's been talking about the entire semester. Winthrop will finish 4th in the Overwatch Collegiate Championships. I don't think many people had that in their predictions for this event. And ISU, they stay alive, and they will get to play against Northwood, a matchup that, if you've been around Collegiate for a long time, you know the significance that that matchup will have tomorrow.
I know. These Illinois State and Northwood have played each other 5 times actually, within the past 2 weeks. And it's been back and forth. Illinois State, though, have claimed the last 2 victories out of those matchups. That recency bias just gives the Redbirds another shot at redemption, and would have to make the full arc, taking down Northwood and finishing off with Maryville, the very team that put them in the lower bracket in the first place. It's crazy to hear that even with Illinois State going down in the the quarterfinals here to the lower bracket, many teams, players, casters, coaches, whoever it may be, expected ISU to reach this point, even with a team such as Winthrop, which you have that roster that from the moment it was announced, everyone anticipates them to make a heroic one. But Illinois State, as consistent as ever, having some incredible team play, is enough to overshadow these massive talented figures that Winthrop has packing in their roster, and pushes the Redbirds even further through this bracket run.
It's just a phenomenal showing, and I feel bad for Winthrop because obviously, this was not the roster they thought they were going to have the entire semester. Again, unfortunate circumstances kind of made this happen. But you still look at this roster, 4th is not where they should be finishing. And I don't think anybody will say that, 4th is reasonable for them. Like, no. They should have been on Championship Sunday. It just wasn't meant to be. This time around, ISU were the better team on the day, and Maryville were the better team yesterday. And it just like that, you can go from being one of the favorites to not even making it on Championship Sunday. And that's the chaos that it has been this year in Collegiate. Anybody in this top 4 can beat anybody at any time. And Winthrop were just on the bad end of it this weekend. ISU, though, oh my goodness. Are they a scary team tomorrow for Northwood? As that will be a matchup that everybody should have their eyes on.
Well, I may not be a lip reader because unfortunately I could not hear the wonderful speech that Jesse just made. I'm sure he just echoed the success that Illinois State has had throughout this season and this bracket, and of course how Winthrop have developed their roster, a school that just newly entering into esports and have now said their goodbyes. Somebody had to go. It can't be all happy smiles forever. It'll be Illinois State to move on, the happy team at the end of today. Jesse, it was such a great series to have to cast. 2 of the most anticipated matches that we could have had here in the Overwatch Collegiate Championship, and even looking back now. So this very first map, you would have expected it to go to 5. Winthrop had a crazy start to this game, playing a game of tag, cat and mouse, whatever you want to call it, from the very start. An interesting playstyle, an adaptation they made, but all went down to bed once Maymon and Lethal got cooking.
Yeah, once this DPS lineup of Illinois State really got going, and they didn't have to play the Magamir. They could just put Kuffa on a Winston, put Admiral Skyle on, the Brig Ana, even though later on we saw them still performing well on the Lucio Curie. This is when this team is truly dangerous. Lethal is the man of the hour for a reason this season. We've seen on a lot of the mock draft boards. We were even a part of one just the other day. And there's a reason why he is #1 on a grand majority of them. Because of the pop-off potential that they have on the hit scan roll. And no matter which hero, whether it be the Sojourn, the Ashe, the Hanzo, the Cassidy, that you want them on, they show up and show out. And they really silenced tree after tree. Looked phenomenal on Oasis. And, W Maimon as well. They really turned it up. And they, not as much flashy plays, but they silenced Ultraviolet in a lot of these fights.
Violet, a Tracer has been underrated. Tree, a player with a massive name, coming up as this initial rookie. But if you can't go against the experienced veterans of Illinois State, a roster that used to dominate the collegiate Overwatch scene has made their return. And it's largely due to this guy here, Lethal. Welcome and congratulations on taking down Winthrop and continuing your insane lower bracket run with the Redbirds. How does it really feel to take down the super team that many have coined as the best?
Feels good. We shouldn't even be in losers to begin with, to be honest. But if we're here, might as well win some games so we get back to the final.
Yeah, fair enough. How are you guys looking at this one? Because obviously you had a little bit of time to watch through Winthrop's game from earlier today, and you have obviously, played against them in the past this semester. What was kind of the mindset going in against a team that, at least on paper, they have the pop-off potential?
We played them like a long time ago, and we weren't kind of prepared for them because we've always played like all the other collegiate teams, but not this one. So this one was a bit worrying. We don't know their style. We don't know what comps they play or, what they play for. So we had to prep a lot for this game.
Was there something in particular you guys felt went right tonight? Obviously, there was a lot of things that went right after map 1. Was there just something in particular, whether it be the comps you were running or the pacing, that just seemed like it finally clicked maps 2 and onward?
Yeah, I mean, we get to play more of our comfort characters, more of our comfort heroes, so that clicked right, as well as, getting a pre-fight pick every, 10 seconds also feels good for the team. Everyone appreciates it, and they let me know that they appreciate it, so that clicks too.
Hey, and here's the thing. We know, speaking you guys at first, we kept talking about that initial point on Oasis of University. Like, you guys were playing a game of cat and mouse, just trying to find some way that you could chase down against Winthrop, and just really made those adjustments heading into those future maps. Was this kind of one of those games where you had to make a lot of those adaptations as you went along, depending on which map you guys ended up selecting?
Only for map 2, to be honest. Map 1 was extremely tilting because they were just running away, and we weren't really prepared for that. Then we had to focus up for map 2. If map 2 is won, then everything kind of snowballs easily.
It's like a thing, like, come here, I don't want to hurt you, but we really kind of want to hurt you moment. And hey, hey, we all have games like that, and it was a very interesting dynamic to watch throughout the series. But as you guys got into more of that comfortable groove, we saw the ISU that everyone is used to seeing around these parts. You guys are expected to make a deep run into this bracket, and you've knocked one Titan off the board. Another one remains ahead tomorrow, and potentially a second. Northwood is your first matchup for the lower finals, and then potentially moving on to Maryville, depending on that result. How are you guys feeling heading into a Northwood team that you guys are well experienced with from these past couple of weeks?
Well, we're gonna expect to play Malga again these 2 games. So Northwood, we have a good track record against them recently, and if recency bias pays off, then we should be able to be in the hot seat. And with Maryville, I guess I can shake their hands for the 6th time after we beat them. If we do, I think we can. So I'll mark it's 6 or 5 games we beat them with, or at least I beat them with, because I played them on other teams too. It'll be fun. I got a lot of friends on both teams, as well as my teammates. So it'll be competitive. It'll be fun. I think it'll be an enjoyable 2 games, hopefully.
Well, we're going to look forward to seeing it, especially after a hot take like that. ISU and you, Lethal. We're looking forward to see how y'all back that up. But before we go ahead and let you go today, I want to give you the floor for one moment. Any shout-outs, any final words that you'd like to say for the stream before we see ISU take on the lower finals tomorrow?
Just thank you to my friends, family, and team. And we're going to be playing some Malga tomorrow. Let's get it. All right, thank you for having me.
We'll prepare ourselves for the Malga. Thank you so much, Lethal, for coming on the desk and giving us some insight on what this match ended up being for ISU today. You guys have a ton to look forward to tomorrow, so I hope you guys get some good sleep and prepare for one heck of a match.
All right. Thank you, guys. See you later.
Wow. It's not true. The arc is happening. We're getting our full turnaround that we've been wanting. The narratives, the dreams of a caster. They're here, Jesse. Dropping down to the lower bracket, beating a team that actually the only one that they lost to in the entirety of the group stage, and proceeding to walk it all the way back to the lower finals against Northwood, who they've beaten, and then maybe against Maryville, who I guess Lethal wants to shake their hands for the 5th time.
I love the confidence, and also knowing that, the Maga's probably coming out tomorrow for ISU. Is it their preferred comp? I wouldn't say so, but when they played Northwood 2 weekends ago, it was like 2 or 3 times within like a week. It was a lot of Maga. So I got a feeling that will be coming back in that matchup. Against Maryville, we could see whoever honestly wins, maybe a slight bit more diversity, as Maryville like to change it up. But these games tomorrow, these are the top 3 teams in the country. I think that's been solidified today. I just cannot wait to see how they battle it out for the Overwatch Collegiate Championship bragging rights and the top share of that $75,000 prize pool.
Wow.
But we'll know by the end of the day tomorrow.
We will. It seems like this Overwatch Collegiate Championship has just flown right by as we have to conclude our Saturday broadcast for this weekend. If you guys have missed out on anything from the past and are looking forward to the finals tomorrow, go ahead and follow our socials as you see below. We'll have both our lower finals and grand finals coming up, plus all the highlights and fun moments that you may have missed over on X. Again, thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the collegiate competition. Collegiate continues to be a driving force for the future of esports, and Overwatch has been doing an excellent job. These matches have been delivering in terms of excitement and giving these players the time to shine. It's been an honor to be on this broadcast with Tiny Shiny and Twin Salty, and we look forward to seeing all of you guys here back in the chat for our Glower and Grand Finals tomorrow afternoon.